is more prejudicial. I understand the state is arguing that it could be related to this particular situation. Was somewhat contemporaneous, but I believe that it's still more prejudicial, and there's nothing linking that search term to this particular case.
You actually touched on the question I have for the state. Mr. Long, when in time was the search made?
That's a great question, Your Honor, and essentially we know that this search was done at about, and I may be off by a few minutes and I apologize for that, but at approximately, I think, 1:35 p.m. We know that minutes prior to that, Grace Jennings, our victim, had expired. We know that about 10 minutes after that, I think it's probably closer to 7 or 8, it was at that point that the defendant actually walked to the nearby cell phone store and actually called his mother, told her a little bit of what had transpired, and then she called 911. So it is clearly contemporaneous with everything else that is occurring. It is clearly relevant under 403, and it is actually the final. It is the last search item on his phone. So I mean, other than the phone call to his mother, it is the second to last action on his cell phone.
Any other argument on the motion to exclude?
I don't think it relates to the, I mean, possibly if there's a tampering or something after the fact, but I don't believe that it is relevant to any argument of first-degree murder or any murder.
He's charged as an accessory.
Understood.
So this is accessory liability. So,
but then after the fact, he could have been panicked, or he could have seen something in regards to the body for him to search that. But this didn't happen before; happened after. So I think it would be more relevant to tampering than even accomplice or aiding and abetting theory.
the court denies the motion, finds that it is relevant, and comes in under 401 and under 403.
Thanks for letting me make my record.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there anything else we need to discuss this morning before we start with swearing in our jury and openings?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else for the defense?
Not from defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. The jury's assembling. You saw the bailiff leave. He's going to collect them, and he'll send us a note when they're all here. The court has allowed, and we had this conversation before, a camera in the courtroom. This is the pool camera for any of the broadcast media that wants access to the hearings. They have to be provided live access. Also have allowed, and I saw print media, you moved the print media here, and also is allowed to use her, using a tablet or a laptop. And yes?
Yes.
Okay, and she's allowed also to take photos and stream those from the courtroom. Are there any other members of the press here? We had a couple of other inquiries, one from, I don't know who the parent company is, but KRQE, and yes, sir. And you should have access to the broadcast if you have your, okay. If you don't have a copy of it, we're using the same decorum order that was used back a year ago during the Baldwin trial. So if you have a copy of that, you know the rules. Any other issues related to the press being here? My instructions is you're not to film the jury coming and going, sir. Okay. And I don't know where we have microphones. I think there's a microphone up here. We don't have one on the bench. In case we have bench conferences, those won't be captured.
I just ask that the press not photograph the victim's family. None of them are witnesses. They'll be in the gallery at times. We just ask that they not be filmed.
Okay.
Yeah. And Judge, I've had an issue before with the media in an Albuquerque trial where I think notes, videotape. I just want the media to be admonished not to take any, film any notes or anything, any writing.
Any of the notes on counsel table?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we'll get to any of this today, but if there's any images that we need to discuss, as to how they're published and broadcast. We have control of what comes up over all of the monitors. It is possible to place some images on some of the monitors and not all of them. Of course, counsel would have access to them, and then if the witness and the jury would have access to them. Whether or not they're published into the gallery is the question I want to discuss if we need to.
We won't be publishing any of the crime scene or autopsy photos today. That'll be tomorrow, so we can have that conversation. But
Okay.
at this point, I'm inclined to ask that they not be published into the gallery, but we can have that conversation later. The court wishes.
Well, we can have that conversation when we get there. I also have another hearing that I have to do that's time sensitive at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So the jury will be coming back a little bit later after our lunch break.
Understood, Judge.
Anything else?
Judge, since we're sort of dealing with logistics of evidence, the state does have its trial laptop there. It's my understanding that the vast majority, if not all, of the state's proposed evidence has already been moved onto that laptop, and that does include the redactions. We do have hard copies that the witnesses will be authenticating, and then for the court record. But just to save the time from having the disk spin up and then moving that file over, we've already moved that over.
Okay, and you've got everything that's on there on a thumb drive of some type, or how will those be actually introduced?
I don't think we'll introduce them as individual exhibits on CDs or DVDs.
Okay. And just want to confirm every time something is discussed that counsel on both sides have seen whatever the exhibits are before we have those conversations, or any objections or clarifications.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Murphy has been working, we've been working well together.
Okay. Anything else?
Not from the state, Judge.
Nothing from the state, thank you.
Not for defense or anything.
Go ahead, now's the time to ask.
Sorry, Your Honor. Last time the DA's office asked us not to photograph somebody, and I spoke to my editor about it. He gave me some suggested language that before the court makes a decision on that, I'd like the opportunity to confer with counsel. I understand the New Mexico Supreme Court specifically authorized the media to photograph and record court proceedings as outlined in Supreme Court Rule 23-107. I want to ensure the company's rights under this rule are upheld as well as by rights under the First Amendment.
Maybe
This came up, when in the Joseph Jones trial, when they asked us not to photograph the victim's wife, she demonstrated something with the DA's office in the well. My photographer's not here yet. He didn't hear that admonition about the victim's family, but generally everything that's going on in the courtroom, we already know that we can't photograph the jury, but I've been told to state this if I'm directed, if there's further prohibitions, especially from others besides the judge, just requesting our behavior be a certain way.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yeah.
None of the victims or their family are witnesses in this case. They'll be observers. And under the Victims Crime Act and the New Mexico Constitution, they have a right to privacy and to be treated with dignity and respect. I understand Phaedra's concern in terms of if it was a witness offering testimony during the court proceedings proper, but we're talking about either in the hallway or when they're seated in the gallery.
If I may, Your Honor, I don't necessarily know who is who either, so it's sort of an edict without full information for us.
If you have a concern, Ms. Murphy, if something occurs, bring it to the attention of the court.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to step off the bench. We'll get the jury brought into the courtroom and seated, and then we'll come back in and I'll swear them in and we'll get started. We're in recess and off the record.
Hello, Saw. I am doing fine. Hope everybody is doing well too. And yeah, it is going to be interesting to see this trial, how it goes. Cool. And yeah, it's important for people to see, in these situations, they will have lots of different instances of sword attacks that happen. Something you don't hear much about, but it's still a weapon that can be used. I think it's what's pretty cool. Sausage, he's from Santa Fe. Oh, well, that's all. So this is the home state. I have friends in New Mexico. I think that it's a nice desert. Because I think deserts are pretty cool. It's different than where I am. Although there has been rare instances where it will be like a desert here, but it's not common. It would be, so the garden live would be basically what's it called? A brown live. Because it would just be, the tree would still be there, but everything else would not be. So it's very rare for that to happen. Because we're in a time where all of the grass and the land of entrapment. Yeah. Because the cactus is, if someone's like stuck in the desert, you could survive from a cactus, but it's not an ideal situation to be stuck in the desert, though. But yeah, it's a nice scenery, and food's good there. I will at least it's my opinion, because the architecture of where I am is similar to that part of the country because it was designed like that, like California specifically. But yeah, that is something. I think it's a cool. Although the desert's not really nice weather, it's in very nice scenery and architecture and stuff like that. And Grace said, "Which trial is this?" Grace, this is a new trial. This is a sword slaying murder trial, and the defendant Isaac Apodaca and his girlfriend Macaulay, she did this. There's this murder that happened and they're supposedly part of this cult that they made up, and it's kind of like Charles Manson, and they're playing the blame game of who did what. She's going to testify against him for a 30-year sentence. So that is something I think is pretty cool. Morning, Aaron. See you. It's a wild one right here. Yeah, so it's like a Charles Manson type trial.
Started. Let's go on the record and begin. This is First Judicial District Court, Division 7, sitting in for Santa Fe County. We convened this morning in criminal cause D-101-CR 2023-25, the State of New Mexico versus Isaac Apodaca. Appearances for the record, please, and are the parties ready to proceed?
Good morning, Your Honor. Haley Murphy, Tony Long, and Sergeant Javier V. Hill, all at council table for the State of New Mexico. Parties are ready to proceed.
And good morning, Your Honor. Jay Nair, Marcus Cameron, Isaac Apodaca, and David Meek on behalf of the defense.
You ready to proceed, counsel?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So just give you a little information real quick, and then we'll start with the formal instructions. We'll begin this morning with the court instructions as to the law that governs the case. As we begin, there's some opening instructions for you. Then the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their opening statements to you, and then we'll begin the presentation of evidence in the state's case in chief. Again, the court complies with the Americans with Disabilities Act, so if there's any accommodation you need to be able to fully participate, please just let the bailiff know. If you're having any difficulty hearing us, let us know. This courtroom is set up with a system. We can give you a headset that's tied into the PA system if you're having any difficulty. If there's anything else you need, again, if you need to stand, let the bailiff know. He might move you to the end and let you stand if sitting for long periods of time is difficult for you. If you need to take a break, again, just catch the bailiff or myself's attention and we'll take a break. Normally, we'll go for about an hour and a half, take our morning recess, and then break for our noon recess, and that'll be a longer break. So even though I just asked you to have a seat, I'm going to ask you to rise again, and I'm going to place you all under oath. Ladies and gentlemen, do you swear or affirm that you will arrive at a verdict according to the evidence and the laws contained in the instructions of the court? Thank you. Were there any no responses to the oath? And I see none. Were there any abstentions to the oath? And I see none. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Good morning again. My name is Judge Glenn Ellington. My bailiff, Angel, will be with you throughout the trial. If there's anything you need, as I mentioned, please get his attention. Recording the proceedings is my court monitor. This is also, her name is also Angel. I don't know if I mentioned that. I have angels on both sides of me this morning. But if there's anything you need, please catch one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that we do during the course of the trial is recorded. And so there may be times when the attorneys and I need to meet at the bench and have conversations. You'll hear white noise in the courtroom as to what's going on, just so that you know what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a criminal case commenced by the state against the defendant, Mr. Isaac Apodaca. The defendant is charged with 2 criminal offenses. Count number 1 in this criminal information is first-degree murder, willful and deliberate as an accessory. It is alleged that on or about the October the 29th of 2022, that he did kill Grace Jennings with deliberate intent to take away the life of another human being. Count number 2, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate. It is alleged that on or about October the 29th of 2022, the above-named defendant did by words, acts, agree with another person to commit the offense of first-degree murder. Mr. Apodaca has pled not guilty to these charges, and he is presumed innocent. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. And what I say now to you is an introduction to the trial of this case. Ladies and gentlemen, as the trial begins, I have some instructions for you. These instructions, along with those previously given, are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of the trial. All of you must pay attention to the evidence. Once you have heard all of the evidence, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of all instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding the case. The first topic is the schedule of the trial. As you know, we are scheduled for trial today, tomorrow, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday, and potentially into Wednesday of next week. We'll work regular business hours. I'll probably have you be here by 8:30 every morning, and we try and finish by 5 o'clock at the end of the day. There may be days when we either go a little bit past 5 or stop a little bit early. Normally, if we're at the end of a witness's testimony and it's late in the day, we may not start another witness to then have to bring them back the following morning to continue with that witness. At times, we'll take breaks and I'll release you back to the jury room. Please do not come back into the courtroom unless you're brought back in by the bailiff. At times, while you're in the back, I'm speaking with the attorneys here and we're addressing issues to kind of organize the case that are not really part of the evidence that's being presented to you. The next topic on the instructions is note-taking. You are allowed but not required to take notes during the trial. Note paper will be provided for this purpose, and I saw a number of you already have those with you. If you need either a pen or paper, please let the bailiff know. Notes should not take place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please remember the importance of paying close attention to the trial. Listening and watching the witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever bears on their credibility. At each recess, please take your notes with you. At the end of the day, the bailiff will store all of your notes and return them to you when the trial resumes. So you need to mark your notes some way so that the bailiff knows whose notes are returned to each individual juror. When deliberations commence, you will take your notes with you to the jury room. At the end of the case, all notes will be collected and destroyed. The next topic is the order of trial. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Statements of the lawyers, however, are not in and of themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. We call those facts stipulations. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you the final instructions of law. The lawyers will then argue the case, and you will then retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide the evidence that you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do so solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of the lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objections against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the I will sustain an objection if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence which I tell you must be disregarded. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I have ruled cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in the light of all the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of the witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight that I feel you should give the testimony of the witness. The next topic is questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception, rather than the rule, that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notebook paper, give it to the bailiff before the witness leaves the stand. And let me stop here for a second and kind of highlight this. You will hear me ask the parties at the end of each witness's testimony if the witness is being released. If the parties agree to release the witness, once they walk through those double doors, they won't be recalled to testify. So if you have a question for a specific witness, make sure you get that question to the bailiff before the witness leaves the room. With respect to the questions you submit, I will decide whether or when your questions will be asked. The rules of evidence or other considerations apply to the questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that your question did not get an answer. The next topic is a series of instructions with respect to your conduct as jurors. There are a number of important rules governing your conduct as jurors during this trial. You must decide this case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. This is why we spent a considerable amount of time during jury selection last week to make sure that you didn't have information or that you could make a decision based on the testimony you received during the trial. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid all news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, in the newspaper, or other written publications. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case. You as the jurors must decide this case solely based on the evidence presented here within the four walls of this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about the case, the matters in this case, and the individuals or entities involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Similarly, until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss the case with anyone, even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I know many of you, probably all of us at this point in time, use cell phones, the internet, and other tools of technology. You must not talk to anyone about the case or use these tools to communicate electronically with anyone about the case. This includes your family and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case on your cell phone or any other device that can access the internet through email, text messaging, or on Twitter, we now call that X, through any blog or website, through any internet chat room, or by way of any other social media networking websites. And these are simply a few examples of literally hundreds, if not thousands, that are available. Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, Snapchat, TikTok, just a few examples. You may not communicate with anyone using any of these social networking websites. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such again as telephone, cell phone, computer, or any other device that can access the internet. The internet service, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, or by way of any other social media networking website. Again, examples: Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, X, Snapchat, TikTok. You must not communicate any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I have accepted your verdict. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or evidence with anyone, even with each other, because you have not heard all of the evidence, you have not been instructed on the law, and you have not heard all of the final arguments of the attorneys. If an exhibit is admitted into evidence, you should examine it for yourself and not talk about it with any other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidenced in this case, please continue to wear your juror badges in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, please report that fact to a member of my staff at once. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or in the elevators, there's nothing wrong with saying good morning or good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, or witnesses do not greet you outside the courtroom or avoid riding in the elevators with you, they are not being rude. They are simply clarifying, observing this rule. And again, counsel, you're directed to advise your witnesses and others involved in the case not to approach the jury. Does either party wish to invoke the rule?
Yes, Your Honor, the state requests that the rule of exclusion be invoked.
The defense also agrees.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we attorneys talk in code. The rule is a rule of procedure. What it calls for during a trial is that each of the witnesses come in one at a time and don't listen to the testimony of the other jurors that are testifying before them. There's a few exceptions to the rule. Expert witnesses often are allowed to listen to the testimony of other expert witnesses. Is the state designating a case agent for this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, Sergeant Javier Vigil.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so again, Mr. Vigil will be allowed to be present to assist counsel at the counsel table, and he may also be called as a witness in the case. Is the defense designating anyone else other than counsel?
I hear my investigator, David Meek.
Okay, is he a witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, but he'll be assisting you at counsel table?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. You may remain, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the defendant is always allowed. He is the individual that's on trial in this case, and he's always present in the courtroom. At this time, the prosecuting attorney will now make an opening statement. Defense counsel will then have an opportunity to make his opening statement or may reserve until later in the trial to make its opening statement. What is said in opening is not evidence. The opening statement is simply the lawyer's opportunity to tell you what the lawyer expects the evidence to show. Who will open for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
Ms. Murphy, you may proceed and come up and get set up.
This podium does not turn, is that correct?
It does not turn, so you can turn the microphone and kind of work on an angle.
Good morning. With the dagger, bring it up, turn flat, south to north, and with the hilt, east to west. Then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. I'm just waiting for you to make the first move. I'm just saying, swing and don't regret the aim. I'm not playing games. I'm wanting to see you do this. I'm wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. These are just some of the texts and messages that Isaac Apodaca sent his girlfriend, Kiara McCauley, over a multi-hour period from October 28th of 2022 through the next day about a plot to murder Grace Jennings. Grace didn't know that the person that she trusted, Isaac Apodaca, to house her, her cats, and her belongings for a night was helping plan her murder. By 1:30 in the afternoon on October 29th, just 14 hours after she had arrived at the garage residence occupied by Kiara and Isaac, Grace was dead. She was brutally stabbed and sliced using a sword. She had piercing injuries throughout her body, both ones that caused her death and ones that occurred after her death. 19-year-old Kiara McCauley is the one that swung that sword and stabbed Grace. But Isaac Apodaca helped, and he encouraged Kiara every single step of the way until Kiara took Grace's life. This trial is not about whether it was Kiara or whether it was Isaac that killed Grace Jennings. It is about all of the effort that Isaac Apodaca undertook to make it happen. This case is about Isaac's relationship with Kiara and the toxic dynamics that he used to punish, push, cajole Kiara to do his bidding. This case is about manipulation that was long-standing and coercive control. The evidence in this case will show that Isaac is the architect of Grace's murder. So by way of background, Kiara, Isaac, and Grace all knew each other. Kiara and Grace had grown up around one another, and according to Kiara, they dated as young teens. It was a volatile dynamic by the end, and Grace and Kiara weren't really supposed to be around each other. Grace was not allowed at Kiara's house, and they were not friendly with one another. Isaac asserts that he and Grace later dated after they met on Snapchat, a social media platform, and according to Isaac, they subsequently broke up, but they remained friendly. One day at the Santa Fe Place Mall, Kiara ran into Grace and Isaac, and that's how she met. Kiara met Isaac. And subsequently, she and Isaac started dating, and they remained more or less together despite fights that went both ways and dramatic breakups and reunifications. As Kiara's time in her multi-year relationship with Isaac went on, you will learn that Kiara grew to believe the increasingly bizarre stories that Isaac would tell her, including that he, Isaac, had seen video footage of Kiara being gang raped and Grace accepting money for it. This allegedly occurred when Grace and Kiara were both teens. Now, Kiara has always been odd, and the evidence may reflect that she's pretty gullible. And this increased as time went on with Isaac and their power dynamic shifting and evolving into one where she would continuously make choices contrary to her health and to her safety. Choices that were not rational, choices that are against her self-interest, choices that an average person would choose not to make. For example, you will hear evidence that 6 months prior to the murder in April of 2022, Isaac beat up Kiara, breaking her thumb after hulking out. And Kiara cooperated with the police in a case, but later backed off and chose not to do so. When Isaac suggested that Kiara prostitute herself, she did so, with Isaac keeping the money. She even went back to sex work at his behest after Kiara, was raped by a John that had hired her. This evidence will be offered for a very limited purpose, and it will be offered to show Isaac's knowledge that he could manipulate Kiara, his intent to manipulate her on the day of the murder, and for the coercive dynamic between the two of them. You will see that when Kiara was told that Isaac was part of a secret vigilante organization called Ghost that was created for the purpose of killing sex traffickers, she believed Isaac, that he had started this secret vigilante organization. She believed him when he told her that if Kiara, killed Grace, who was on a kill list chosen specifically for Kiara, that she would move up the ranks and have perks in the black market. That's a statement from one of the messages between Isaac and Kiara. That statement was made during the night of the plot of Grace's murder. There will be no evidence in this case that Ghost is a real group or that Isaac was in fact a secret vigilante killer with access to a barn for killing people, but she believed him when he told her so. Kiara begins to believe Isaac when he convinces her that she has multiple personalities or dissociative identity disorder, helping her to name the different personalities and playing into their existence. So at this point, you may be sitting there thinking, wow, those are some bold claims. Where on earth is all of that evidence going to come from? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be from a variety of sources. It'll be in the form of civilian testimony, who will take the stand and take the same oath as every other category of witness, forensic expert witnesses, such as fingerprints and DNA analysts, and a pathologist who performed Grace's autopsy. It'll be in the form of law enforcement testimony. It'll be in the form of data points from cell phones and Facebook search warrants. It'll be in the form of testimony from Kiara and a forensic psychiatrist named Dr. Michael Wellner. So now that you have some background, maybe it's a good time for me to go ahead and kind of put all this upcoming evidence into a roadmap and a timeline for you. I'll try to generally refer to the witnesses more or less in the order that they'll appear in the trial, starting later this morning. So as to the timeline that the evidence will establish, October 28th of 2022, Grace Jennings needed a place to stay, and she reached out via Instagram, another social media platform, to Isaac Apodaca, who agreed to let her come over. Now, despite knowing that Kiara hated Grace and that Kiara did not want Grace there, he allowed it. Grace arrived at 5941 Jaguar Drive, the house owned by Kiara's mom, Lanny McCauley, around 11:30 p.m. Lanny remained in her house, which is the main part of the property, the main house is what we'll call it during the trial. She didn't have any idea that Grace was on the property. And the plan between Isaac and Kiara initially that night was for him to then bring Grace to a nearby park where Kiara was dressed up in scary clothes and carrying her sword. We know these things, again, because of the messages between Kiara and Isaac. But he did not, in fact, bring Grace to the park. They instead went to the single-room detached garage in the back part of the property, where Kiara and Isaac mostly stayed. Eventually, Kiara left the park and she entered the garage. Everyone was present, everything was relatively calm, and after a while, Isaac left. He went to the main house, Kiara and Grace talked. He returned. And for the rest of the night and the morning, Isaac and Kiara message each other with very few breaks, each using their own cell phones. And some of it's innocuous emojis and stickers and cartoons, but much of it centers on killing Grace. At times, Kiara actively participates. She asks Isaac to be the one to kill Grace. They message about how they will clean up afterward, using hydrogen peroxide or what they'll throw away or put in the laundry. They discuss using the dagger versus the sword. But Isaac, when asked to do it, will deflect, but he repeatedly encourages her to commit the murder throughout. You'll see that they often use their pet names for each other. Kiara was Puggle, Isaac was called Otter. Throughout the night, all three of them lay in the same bed to sleep, with Isaac across the foot of the bed. You'll see a picture of that from the messages. In the early to mid-morning, they concoct a plan, Kiara and Isaac, while Grace is sleeping, presumably, that Isaac calls Operation Fake Kickout, where he tells Grace that they both have to leave. This was not a real kickout. Operation Fake Kickout is commencing. He is setting up the opportunity for Kiara to kill Grace. So as that's about to commence, Isaac sends the final psychological blow of a message to Kiara to push Kiara to kill Grace. He again tells Kiara that Grace has previously confessed to it being the delusional gang rape that he's claimed that Grace facilitated years prior. These final messages are sent at 1:27 in the afternoon. At this point, Kiara has summoned enough rage. Isaac knows that he plans to use the sword that is present in the garage, and he goes into the house briefly, stopping to help Lanny McCauley put a rug in the washing machine and to urinate. When he returns, Kiara has the sword. Grace is dead or dying on the bed. He tells Kiara to go shower. She does. So Kiara goes into the main house to shower, saying hello to her mom. She removes the clothes that she'd been wearing during the murder and puts them in the laundry hamper. After showering and changing, she goes back to the garage. She finds Grace's body in a different position than she left it, and Isaac is gone. She didn't know that after Googling how to dispose of a body, that Isaac had instead left. He called his mom, Linda Montoya, and went to AP Wireless, a cell phone store down the street. Linda called 911 at 1:46 p.m., triggering a police response. You will hear portions of that 911 call as the first bit of evidence this morning. Within about 6 minutes of Linda calling 911, at about 1:52 in the afternoon, the initial responding officers arrive. Santa Fe Police Department officers Francisco Alvarado, Alejandro Arroyo, and Manuel Romero are arriving at the house and approaching the property regarding the reports of a stabbing homicide. You'll see as Alvarado approaches the side fence, he sees Kiara go from the garage back to the main house, and he yells, "Contact, contact," meaning that he sees a person. He follows. She shuts the door into the main house. Alvarado notices blood on that back door and begins to kick it in. Lanny and Kiara exit the residence, and they are detained. Now, a brief period of confusion kind of sets in about whether police had even responded to the right place. Could this have been a prank? Because everything is so calm. But that's when Alejandro Arroyo confirms the address and finds out that the body is allegedly in the garage. He uses Lanny's keys to open the garage door and sees Grace's body. She is visibly dead. She's on the floor directly in front of the door, slumped against the edge of the mattress. Emergency medical responders arrive and they confirm her death using EKG leads. So while those three officers, Arroyo, Alvarado, and Romero, secure that scene, Santa Fe Police Department officers Cesar Ornales and Derek Arn are responding to AP Wireless. There, they detain Isaac Apodaca. They Mirandize him. They tell him he has the right to remain silent. Anything he says can be used against him. Anyone who's watched a Law and Order episode or two knows their Miranda rights. He gets a statement from Isaac, and then he and his colleague take steps to secure the cell phone that Isaac has in his hand and on his person. Shortly thereafter, Violent Crimes Unit Detective, who's now a sergeant, Javier Vigil, is assigned the case, as there has obviously been a homicide that necessitates an investigating detective. He first goes to the house. on Jaguar. He gets briefed, looks around, and then leaves to go to the station and to interview Isaac and Kiara, who have been transported there. During all of this, search warrants are initiated and the scene is secured and set up to be processed. And when I say scene, I mostly mean the garage, the place where Grace died. Now, I've mentioned the physical or the digital evidence, the messages in the case, but as I've kind of hinted, the digital evidence won't stand alone. It's corroborated by a lot of the physical evidence that you'll hear about next. The scene is processed, that's the word for searched, by crime scene technician Maria Tenna. She is a trained member of law enforcement who collects and photographs evidence. Excuse me. She will help us answer the question of what happened in that garage. Through Officer Tenna, you will see pictures of the garage both before and after Grace's body is removed for autopsy. You will see that the garage is small, with much of the room taken up by a mattress and a couple small pieces of furniture. And that other than the items that have evidentiary value, the garage is full of trash, urine bottles, multiple cats, and several bags and boxes of Grace's belongings that she had brought with her. Officer Tenna photographs the scene as different items of evidentiary value are kind of removed, and the scene is processed almost kind of layer by layer. Of the items that she collects, which there were many, some of the most important are the large, bloody, double-handed broadsword. Has a 36-inch blade and is the murder weapon in this case. She collects Grace's cell phone, some bloody bedding that demonstrates that the murder seems to have mostly taken place on top of the bed. She collects Kiara McCauley's cell phone, which was located under Grace's body on the floor in the blood. A dagger that was not used in the murder itself, but was one of the items that Isaac and Kiara contemplated using. With Isaac at one point urging Kiara to use the dagger because it's blunt and would cut better. Officer Tenna's testimony will, in essence, show us how those messages that were sent between Isaac and Kiara foreshadowed what actually then took place in the crime scene. Now, what is not present in this case is evidence of the use of hard drugs. There's no meth, no crack, no PCP or bath salts, or any paraphernalia associated with the use of hard drugs. The evidence will be that the only substances present on scene was alcohol and marijuana, and that neither of those appears to have been heavily used, if used at all. Also know that there will be no evidence in this case of sexual activity between Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. This is not some sort of polyamorous love triangle. There's no evidence of a threesome that night. When we say people were in the bed, we mean for purposes of texting and sleeping. I want to talk to you now about the three forensic experts that you will hear from regarding Grace's body and the sword. Dr. Emily Helmrich is a forensic pathologist at the Office of the Medical Investigator. She conducted Grace's autopsy and will testify about the many injuries to Grace's body, including the injuries that pierced vital organs, such as her liver and lungs, injuries that left Grace nearly decapitated. She will put in context whether which injuries were fatal, which injuries occurred close to or even after death. And unsurprisingly, the evidence will be that Grace died of sharp force injuries and that the manner of death is a homicide. Two individuals from the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory will testify. One is Jeffrey Smith, who conducted the fingerprint, also called latent analysis, determining that the only resolvable latents or finger palm prints resolved from the sword are consistent with being from Kiara. DNA analyst Rosalind Archuleta is the one who conducted the DNA testing on multiple items, including Kiara's clothing, the sword, swabs obtained from the scene, and other pieces of evidence. She will testify in essence that the blood on the sword is Grace's, and that the primary profile that can be resolved from the sword is Kiara's. Again, this is not surprising, as Kiara is the primary person that handled that sword, and she cut her hands during the murder, leaving some of her own DNA behind. Sergeant Vigil is our third to last witness. You heard us refer to him as the case agent. He is the one who worked this case from start until today. He's the one who evidence flows to and through in putting the whole picture together. As I stated, he interviewed Isaac Apodaca and Kiara McCauley at the police station while the crime scene was being processed. He interviewed Isaac first. Isaac was again Mirandized. You will see the Miranda waiver form, waiving his rights and agreeing to speak to Sergeant Vigil. He begins the interview, Isaac, by telling a lengthy series of stories about how Kiara was being violent and creepy and using a butterfly knife that was never recovered, and that she basically did all of the murdering by herself on her own free will. After a long series of stories, Sergeant Vigil realizes the phones are involved, and he decides to go through Isaac's phone with him, and he obtains permission from Isaac to do so. And it's during the review of those messages that the case, as it relates to Isaac, breaks wide open. The evidence shows that Isaac wasn't just aware of the plan to murder Grace. He was actively participating in conversations about it for hours and hours. Isaac initially denies sending those messages, or then admits to portions but not others, but then he ultimately admits that he sent the messages. And he even acknowledges that he wanted Kiara to kill Grace. The interview will be yours to watch, and you can see for yourself how Isaac tangled himself up in multiple lies. Sergeant Vigil then interviewed Kiara. Now, Kiara is not in trial in this case, and therefore her interview is not going to be admissible evidence, so you won't see that play through. But you will hear her testify, and she will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied knowing what happened.
Let me approach.
Come on up. You may continue, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So as I stated, Kiara will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied remembering or knowing exactly what had happened to Grace. So at this point in his very early investigation, Sergeant Vigil had overwhelming amounts of evidence. He had a lot of evidence that Grace was murdered, that Kiara had murdered Grace, and that Isaac had made statements implicating himself via those messages and other actions. But his investigation did not end with those interviews. In the months, days, weeks that followed, he secured search warrants for the devices that were collected, including ones that ended up not being relevant or even were blank. He interviewed Lanny McCauley, Linda Montoya. He reviewed test results, phone extractions, listened to recorded phone calls. He will review many and most of those data points with you during his testimony to show you how he was able to make the links between Isaac's Facebook accounts and Isaac's phone that he used to send the messages to Kiara. Even as late as 2025, Sergeant Vigil continued to work the case, working with experts to locate witnesses that could have some additional information or collateral information. Sergeant Vigil is the individual that will put everything sort of together and show how he's reconstructed things to lay out the process and the planning of the murder through Isaac's own digital communications. Finally, you'll hear from our last two witnesses that the state will call of the 1920, Kiara McCauley and Dr. Michael Wellner. Now, Kiara has pleaded guilty to aggravated second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And this may not reflect the full scope of the crime she committed. This is a bargain for exchange that allowed her to plead to a lesser charge in exchange for her testimony and cooperation. In other words, Kiara no longer enjoys the right to remain silent, and she no longer enjoys the right to freedom, nor will she for a long time. Her plea requires truthful cooperation, and she faces additional penalties and potential charges if she fails or refuses to testify truthfully. This means that Kiara will need to sit in court and detail the murder of Grace. She will need to be confronted with prior and consistent statements. She's been interviewed several times by law enforcement, even by Isaac's own attorneys. She will have to lay it all out there. We expect the evidence to show that Kiara has a very difficult time distinguishing between her very complicated feelings about Grace and the delusions that played into the long-standing and very public murder plot. She will acknowledge the messages using the sword and also acknowledge the confusion of finding out that Isaac had not, in fact, stayed behind to help clean up while she showered, like they'd discussed, but instead he'd fled the scene, called his mom, who then called 911. Kiara may come across as strange, unlikable, disturbed, profoundly broken. But she may also come across as someone who would do a lot of things for love. Our final witness will be Dr. Michael Wellner. We expect both him and Kiara to testify on Monday. He is a nationally renowned forensic psychiatrist who has published, researched, taught, and testified in the field of forensic psychiatry for 30 years. He has reviewed the evidence in this case, including background information of the parties, and he's even conducted some of his own interviews of civilian witnesses. And his testimony, ladies and gentlemen, will help answer the question of how someone can help, encourage, or even cause their partner to commit a violent murder. Because ultimately, that's what the evidence in this case is expected to show. The state of New Mexico expects that the evidence will show that Isaac Apodaca incited and instigated this murder. The evidence will demonstrate that it wasn't impulsive or a split-second decision, and it was a deliberate plan. And at the end of all of this evidence, we will ask you to return guilty verdicts for first-degree, willfully and deliberately committed murder under an aided and abetted or accomplice theory, as well as conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Does the defense wish to open at this time or reserve?
Defense will open, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may proceed, counsel. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a restful holiday week. Over the course of the next week, probably into Wednesday, as the judge has stated earlier, you're going to hear some testimony. You're going to see some evidence. What you are not going to see is any evidence that 29-year-old Isaac Sampson Apodaca seated over there is guilty of the crimes charged by the state of New Mexico. Now, you heard Ms. Murphy go in to a long opening statement, and it's just that. Opening statement is just a statement as to what the parties could show, what the evidence could show. And Ms. Murphy laundry listed all of her witnesses and what they could potentially say. But what you will learn, and what Ms. Murphy acknowledged, is that Ms. Kiara McCulley butchered Grace Jennings more than a dozen times. And then now they want to blame Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing of Grace Jennings with a 3-foot sword, 36 inches, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, a 36-inch sword more than a dozen times. And the state, and you're going to hear a lot of stuff about coercion and control and different things, that the state is going to wants you to believe that Isaac Apodaca coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley to stab Grace Jennings more than a dozen times, even post-mortem, after death. The level of provocation and rage that you will see that Kiara McCulley exhibited on that day is extraordinary. And yet they're going to try to argue that Isaac Apodaca somehow coerced and controlled her. And Kiara herself, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, is going to testify. And she got a deal. She got an agreement. Leniency in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing. These are, serious allegations that the state is going to try and make you believe that the defendant, who himself was clearly gullible and manipulated, somehow coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley, who again bludgeoned Grace Jennings to death. You may ask, why are we here? We are here because of some messages. There were messages that the state is going to introduce. But that in and of itself does not point towards Isaac's responsibility in this case as an accomplice or aiding, abetting, or any theory. Those statements could have been, maybe not the best statements. Clearly he was being manipulated by somebody who, you will see through the evidence, had rage and was planning this situation. Nobody expected Kiara McCulley to do what she did on that particular day. Before I discuss the facts in more details, I want you to remind you of the standard. I'm not going to stand up here like a used car salesman and try to sell you on beyond a reasonable doubt, because this is a pretty straightforward case. And you will hear testimony about accomplice liability, aiding and abetting, and the burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's not required that the state prove beyond all reasonable doubt. And we're not going to argue here that aliens somehow landed on Earth and encouraged or intended for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime. All we're asking is that X could have happened instead of Y. The state is trying to argue that Isaac Apodaca was somehow an accomplice, an aiding and abetting. We're saying, no, he wasn't. Wasn't involved in this. You're going to hear a lot of contradictions from Kiara McCulley when she testifies. She even discussed how there was a sword that Isaac handled and somehow cut her. Yet you will see no DNA of Isaac's DNA on any of the swords, that he handled anything. He wasn't even in the room, as you will learn from testimony. Isaac was cooperative. Isaac went to a T-Mobile store. Mother had called 911. He was there at a T-Mobile store, cooperated with authorities. Kiara McCulley, on the other hand, you're going to hear, ran. She split because she knew she had committed a heinous crime. Isaac, on the other hand, was scared, cooperative, but understood that something serious had happened beyond his control in that house, and he was cooperative with police. Not the behavior of a killer. It's not the behavior of a killer to go to a T-Mobile store, cooperate with police after his mom had notified authorities, told his mom, and then it's not the behavior of a killer to do that. It is the behavior of a killer, Kiara McCauley, who we're agreeing, state agrees, bludgeoned this individual, Grace Jennings, more than a dozen times to death again. It is reasonable to believe that Kiara McCauley would run because she was the one who was guilty of murder. And she, in fact, did when authorities arrived. The state's going to try to argue that this was somehow premeditated, deliberate murder under a theory of accomplice liability. But the evidence will show you something else. The evidence should show that, again, Isaac Apodaca was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. Evidence will show that Isaac went to the main house, used the restroom. When he returned to the garage, he found Grace Jennings already deceased with severe injuries. Kiara McCauley was standing there and told Isaac, "I did it." Isaac's first reaction was not to flee, not to hide, not to destroy evidence. His first reaction was to call his mother and tell her to call 911. Then again, he went to a nearby cell phone store and was cooperative with police. Does that sound like somebody who is guilty of willful, deliberate, and premeditated first-degree murder? Go to a cell phone store, have his mom call 911, and then cooperate with authorities? Again, that's not the behavior of a killer. Again, and the state will try to argue that there were text messages. And Kiara, as you will hear, will say all kinds of different stories. And we'll have witnesses here who will say that Kiara had been planning this, and Isaac had no knowledge, no idea what was going on. And again, this is I don't want to say it's a simple case, it's a very serious case, but you really have to kind of hone in on whether Isaac had any willful, deliberate, or premeditated intent to commit first-degree murder here. And that did not happen. Murder. When asked if she killed Grace Jennings, Kiara had stated, "I'm not sure." Then she had told Isaac, "I did it." And then you'll hear numerous contradictions throughout the testimony. And also, you'll hear DNA testimony. You'll find out that there's no DNA of Isaac's, although Kiara argues that Isaac was handling the sword and somehow cut her. So pay attention to the evidence very carefully. Actually, some of our theories overlap, our arguments, I should say, overlap with the state. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCauley was involved in this. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCauley got an agreement in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, wouldn't you? If you're going to be spending much of the rest of your life in jail?
Objection, Your Honor.
Vote, counsel. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, our job here is to show what the evidence will show. It's opening statement, what we believe the evidence will show. And then in closing, we'll wrap up and discuss what the evidence, in fact, did show. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will show that Isaac was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. The evidence will show that Kiara McCauley confessed to him, "I did it." The evidence will show that Isaac immediately called for help. The evidence will show that Kiara McCauley had violent fantasies, claimed mental illness, admitted holding a weapon, and trying to stab Grace Jennings, and could not even confirm to police whether she had killed Grace. At the end of the trial, after you've heard all the evidence and considered it carefully, we will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. the state will not have proven their burden. They will not have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac Apodaca had committed first-degree murder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with the state's case in chief, what we call the proofs. Is everyone all right in the jury box? Probably go for another half hour, 45 minutes or so, and then we'll take our morning break. Counsel, who's your first witness?
Your Honor, before we call our first witness, we would ask to approach about an issue.
Come on up. Mr. Long, who are you calling as the first witness?
The state calls Chris Flores.
Have him come in. Sir, if you'd come all the way up here to where the bailiff is standing. Sir, if you face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Have you ever testified in front of a jury before?
Yes.
Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Make sure you understand the questions that are being asked of you. If you don't, say something.
Okay.
And the attorneys will clarify. If you'd begin by stating your name for our record and spelling your last name for us, please.
My name is Christopher Flores. It's Flores.
Mr. Long,
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Flores.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a dispatcher at the Regional Emergency Communication Center in Santa Fe. I've been there for 14 years and the last 4 as a supervisor.
And does your agency, and is it okay if the Regional Emergency Communication Center?
Yes.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, I know.
Is it okay if I refer to that as the RECC?
Of course.
Okay. And does your agency keep a recording of all emergency calls that come in or emergency calls that go out?
Yes.
All right. And is that recording made at the same time the call comes in or that the call goes out?
Yes.
Does your agency keep a written record of all emergency calls that come in or go out?
Yes.
And is that written record made at the same time or near when the call comes in or goes out?
Yes.
As part of your job there, are you one of the individuals that is responsible for acting as a records custodian?
In a way, but it's not my full capacity job, no.
Okay, but it's part of what you do.
Correct.
Okay. And as custodian, are you able to pull recordings of the calls incoming and outgoing?
Yes.
And you said that you've testified before in court.
Yes, I have.
Right. Did you pull a recording, a 911 call that came in on October 29th, 2022 at about 1:46 p.m. for this case?
I have, yes.
Okay. And do you know if that call was from a person that identified herself as Linda Montoya?
That is correct.
And was that call about a possible incident at 5941 Jaguar Drive in Santa Fe?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes. Show counsel what you have. All right, go ahead.
And sir, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and State's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And you recognize those?
Yes.
And without saying what they are, let the jury know how you recognize them. Is there anything on there that looks familiar to you?
Oh, my signature and the date.
Okay. And did you put your signature and the date on there after you listened to those calls?
Yes.
All right. And are those recordings a fair and accurate representation of the calls that came into your agency on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 1 and 2.
Question, is it a duplicate of the same call? Are there two separate calls or is it in pieces?
It is, and actually, at this point, let's talk about Exhibit 1. What is Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1 is the call from Linda Montoya.
All right, and then let's talk about Exhibit 2. What is Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 is the call from Isaac.
Does that answer the court's question?
Yes. Is there any objection to states 1 and 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
All right, permission to publish?
You may.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Go ahead and get these back from me.
5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And Isaac, are you still there?
No, I left the property. It's very traumatic for me because
Okay.
I had witnessed. I was in the back seat of a friend's car back in 2000 in, I think it was 2012, no, 2013, and I watched somebody walk up to the car and they got killed, and then his wife.
Okay. Are you okay? Do you need somebody to be checked out by the ambulance or anything like that, or?
I'm really shaken up right now, so
Yeah, I just want to know if you want an ambulance to go check on you.
I don't know if I want somebody to check in on me. I'm trying to debate my option right now. At 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay, so she's still there.
Yes.
Can you tell me what her name is?
Kiara McCulley.
And do you know why this happened?
I do not know why this happened.
Okay. And do you know who the other person that was there was?
Yes.
Who was the other person there?
The other person was a friend of mine. Her name was Grace Jennings.
Okay. Has she had the sword for a long time?
She's only had the sword for about a week.
Okay. So where are you right now?
AP Wireless.
Okay.
I'm sitting inside AP Wireless. I'm staying far away because it is very traumatic for me. As I said,
understand.
I've witnessed.
So do you live at Jaguar too, or no?
I'm technically not supposed to be living at 5941 Jaguar, but it's only because I have no other place to stay.
Okay.
So I'm trying to. I honestly don't know what to do right now.
Okay, I just want you to keep talking to me, okay? Just so that way we can see if we can get you the best help and everybody else involved the best help that's possible, okay?
Okay. All right.
I'm still on the phone with you, okay?
I don't know how much longer.
Okay, are you not calling on your own phone?
What did you say?
Are you calling on your own phone?
Yes, my phone's like at 8%, but it'll last.
Like, okay,
I
so
was
you're at Adams Hall Wireless, or you're like at the AT&T store?
It's AT Wireless with Boost Mobile. There's it's right across from Caesar Campus.
Okay. I'm going to send some people to check on you, okay? Just to make sure that you're okay.
Okay.
Will you stay right there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what you're wearing?
I'm wearing a black and gold shirt with denim pants.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and step outside the store so that way an officer can
Yeah.
speak with you?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know when you're outside.
Yes, I called.
And with the court's permission, now I will publish State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, that was stage 2, and the next one is 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Santa Fe Regional Dispatch, this is Amanda.
yes. There's a something happened at with my son. He had walked in and his girlfriend killed another girl. They live at 5941.
5941 what?
Jaguar Drive.
So you're saying that your son's girlfriend walked in and killed another girl?
No, my son walked in on his girlfriend killing another girl. That's what he's telling me right now on the other. And it's in the garage. He told me that he bought her a sword recently, and she used it on the girl. She's freaking out. She's traumatized. No, you see everything alone.
What is your name?
My name is Linda Montoya.
Ms. Montoya, what's
I'm
the
not.
phone number you're calling from? I know you're not there, but what's the phone number you're calling from?
Call me on 505-316-4537.
Hold on.
Yeah. Yes. AP Wireless. He's going to sit over there.
Can you tell me what can you tell me what his girlfriend's
Hold
name
on.
is?
Say that again.
What's his girlfriend's name?
His girlfriend's name is Kara. And the girl that, Kara McCauley. But she's brief retarded.
Okay, what's the other girl's name?
Grace, and I don't know her last name.
Okay, what's your son's name?
Isaac Apodaca.
What's Isaac's date of birth?
His date of birth is December 19th, 1996. He is sitting at AP Wireless because he had to be away from there. He was afraid of his life.
So he left?
So he's sitting at AP Wireless on Jaguar Drive.
What does your son look like?
He is 5'11", almost 5'11", 6 foot. He's husky. I don't know what he's wearing. He has short hair and long hair where it goes to the side.
What color
Light
is it?
skin. It's like an amber. So he's crying.
Okay.
He was on my other phone with the phone number I gave you. And I need to call him back to see how he's doing.
Okay, so you hung up with him?
He's still on the phone on my phone, my other phone.
He's on your other phone? Can you give us his number so we can call him and talk to him and see if he gives us information as we can?
Yes.
What's his number?
Hold on. Hold on. It's 505
Then call
372 8371.
505-372-8371?
Yes.
You said Isaac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Isaac. Hold on. Isaac. Isaac. The cop is going to call you. So you got to hang up, okay? All right. I love you, son. All right. Bye. Hello?
I'm here. Did you just connect with him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to call him right now, okay?
Okay, he's like scared. He's crying. He's sick, and I can't have him in my house because I have COPD. He's traumatized and he's worried.
Is he known to use drugs or anything like that?
No drugs. He doesn't drink.
And this residence that he was at a minute ago, that's his home?
That's his home.
And he lives there with the girlfriend?
Yes.
Anyone else live there with them?
Her mom lives in the main house. They live in the garage. They have animals. They have cats and dogs. Her mom lives in the main house. Her name is Lacy McCauley.
Just confirming the address is 5941 Jaguar Drive, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to keep you on the phone just in case we have any additional questions for you, okay?
Okay.
We called your boy, but he didn't answer, so we'll try him back again.
Hello?
I'm here.
Mom, somebody call me on my phone. I'm going to text him.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect with you.
Okay.
We did get on scene already, so we are with somebody down. I don't know if they found your son yet or not.
Okay, because he said he will be at AP Wireless.
Okay. I think they went and looked for him and didn't see him, but I will let them know again so they can try to find him, okay? So if you get any more information, if you talk to him and you know, if you get a hold of him, tell him to stay where he's at and then just let us know where he's at so we can go to him, okay? I don't want him to walk up on anything and, you know, obviously it's a violent thing, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Flores, just a few more questions for you very briefly.
Okay.
Just to confirm, the phone call that we just listened to from the person that said that she was Linda Montoya, that came in at 1:46 p.m.?
Correct.
And then the first phone call that we listened to from the person that identified himself as Isaac Apodaca, that came in at 1:52 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. If we may just approach real quick.
Come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Flores.
Good morning.
Do you need any water or anything?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. How long have you been working for the RECC?
Since February of 2012.
And you had stated that you were an actual operator for a while?
Correct.
How long did you do that?
I still do it. I'm just a supervisor as well. But for, I'm sorry, what was the question one more time?
How long were you an actual operator?
Oh, I'm still an operator, so
And what kind
14
of
years.
14 years?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you have to do that?
There's a state academy that I went to for 2 weeks, and it's like an in-house training.
Okay. And the in-house training is with Santa Fe?
That is correct.
And how long is that in-house training?
Typically about 9 months to a year. Mine was about 9 months.
And so you learn, I'm guessing, quite a bit on how to, I guess, interpret phone calls?
Correct.
And do you learn basically that, well, why don't you describe for the jurors what a computer-aided dispatch is?
So it's just a system that we enter information into just to better help us get information from the caller to the officers or the responders.
And what is the difference between the CAD, i.e. the computer-aided dispatch, and what we just heard?
So the CAD is written information, and what we just heard was an audio recording.
And when you get the timings from this audio recording, how do you get them? Do you get them from the CAD or from the audio recording itself?
From the audio recording itself.
Okay. And when you admitted exhibits 1 and 2, you were aware that those times, those were the times that the phone calls came in?
Yes.
Okay. And during your experience as a 911 operator, I'm guessing that you get a lot of different phone calls for one incident, especially a murder?
Correct.
And do you have to then, at that point in time, figure out who was calling about what and assign the same number to any certain phone call?
What do you mean by number? Like the,
Well, when you get a phone call, for instance, in this case, was this case assigned a CAD number as soon as the first phone call came in?
that is correct, yes.
And then after subsequent phone calls came in, did they get the same CAD number?
To my knowledge, so they can be linked together. So if there happened to be two, they could have been linked together. In this particular case, I'm not sure if that was the case or if it was all entered into one.
Okay. But either way, whenever you get a phone call about an incident that happens, they all end up linked together in one way or another.
Correct.
Kind of like putting the pieces of a puzzle together.
Correct.
Okay, in this particular case, the first phone call came in at, what, 13:46 hours?
Correct.
And that was from Linda Montoya?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know who Linda Montoya is?
Like personally, no.
Okay. Could you tell who it was from the phone call?
No. What do you mean? Other than her giving her name, no.
Okay. And could you tell if she was related to the second phone call? Or the second phone caller?
Yes.
How so?
I was actually the one that tried to call Isaac the second time, so I made the connection that way when he called back. I didn't speak with him when he called back, but I was the person that attempted to call him.
Okay. So when we were listening to Isaac's phone call, it sounded like he was calling back, right?
That's correct.
And so what you're saying is you were the person who initially tried to call him, and that's why he was calling back?
That is correct.
Okay, and why were you trying to call him?
Just to get more information about what it was that happened.
And that information was given to you by whom?
The first call taker that received it, Amanda, when she asked for the number, she had asked that I call him.
Okay. And at that time, did you know that the initial caller was the mother of the person you were calling?
Yes.
Okay. And how long do you think, if you can recall, how long do you think the total amount of time these phone calls took?
I'd say the first one maybe from about 10 minutes, and the second maybe 8.
Okay. But they kind of overlapped, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say that, Isaac was on the phone with his mom while his mom was on the phone with you guys.
Correct.
Okay. So 10 and 8, so about 18 minutes?
Yes.
You think? Okay. Now, during that 18 minutes, it appears that the officers did find Mr. Apodaca, right?
Correct.
And they found him at the AP Wireless?
Correct.
And they also found what appeared to be a murder scene?
Correct.
And do you recall if they identified a Lonnie McCauley?
Yes.
Do you recall if they identified a Kiara McCauley?
Yes.
And with regard to Ms. Montoya's call, again, a location was found, and that was the location on Jaguar?
I'm sorry, that was regards to who?
With regard to Ms. Montoya's call?
Yes.
And that was the Jaguar address was located?
Correct.
As well as Mr. Apodaca was located through that phone call as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Montoya gave a description of his clothing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And also during the course of that phone call, it was
Actually, no, I'm sorry, I don't believe that Miss Montoya had. I think that he had given his own.
So Ms.
He gave I think that she had said that she didn't remember what he was wearing, but she gave a description of his height and his hair.
Okay, so Ms. Montoya gave a height and hair color, like an overall description.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, no,
And then-
but yes.
And then Mr. Apodaca gave a description of what he was wearing.
Correct.
Yeah. And that's partially for his safety, right? So it doesn't get, when the police show up, they know who they're looking for.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, and do you have any records of Kiara McCauley contacting the Santa Fe Police Department?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you have any records of Kiara McCauley contacting the RECC?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
How about a Lonnie McCauley?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Both Santa Fe and RECC?
Correct.
And do you know who those people are?
I know who Kiara is. I don't know who Lonnie is.
Okay, but,
No, like personally, no.
okay. But you didn't get a phone, there's no record of a phone call from her, from Kiara?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I'm sorry, Counsel, what time frame are you talking about?
During the course of the phone calls that came in between 1 p.m. on this date and 2 p.m. on this date?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And with regard to Lonnie McCauley, there's no record of Lonnie McCauley calling in during that time, right?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So during this time frame, there's no record of Kiara McCauley calling and accusing Isaac Apodaca of killing anybody,
To my knowledge, no.
or accusing Isaac Apodaca of forcing her to kill anybody.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Give me just 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is there any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness released?
The state would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. Sir, you're going to be reserved. The attorneys will be in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back for your testimony. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and don't seek out any information or view anything about the trial until you're notified whether or not you need to come back.
Okay.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning break. It'll probably be about 10 or 15 minutes. Take your notes with you, and then we'll call you back in as soon as we're ready to get started. We'll work up until the lunch hour, maybe, depending on the witness, go a little bit into the lunch hour. I do have a hearing in a separate case that I have to conduct at 1 o'clock. So your lunch break, whenever it starts, probably have you come back about 1:15 or 1:30 after that, after our lunch break. If you'd please go with the bailiff.
All rise.
The issue again of media access, so let's do this in two parts. Looks like we have fewer people than we did when we started, and we had physical limitations on where to put the video camera. I don't know how many folks are going to be here. I see a lot of counsel and people from the district attorney's office that are present. And I know we have technical support from the district attorney's office up here.
Your Honor, essentially the whole second row is friends or family of Grace Jennings.
Okay.
We'd ask to keep that full row reserved for them if possible.
Okay, what I'm going to do is two things. One is I'm going to move the camera back over. They're having difficulty not getting images of the witnesses and had problems during openings. I had to limit counsel's ability to move in the well
McCauley.
Record, we reconvene outside the hearing in presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. We were going to go back and address the issue of the request by the New Mexican to potentially photograph family members during the trial. Anything else from the New Mexican? Were you able to get in touch with your editor?
Yes, Your Honor, we would just stand by the law that our right to protect it. This is a public space. As you said, public seating. This is a public building. Everything in here is protected, and as Your Honor rightly found, I don't see anything in the statute cited by Ms. Murphy that prohibits us. So I would also like to point out that the family has called a vigil and invited us to it to take place later this afternoon. So it doesn't seem appropriate that they should be allowed to say if, when, and where we should take photographs. This is nothing personal against them or anyone else in this case. This is just, we don't want a bad precedent to be set. This is a public building. We're going about our business like we always do.
Ms. Murphy, anything else?
No, Your Honor, the news of the vigil is news to me.
Okay. There is both a First Amendment right that our Supreme Court has given us a rule on that the court does have the authority to limit in appropriate circumstances, but there is no findings or anything before the court to make such a decision. We did talk about earlier the one family member that is potentially a witness. That person would be allowed to be photographed, but there is no prohibition. We just ask the news outlets to act kindly towards the family, but you have a right. This is a public hearing. The defendant is entitled to a public trial, and there is a public interest in anything that happens in an official proceeding. So there is no prohibition.
Thanks for recognizing that, Your Honor.
The court did receive, and counsel, I'll just read them a jury question. I'll just read it into the record. They seem to be a procedural. It says question for the judge. A is, could we get a designation of what the charges require? So those are the instructions that they'll get at the end. The second one is will we be able to revisit evidence at the end, question mark? Will it be the actual recording or a written transcript? So let's take them in order. Any input, concerns about the first question? Could we get a definition of what the charges require? Ms. Murphy?
I think answering the question for them now of at the end of the case, they get instructions from the court that will contain all of the elements of the crime is fine. That way it's not lingering for them.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any input?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give them that instruction when they come back in. The second question, will we be able to revisit the evidence at the end? And will there be an actual recording or a written transcript? The technical answer is that there is no formal transcript that's produced at this stage of the trial. That would have to be reviewed potentially on appeal for a transcript for the reviewing court. There is a recording made, and they do have access to that, and we always give them the admonition to be as specific as possible as to what they want to hear, so they don't simply just re-listen to the entire trial. But any other input from the parties with respect to a response from the court on that issue?
I think explaining that anything that is admitted goes back with them, and they'll have full access to that. And that theoretically, yes, that they can they can access the recording, but we strongly encourage them to pay attention and try and avoid needing to do that.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. If I'm to understand the question correctly, they're asking if they can review the record of the trial, or are they reviewing
I'll just read it to you. Will we be able to revisit evidence at the end?
Yes.
And then that's a question mark, and then the next statement, will it be the actual recording or a written transcript? So that's a clarification of what they meant by evidence. It's not the photographs or physical evidence or whatever else they're talking about. What they're hearing is the way I interpret that message.
That makes sense, and I agree with the state on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to call our jury back on in and continue. We'll go for about an hour or so. Who's the next witness?
So, Your Honor, the next witness will actually be a defense witness. We're agreeing that the defense can call Kiana Aguilar out of order. The rationale behind this was the difficulty in obtaining her previously, and that we had to use arrest warrants and whatnot. So by stipulation of the parties, we're going to allow an out-of-order witness with the court's permission.
Yeah. Counsel, would you like for me to make any statement that we often do it out of sequence because of scheduling issues or something to that effect?
I'm okay with that. I've never done this quite like this, but I'm totally okay with it.
It happens all the time.
Please.
But My understanding is that she appeared on the defense's witness list and not on the state's after the interview, or is she on both?
Yeah, I think she's on both. We had her under a subpoena as well.
But my understanding is you're going to conduct direct examination and then you'll do cross. So I'm going to describe it that way, that we're taking her out of order, and that defense will conduct the direct examination and the state across.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay?
Thanks, Judge.
Let's have him back in.
Just once. My internet to connect.
All rise.
Got an empty one on the end. Need you to make your way all the way down, sir.
You gotta come back to that, yeah.
Thank you all. You may be seated in the courtroom. We are back on the record with the jury counsel and Mr. Apodaca all present. We've done a little bit of reorganizing in the courtroom to make things work, hopefully a little more efficiently. Had a question over the break, which was really two questions, which were really more procedural questions. So I'm just going to read them to you because I know the author knows what these are, but not everyone in the jury panel. And the first one is, could we get a designation of what the charges require? I think what that's referring to is what we call an elements instruction, which is the actual requirements the state would have to prove as part of its case in chief. You get those instructions at the end of the case. So at this point of the case, we're in the testimony evidence phase. Once that's completed and the parties have had the opportunity to develop all of those things, the court will give you its instructions of the law, read those to you, and then you'll have physical copies of those to take back to the jury room with you while you deliberate. The second question is, again, kind of a process question. Will we be able to revisit evidence at the end, question mark? Will it be actual recording or written transcript? There is no official transcript that's being created as the trial goes on. There is an official recording that is being made. And if there is testimony that you want to hear again during your deliberations, you'll have access to that. And I'll tell you this again at the end of the, when you go back to deliberate, if you have that kind of request, we ask you to be very specific about what it is you want to hear. Otherwise, you'll have to re-listen to the entire trial to find it. So we try and find that for you, and that way we call you back into the courtroom, play it, and then you go back and continue your deliberations. So would ask you to pay close attention to the testimony as it's been being presented, and also if you're taking notes, to keep copy on your notes as to the issues you might be interested in if the testimony is not clear to you. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is we'll continue with testimony. Sometimes during a trial, we have to take witnesses out of order for scheduling reasons. There's other reasons as well. So we're going to call the next witness in. Mr. Nair is going to conduct for the defense the direct examination, and then the state will conduct a cross-examination. Counsel, who's the next witness?
Defense calls Kiana Aguilar.
Ms. Aguilar, if she would come in, please. If you'll come all the way up here where the bailiff is, please, ma'am. Good morning. If you'd face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury? I'm sorry, I need to get your voice on the recording. Thank you. Please have a seat. I know this is kind of an unusual, stressful environment. It is for everyone. What I need to make sure you know is that everything that we do has to be recorded, so I need to get your voice on the recording. Okay? And so if you're speaking too low, I might ask you to speak up. Also, when you're being asked questions by the attorneys, make sure you understand what they're asking you. And if it's not clear, just say something, and they can clarify the question. Okay? If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for us, please.
Kiana Aguilar, K-E-I-A-N-N-A-A-G-U-I-L-A-R.
Can the jury hear her? Okay. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. You take the first question. For me, where do you currently reside, Ms. Aguilar?
Los Alamos.
Okay. And how long have you known Kiara McCulley?
If like 5-6 years maybe.
5-6 years? Okay. How did you first meet her?
I was working at Subway here in Santa Fe, and her and Isaac walked in and got a sandwich from me, and she gave me her number, and we became friends.
So was Isaac with her at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you primarily spend time alone with Kiara?
No, it was usually with her and Isaac.
Okay. Was Isaac usually present?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was Isaac usually present?
Sometimes, yeah. For the most part, yes.
Okay. Where would you typically hang out with Kiara?
We would be at her mom's house, and once or twice we were at my parents' house, my mom's house.
Okay. How would you describe the nature of your friendship with Kiara?
Friends, like good friends. I don't know. We would drink together, so I don't know.
Okay.
Good friends, I guess.
Do you have any knowledge of Kiara's involvement in this particular case?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Can you answer what you know about Kiara's involvement in this case?
One night when we were drinking, she told me that she wanted to stab Grace. That's her name, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And when did she tell you this?
We were at her mom's house and we were drinking a little bit, so I didn't take her too serious because I thought, it was just like drunk talk, you know what I mean? And she showed me what she wanted to use and told me what she wanted to do, and I kind of just like laughed it off because I didn't think she was serious, and yeah, like
So did you think she was just
Yeah.
joking around, or just
Yeah,
not?
I thought she was just joking around because, like I said, we were drinking, so I thought it was just her trying to vent to me a little bit, I guess, in a sense, and I didn't think she was really going to do it, though.
Okay. And did Miss McCulley drink a lot with you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I can withdraw. Okay.
Counsel, go ahead.
Okay. But where did this conversation happen?
We were at her mom's house in her bedroom.
Okay. Was Isaac present when this conversation was happening?
No.
Okay. Did Kira ever discuss Grace with you?
Other than that one time, no, not really, no.
Okay. And approximately how long before Grace was killed did Kira make the statements about Grace?
I want to say maybe a year.
Okay. And what specifically did Kira tell you she wanted to do to Grace?
She just said she wanted to stab her with the like a machete looking thing, and that's kind of it.
Okay. Did Kira explain to you why she wanted to hurt Grace?
Yeah, she said that her and Isaac used to date or something, and she was kind of a little bit jealous, I guess.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was jealous about?
No, just that she was jealous.
What was your, did you observe Isaac and Kira's relationship together?
Yeah,
Okay, and how would you describe the relationship?
toxic.
Okay. Did you believe that Kiara was manipulative?
Objection, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Is everything you've testified to so far based on what Kiara personally told you?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that Kiara told you about her intentions towards Grace that you have not already discussed?
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you.
So based on your testimony, you didn't have any, Isaac had no involvement in anything that took place
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
based on her approach, Judge?
Come on up. Counsel, you may proceed.
One second, Judge. Did Ken ever show you anything?
Yeah, she showed me a couple different things.
What did she show you?
She made like a metal ball. I don't know. It was weird. And she showed me the knife she wanted to use, or the blade she wanted to use, and I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay. And did you ever witness Kiara behaving violently?
No.
Okay. And did you have any personal knowledge of any mental health issues that Kiara may have had?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come up.
Did you have any discussions with Kiara about any mental health issues that she may have?
No.
Okay. One second, Judge.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Judge. Good morning, Kiana. So a couple questions. The conversation with Kiara, you stated was a year prior to the murder?
I believe so, yes. Like about a year to 6 months.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
About a year to 6 months.
And when she had that conversation with you, isn't it true that she said that she and Isaac would bring Grace to kill her?
Yes.
So can you again then give us the full context of that conversation of what Kiara told you about what she and Isaac would do?
Okay, so I think we were in her room, or we were either in her room or on her front porch, sitting on the swing. I can't remember. I was intoxicated at the time, but she said that her and Isaac were gonna text Grace and have her come over, and like everything was fine, and they were friends again, and she was gonna have Isaac text her and tell her to come over and spend the night, and that's when she was gonna kill her.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Redirect, counsel.
Yes, Judge. So, it's correct that, did Kiara say that she was going to have Isaac bring Grace over that night?
Yeah.
Okay. So she didn't say that they had already planned anything. She said she was going to have Isaac bring Grace over that night, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. One second. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is this witness released?
We'd like to reserve her.
Okay.
The state will reserve under their subpoena as well, Judge.
So you're being held in what we call reserve. That means you may be recalled to testify later in the trial. So you can't, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and don't seek out any information or, about the trial or the incident, okay? And the attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you have to come back or not.
Okay.
But you're free to step down for now. Go ahead. Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state. Mr. Long.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Alejandro Arroyo.
Sir, I'm going to place you under oath. If you'll face me and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
My name is Officer Alejandro Arroyo. First name Alejandro. Last name Arroyo, Arrryo.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Santa Fe.
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Santa Fe?
Just about 11 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
I do not.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And is that location in the city and county of Santa Fe?
Yes, it is.
State of New Mexico?
Yes, sir.
When you first arrived at that location, were there any other officers present?
I was the first one on scene, I believe.
Okay. And after you arrived, did any other officers arrive pretty quickly after that?
Yes, they did.
Who?
Officer Francisco Alvarado and Officer Manuel Romero.
All right. Now, without saying why you were out there, did you take up a position sort of before you went to the house?
Yes, due to the call information, I withdrew my police department issued handgun and carefully started, I guess, in my head trying to come up with a game plan on how to approach the house.
Okay. And when you approached the house, were you approaching the front of the house?
Initially, yes.
Okay. Did you eventually head towards the back of the house?
Yes.
And did you eventually head into the backyard?
Yes.
And once you headed to the backyard, did you actually tell another officer to kick in a door?
No, it was another officer did.
At some point, did you receive information that a possible crime occurred in a garage?
Yes.
Did you see a garage at that location?
Yes, there was a detached garage on the back side of the house.
Okay. And when you say a detached garage, you mean that it wasn't connected to the house?
Correct.
When you first arrived and sort of were trying to get your bearings with the scene and occupants of the house, was there any confusion as to whether you were at the right location?
We were very confused. It seemed like we were at the wrong place initially.
Okay. And then did you eventually confirm the address with the homeowner?
Correct.
And at any point, did you try to get into the garage?
One of the officers did, and then I asked for keys.
Okay. And did you get keys?
I did.
Once you were provided with keys to that garage, what did you do?
Once I got the keys, I opened the door.
All right. And I want you to think back to opening that door and tell the jury what, if anything, you saw at that point.
I immediately saw what I perceived to be a body, a motionless body, dark-skinned female with acrylic nails. I remember one of her knees had a really significant large gash to her knee. The room was cluttered. It was disgusting, I would say. Cat feces, blood everywhere, and a large sword to the right of the entrance of the garage.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, when you enter a scene like that and you see something like that, are you supposed to maybe clear the scene to make sure that, if there's, check to see if there's anyone else in there, check to see, if that person's alive? Are you supposed to do any of that sort of stuff?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
No.
Why weren't you able to do that?
Like I said earlier, it was just super cluttered, messy, blood everywhere. I didn't want to really step in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you able, or did you attempt to provide any life-saving measures?
I did not. I think medics rolled up pretty soon after that.
Okay. And did you see whether the medics attempted to provide any life-saving measures?
Yes.
Okay. Now, officer, do you, are you part of any special unit or group of individuals with Santa Fe Police Department?
I'm assigned to the K-9 unit.
Okay, and so do you actually have a canine that is kind of your partner?
Yes.
All right. Do you also typically wear like a body-worn camera?
Yes, I do.
All right, and where does that body-worn camera typically, where do you put that on your uniform?
Usually on my chest area.
Okay. And if you are having interactions with the public, are you supposed to turn that camera on?
Yes.
All right. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a camera on?
I did.
And do you know if your camera was recording?
It was.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3. I want you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
And is there a signature and date on that?
Yes, it's my signature and today's date.
Okay. And did you put that signature and date on that after you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes.
And are the contents of that recording, of that disc, is that a fair and accurate recording from your body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection to States 3?
No objection.
States 3 is admitted without objection. Mr. Long?
Permission to publish?
Yes. Is there graphic scenes on this?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
And Judge, I may need some technical assistance briefly, if that's okay.
Come on up.
All right, so.
Just get that there. Drag it across the screen.
Oh, there we go. It's easy.
Yes, sir. Whoops. It's gonna be a little laggy on that side.
Thank you, Brian. Now, Officer Arroyo, I would like for you to read for the jury what the numbers up in the right-hand corner are.
22/10/29.
And what does that signify?
The date.
All right, and then the next set of numbers.
13:51, 49 seconds.
All right, and what does that signify?
Time.
All right. And is that military time?
Yes.
All right. That officer that's in front of you that looks like is approaching, who is that?
think it's Officer Alvarado.
At that point, it looks like you were just handed a key. Why is your gun out?
I just don't know what could be behind that door. Gotta be ready.
So, officer, it looks as if you've just slightly entered the garage. Is that about as far as that you could go in?
Yes.
Now, the individuals that we saw arrive that don't have badges and guns, do you know who those individuals were?
Not by name.
Do you know what agency they were with?
The fire department, City of Santa Fe Fire Department.
And I asked you a little bit about you went, just sort of just inside the doorway of the garage. Why couldn't you walk any further?
I don't know why I didn't go in, honestly. I think I was just grossed out.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you remember, you said that you saw a body. Do you remember where that body was located?
Right by the door.
Okay. You said that her body was right by the door. Do you remember, was she seated? Was she lying down? Was she on the floor? Was she on a bed?
If I remember correctly, she was kind of like seated on the floor, her knees kind of up. And what really caught my attention is her head was, instead of like just being slouched over, it was like further down to her chest.
Officer, did you eventually conduct a security sweep of the main residence?
Yes.
What is a security sweep?
Just to make sure no one's inside the residence hiding, as we were going to secure the residence for a search warrant.
Okay. Do you remember if anything or anyone else was found inside the residence?
No.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
Has my signature and the date that I wrote on it.
And what is the date?
7/8/26.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of more body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objection to 4?
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
It's admitted without objection.
And I'm
Mr. Long?
going to go ahead and collect both of those back. Permission to approach.
Yep. So while he's queuing this up, ladies and gentlemen, when you deliberate, you'll be provided a clean laptop with a disc player if you want to watch any of these videos. Before you start playing that, counsel, pause it.
Sorry.
Counsel, would you approach, please?
Before I get this clip positioned correctly, does your body-worn camera record audio as well?
Yes, it does.
And has that been the one change from today is that the audio is not there?
Correct.
Okay, officer, just very briefly, and we're back at the, with Exhibit 4, we're at 0 seconds, and so the video itself is not playing, but we're able to sort of see, oops, now it is. We're able to see some of the individuals on scene. Can you identify some of those individuals for the jury?
Yes.
So the individual that is on the far right-hand side of that screen, who is that individual?
That's now Lieutenant Roberto Rodriguez.
Okay. And the individual that is sort of in the middle, do you know who that is?
Officer Francisco Alvarado.
Okay, and then the person that is seated on the left-hand side of the screen, do you know who that is?
Lanny McCauley.
All right. And we did see an individual in the prior clip, and that is in State's Exhibit number 3. We saw an individual go away in handcuffs. Do you know who that individual was?
Kiara McCauley.
All right. And at any point during that day, October 29th, 2022, did you have any contact with Isaac Apodaca?
No.
As part of your investigation, did you go in and try to talk to neighbors to see if they had seen or heard anything?
Yes.
Right. And did they provide any useful information to you?
No.
Did you eventually make it back to the Santa Fe Police Department station?
I did.
And when you arrived at the police station, did you escort anyone inside?
I did.
Do you remember who you escorted inside?
I don't remember her name.
Do you remember if she had any relation to this case?
I think she was the mother of the victim.
And a few minutes later, did you come into contact with Isaac Apodaca's mother?
Yes.
And was her name Linda Montoya?
I believe so.
Do you remember where that contact was made?
At the front entrance to the police department.
And what, if anything, did you tell her?
I think I just told them I didn't have any information for them at the time, and to wait in their car until detectives came out and reached out to them.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
At this point, I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
We'll finish up with this witness and then we'll take our lunch break.
All right, officer, so you,
So that's, they're not up, but that's number 3 and that's number 4. Okay, thank you.
Officer Royal, good morning.
Good morning.
You responded to the scene at 5941 Jaguar Drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you approached, do you approach the residence with other officers?
Yes.
Would that have been Officers Alvarado and Romero?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Alvarado stated he observed a female walk into the residence from a detached garage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Officer Alvarado kicked the door open to gain entry?
He began to, yes.
Okay. And there were 2 females at the door when that occurred, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been Lacy McCauley and Kiara McCauley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that there was no that Isaac was not there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then initially, Lacy McCauley had appeared not to understand, or both Lacy and Kiara McCauley appeared to not understand what was happening?
Yeah.
Okay. And dispatch then confirmed the incident occurred in the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And Lacy stated, well, let me back up. And the garage was locked when you approached it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, you had to kick the door open, correct?
Not to the garage.
Okay. But to the house?
To the house initially.
Okay. And when you opened the garage door, you immediately noticed the deceased female?
Correct.
Okay. And you observed a large sword on the dresser or table inside the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not witness the actual incident, correct?
No.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of how Grace Jennings had died?
Just what dispatch had told us.
Okay. And you don't know exactly who was present when she had died?
No.
Okay. And you conducted a security sweep of the main residence with Officer Alvarado, correct?
Yes.
So it's safe to say that you did a pretty comprehensive search of that residence?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, all right. And again, you found no one else in that main residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's be clear. Isaac Apodaca was not present at 5941 Jaguar Drive on that day, correct?
No, no one else was there.
Okay. You had so you who escorted Lainey McCulley to the Santa Fe Police Department?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay.
The victim's mother.
Yeah. Okay, the victim's mother. And the neighbor had stated that she had not seen anything unusual, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from your understanding or your involvement in this case, Isaac was cooperative, correct?
From my understanding, yeah.
Okay. It was Linda who had called 911?
I don't know who called 911.
Okay. And Isaac had waited for police?
I believe he waited down the street, yes.
Okay. And Kiara was not cooperative, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. 1 second. Describe how Kiara was looked when you arrived. Let's see.
She and her mom both were, I guess, what appeared shocked that we were there, kicking the door in.
Okay. Kiara was wet, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't
I didn't really interact with her.
Okay. Based on your observation, did it look like Kiara had recently showered?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. You observed bloody clothing in the residence?
I didn't, no.
Okay, you didn't. Okay. Did you observe whether she had changed her clothes?
I don't know, no.
Okay. Based on your training experience, do you know whether evidence could have possibly been destroyed?
Objection, foundation.
I can rephrase that.
Sustained.
Do you know of any evidence that was possibly destroyed?
I do not.
Okay. 1 second here. You had interactions with Linda Montoya?
Just briefly at the police department.
Okay. And she was cooperative?
Yeah.
Okay. And no one at the scene that you arrived at had called 911, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So neither Kiara McCulley or Lainey McCulley had called 911.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Officer, just to be clear, did you kick in the door or did another officer kick in the door?
Another officer.
And you stated on cross-examination that both Kiara McCulley and Lanny McCulley looked shocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember Lanny McCulley's reaction when she was told that there was a body in the garage?
She was surprised.
Nothing further.
Is this witness released?
The state will reserve him for rebuttal.
Reserve, Judge, thank you.
Okay. So you're being reserved. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Don't seek out any information or discuss the case with anyone else. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to be recalled for additional testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our noon break at this time. It's about 10 after, and as I mentioned to you this morning, I have to conduct a hearing right at 1 o'clock. So if you would return about a quarter after 1, and we'll try and get started as close to 1:30 as we can. Take your notes with you. We'll lock them up in the jury room during the lunch break. Again, don't seek out any information about the case. Don't discuss any of the testimony with anyone. And we, as you know, we can't start until everyone is back. So if you need to go run and do something during the lunch break, please do it right away and be back at a quarter after. Okay.
All rise.
All right, counsel, we're in recess. If you need anything, take it with you. We're going to lock the doors to the courtroom. I have a video hearing. I think it's video. Video hearing right at 1 o'clock. We'll open the doors and let you back in. And we'll need to bring Mr. Apodaca back up. Make sure he gets lunch downstairs. Okay, we're in recess and off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
He said they're gonna lock it, yeah. Yeah.
The west, hilt. Good morning. With the dagger, bring it up, turn flat, south to north, and with the hilt, east to west. Then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. I'm just waiting for you to make the first move. I'm just saying, swing and don't regret the aim. I'm not playing games. I'm wanting to see you do this. I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. These are just some of the texts and messages that Isaac Apodaca sent his girlfriend, Kiara McCulley, over a multi-hour period from October 28th of 2022 through the next day about a plot to murder Grace Jennings. Grace didn't know that the person that she trusted, Isaac Apodaca, to house her, her cats, and her belongings for a night, was helping plan her murder. By 1:30 in the afternoon on October 29th, just 14 hours after she had arrived at the garage residence occupied by Kiara and Isaac, Grace was dead. She was brutally stabbed and sliced using a sword. She had piercing injuries throughout her body, both ones that caused her death and ones that occurred after her death. 19-year-old Kiara McCauley is the one that swung that sword and stabbed Grace. But Isaac Apodaca helped, and he encouraged Kiara every single step of the way until Kiara took Grace's life. This trial is not about whether it was Kiara or whether it was Isaac that killed Grace Jennings. It is about all of the effort that Isaac Apodaca undertook to make it happen. This case is about Isaac's relationship with Kiara and the toxic dynamics that he used to punish, push, cajole Kiara to do his bidding. This case is about manipulation that was long-standing and coercive control. The evidence in this case will show that Isaac is the architect of Grace's murder. So by way of background, Kiara, Isaac, and Grace all knew each other. Kiara and Grace had grown up around one another, and according to Kiara, they dated as young teens. It was a volatile dynamic by the end, and Grace and Kiara weren't really supposed to be around each other. Grace was not allowed at Kiara's house, and they were not friendly with one another. Isaac asserts that he and Grace later dated after they met on Snapchat, a social media platform, and according to Isaac, they subsequently broke up, but they remained friendly. One day at the Santa Fe Place Mall, Kiara ran into Grace and Isaac, and that's how she met. Kiara met Isaac. And subsequently, she and Isaac started dating, and they remained more or less together despite fights that went both ways and dramatic breakups and reunifications. As Kiara's time in her multi-year relationship with Isaac went on, you will learn that Kiara grew to believe the increasingly bizarre stories that Isaac would tell her, including that he, Isaac, had seen video footage of Kiara being gang raped and Grace accepting money for it. This allegedly occurred when Grace and Kiara were both teens. Now, Kiara has always been odd, and the evidence may reflect that she's pretty gullible. And this increased as time went on with Isaac and their power dynamics shifting and evolving into one where she would continuously make choices contrary to her health and to her safety. Choices that were not rational, choices that are against her self-interest, choices that an average person would choose not to make. For example, you will hear evidence that 6 months prior to the murder in April of 2022, Isaac beat up Kiara, breaking her thumb after hulking out. And Kiara cooperated with the police in a case, but later backed off and chose not to do so. When Isaac suggested that Kiara prostitute herself, she did so, with Isaac keeping the money. She even went back to sex work at his behest after Kiara was raped by a John that had hired her. This evidence will be offered for a very limited purpose, and it will be offered to show Isaac's knowledge that he could manipulate Kiara, his intent to manipulate her on the day of the murder, and for the coercive dynamic between the two of them. You will see that when Kiara was told that Isaac was part of a secret vigilante organization called Ghost that was created for the purpose of killing sex traffickers, she believed Isaac, that he had started this secret vigilante organization. She believed him when he told her that if Kiara, killed Grace, who was on a kill list chosen specifically for Kiara, that she would move up the ranks and have perks in the black market. That's a statement from one of the messages between Isaac and Kiara. That statement was made during the night of the plot of Grace's murder. There will be no evidence in this case that Ghost is a real group or that Isaac was in fact a secret vigilante killer with access to a barn for killing people, but she believed him when he told her so. Kiara begins to believe Isaac when he convinces her that she has multiple personalities or dissociative identity disorder, helping her to name the different personalities and playing into their existence. So at this point, you may be sitting there thinking, wow, those are some bold claims. Where on earth is all of that evidence going to come from? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be from a variety of sources. It'll be in the form of civilian testimony, who will take the stand and take the same oath as every other category of witness, forensic expert witnesses, such as fingerprints and DNA analyst, and a pathologist who performed Grace's autopsy. It'll be in the form of law enforcement testimony. It'll be in the form of data points from cell phones and Facebook search warrants. It'll be in the form of testimony from Kiara and a forensic psychiatrist named Dr. Michael Wellner. So now that you have some background, maybe it's a good time for me to go ahead and kind of put all this upcoming evidence into a roadmap and a timeline for you. I'll try to generally refer to the witnesses more or less in the order that they'll appear in the trial, starting later this morning. So as to the timeline that the evidence will establish, October 28th of 2022, Grace Jennings needed a place to stay, and she reached out via Instagram, another social media platform, to Isaac Apodaca, who agreed to let her come over. Now, despite knowing that Kiara hated Grace and that Kiara did not want Grace there, he allowed it. Grace arrived at 5941 Jaguar Drive, the house owned by Kiara's mom, Lanny McCauley, around 11:30 p.m. Lanny remained in her house, which is the main part of the property, the main house is what we'll call it during the trial. She didn't have any idea that Grace was on the property. And the plan between Isaac and Kiara initially that night was for him to then bring Grace to a nearby park where Kiara was dressed up in scary clothes and carrying her sword. We know these things, again, because of the messages between Kiara and Isaac. But he did not, in fact, bring Grace to the park. They instead went to the single-room detached garage in the back part of the property, where Kiara and Isaac mostly stayed. Eventually, Kiara left the park and she entered the garage. Everyone was present. Everything was relatively calm. And after a while, Isaac left. He went to the main house. Kiara and Grace talked. He returned. And for the rest of the night and the morning, Isaac and Kiara messaged each other with very few breaks, each using their own cell phones. And some of it's innocuous emojis and stickers and cartoons, but much of it centers on killing Grace. At times, Kiara actively participates. She asks Isaac to be the one to kill Grace. They message about how they will clean up afterward using hydrogen peroxide or what they'll throw away or put in the laundry. They discuss using the dagger versus the sword. But Isaac, when asked to do it, will deflect, but he repeatedly encourages her to commit the murder throughout. You'll see that they often use their pet names for each other. Kiara was Puggle, Isaac was called Otter. Throughout the night, all three of them lay in the same bed to sleep, with Isaac across the foot of the bed. You'll see a picture of that from the messages. In the early to mid-morning, they concoct a plan, Kiara and Isaac, while Grace is sleeping, presumably, that Isaac calls Operation Fake Kickout, where he tells Grace that they both have to leave. This was not a real kickout. Operation Fake Kickout is commencing. He is setting up the opportunity for Kiara to kill Grace. So as that's about to commence, Isaac sends the final psychological blow of a message to Kiara to push Kiara to kill Grace. He again tells Kiara that Grace has previously confessed to it being the delusional gang rape that he's claimed that Grace facilitated years prior. These final messages are sent at 1:27 in the afternoon. At this point, Kiara has summoned enough rage. Isaac knows that he plans to use the sword that is present in the garage, and he goes into the house briefly, stopping to help Lanny McCauley put a rug in the washing machine and to urinate. When he returns, Kiara has the sword. Grace is dead or dying on the bed. He tells Kiara to go shower. She does. So Kiara goes into the main house to shower, saying hello to her mom. She removes the clothes that she'd been wearing during the murder and puts them in the laundry hamper. After showering and changing, she goes back to the garage. She finds Grace's body in a different position than she left it, and Isaac is gone. She didn't know that after Googling how to dispose of a body, that Isaac had instead left. He called his mom, Linda Montoya, and went to AP Wireless, a cell phone store down the street. Linda called 911 at 1:46 p.m., triggering a police response. You will hear portions of that 911 call as the first bit of evidence this morning. Within about 6 minutes of Linda calling 911, at about 1:52 in the afternoon, The initial responding officers arrive. Santa Fe Police Department officers Francisco Alvarado, Alejandro Arroyo, and Manuel Romero are arriving at the house and approaching the property regarding the reports of a stabbing homicide. You'll see as Alvarado approaches the side fence, he sees Kiara go from the garage back to the main house, and he yells, "Contact, contact," meaning that he sees a person. He follows, she shuts the door into the main house. Alvarado notices blood on that back door and begins to kick it in. Lanny and Kiara exit the residence, and they are detained. Now, a brief period of confusion kind of sets in about whether police had even responded to the right place. Could this have been a prank? Because everything is so calm. But that's when Alejandro Arroyo confirms the address and finds out that the body is allegedly in the garage. He uses Lanny's keys to open the garage door and sees Grace's body. She is visibly dead. She's on the floor directly in front of the door, slumped against the edge of the mattress. Emergency medical responders arrive and they confirm her death using EKG leads. So while those three officers, Arroyo, Alvarado, and Romero, secure that scene, Santa Fe Police Department officers Cesar Ornales and Derek Arn are responding to AP Wireless. There, they detain Isaac Apodaca. They Mirandize him. They tell him he has the right to remain silent. Anything he says can be used against him. Anyone who's watched a Law and Order episode or two knows their Miranda rights. He gets a statement from Isaac, and then he and his colleague take steps to secure the cell phone that Isaac has in his hand and on his person. Shortly thereafter, Violent Crimes Unit Detective, who's now a sergeant, Javier Vigil, is assigned the case, as there has obviously been a homicide that necessitates an investigating detective. He first goes to the house on Jaguar. He gets briefed, looks around, and then leaves to go to the station to interview Isaac and Kiara, who have been transported there. During all of this, search warrants are initiated and the scene is secured and set up to be processed. And when I say scene, I mostly mean the garage, the place where Grace died. Now, I've mentioned the physical or the digital evidence, the messages in the case, but as I've kind of hinted, the digital evidence won't stand alone. It's corroborated by a lot of the physical evidence that you'll hear about next. The scene is processed, it's the word for searched, by crime scene technician Maria Tena. She is a trained member of law enforcement who collects and photographs evidence. Excuse me. She will help us answer the question of what happened in that garage. Through Officer Tena, you will see pictures of the garage both before and after Grace's body is removed for autopsy. You will see that the garage is small, with much of the room taken up by a mattress and a couple small pieces of furniture. And that other than the items that have evidentiary value, the garage is full of trash, urine bottles, multiple cats, and several bags and boxes of Grace's belongings that she had brought with her. Officer Tena photographs the scene as different items of evidentiary value are kind of removed, and the scene is processed almost kind of layer by layer. Of the items that she collects, which there were many, some of the most important are the large, bloody, double-handed broadsword. Has a 36-inch blade and is the murder weapon in this case. She collects Grace's cell phone, some bloody bedding that demonstrates that the murder seems to have mostly taken place on top of the bed. She collects Kiara McCauley's cell phone, which was located under Grace's body on the floor in the blood. A dagger that was not used in the murder itself, but was one of the items that Isaac and Kiara contemplated using. With Isaac at one point urging Kiara to use the dagger because it's blunt and would cut better. Officer Tena's testimony will, in essence, show us how those messages that were sent between Isaac and Kiara foreshadowed what actually then took place in the crime scene. Now, what is not present in this case is evidence of the use of hard drugs. There's no meth, no crack, no PCP or bath salts, or any paraphernalia associated with the use of hard drugs. The evidence will be that the only substances present on scene was alcohol and marijuana, and that neither of those appears to have been heavily used, if used at all. Also know that there will be no evidence in this case of sexual activity between Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. This is not some sort of polyamorous love triangle. There's no evidence of a threesome that night. When we say people were in the bed, we mean for purposes of texting and sleeping. I want to talk to you now about the 3 forensic experts that you will hear from regarding Grace's body and the sword. Dr. Emily Helmrich is a forensic pathologist at the Office of the Medical Investigator. She conducted Grace's autopsy and will testify about the many injuries to Grace's body, including the injuries that pierced vital organs, such as her liver and lungs, injuries that left Grace nearly decapitated. She will put in context whether which injuries were fatal, which injuries occurred close to or even after death. And unsurprisingly, the evidence will be that Grace died of sharp force injuries and that the manner of death is a homicide. 2 individuals from the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory will testify. One is Jeffrey Smith, who conducted the fingerprint, also called latent analysis, determining that the only resolvable latents or finger palm prints resolved from the sword are consistent with being from Chiara. DNA analyst Rosalind Archuleta is the one who conducted the DNA testing on multiple items, including Chiara's clothing, the sword, swabs obtained from the scene, and other pieces of evidence. She will testify in essence that the blood on the sword is Grace's, and that the primary profile that can be resolved from the sword is Chiara's. Again, this is not surprising, as Chiara is the primary person that handled that sword, and she cut her hands during the murder, leaving some of her own DNA behind. Sergeant Vigil is our 3rd to last witness. You heard us refer to him as the case agent. He is the one who worked this case from start until today. He's the one who evidence flows to and through in putting the whole picture together. As I stated, he interviewed Isaac Apodaca and Chiara McCauley at the police station while the crime scene was being processed. He interviewed Isaac first. Isaac was again Mirandized. You will see the Miranda waiver form, waiving his rights and agreeing to speak to Sergeant Vigil. He begins the interview, Isaac, by telling a lengthy series of stories about how Chiara was being violent and creepy and using a butterfly knife that was never recovered, and that she basically did all of the murdering by herself on her own free will. After a long series of stories, Sergeant Vigil realizes the phones are involved, and he decides to go through Isaac's phone with him, and he obtains permission from Isaac to do so. And it's during the review of those messages that the case, as it relates to Isaac, breaks wide open. The evidence shows that Isaac wasn't just aware of the plan to murder Grace. He was actively participating in conversations about it for hours and hours. Isaac initially denies sending those messages, or then admits to portions but not others, but then he ultimately admits that he sent the messages. And he even acknowledges that he wanted Chiara to kill Grace. The interview will be yours to watch, and you can see for yourself how Isaac tangled himself up in multiple lies. Sergeant Vigil then interviewed Chiara. Now, Chiara is not in trial in this case, and therefore her interview is not going to be admissible evidence, so you won't see that play through. But you will hear her testify, and she will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied knowing what happened.
Let me approach. Come on up. You may continue, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So as I stated, Kiara will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied remembering or knowing exactly what had happened to Grace. So at this point in his very early investigation, Sergeant Vigil had overwhelming amounts of evidence. He had a lot of evidence that Grace was murdered, that Kiara had murdered Grace, and that Isaac had made statements implicating himself via those messages and other actions. But his investigation did not end with those interviews. In the months, days, weeks that followed, he secured search warrants for the devices that were collected, including ones that ended up not being relevant or even were blank. He interviewed Lanny McCauley, Linda Montoya. He reviewed test results, phone extractions, listened to recorded phone calls. He will review many and most of those data points with you during his testimony to show you how he was able to make the links between Isaac's Facebook accounts and Isaac's phone that he used to send the messages to Kiara. Even as late as 2025, Sergeant Vigil continued to work the case, working with experts to locate witnesses that could have some additional information or collateral information. Sergeant Vigil is the individual that will put everything sort of together and show how he's reconstructed things to lay out the process and the planning of the murder through Isaac's own digital communications. Finally, you'll hear from our last two witnesses that the state will call of the 1920, Kiara McCauley and Dr. Michael Wellner. Now, Kiara has pleaded guilty to aggravated second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And this may not reflect the full scope of the crime she committed. This is a bargained for exchange that allowed her to plead to a lesser charge in exchange for her testimony and cooperation. In other words, Kiara no longer enjoys the right to remain silent, and she no longer enjoys the right to freedom, nor will she for a long time. Her plea requires truthful cooperation, and she faces additional penalties and potential charges if she fails or refuses to testify truthfully. This means that Kiara will need to sit in court and detail the murder of Grace. She will need to be confronted with prior inconsistent statements. She's been interviewed several times by law enforcement, even by Isaac's own attorneys. She will have to lay it all out there. We expect the evidence to show that Kiara has a very difficult time distinguishing between her very complicated feelings about Grace and the delusions that played into the long-standing and very public murder plot. She will acknowledge the messages using the sword and also acknowledge the confusion of finding out that Isaac had not, in fact, stayed behind to help clean up while she showered, like they'd discussed, but instead he'd fled the scene, called his mom, who then called 911. Kiara may come across as strange, unlikable, disturbed, profoundly broken. But she may also come across as someone who would do a lot of things for love. Our final witness will be Dr. Michael Wellner. We expect both him and Kiara to testify on Monday. He is a nationally renowned forensic psychiatrist who has published, researched, taught, and testified in the field of forensic psychiatry for 30 years. He has reviewed the evidence in this case, including background information of the parties, and he's even conducted some of his own interviews of civilian witnesses. And his testimony, ladies and gentlemen, will help answer the question of how someone can help, encourage, or even cause their partner to commit a violent murder. Because ultimately, that's what the evidence in this case is expected to show. The state of New Mexico expects that the evidence will show that Isaac Apodaca incited and instigated this murder. The evidence will demonstrate that it wasn't impulsive or a split-second decision, and it was a deliberate plan. And at the end of all of this evidence, we will ask you to return guilty verdicts for first-degree, willfully and deliberately committed murder under an aided and abetted or accomplice theory, as well as conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Does the defense wish to open at this time or reserve?
Defense will open, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may proceed, counsel. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a restful holiday week. Over the course of the next week, probably into Wednesday, as the judge has stated earlier, you're going to hear some testimony. You're going to see some evidence. What you are not going to see is any evidence that 29-year-old Isaac Sampson Apodaca seated over there is guilty of the crimes charged by the state of New Mexico. Now, you heard Ms. Murphy go in to a long opening statement, and it's just that. Opening statement is just a statement as to what the parties could show, what the evidence could show. And Ms. Murphy laundry listed all of her witnesses and what they could potentially say. But what you will learn, and what Ms. Murphy acknowledged, is that Ms. Kiara McCulley butchered Grace Jennings more than a dozen times. And then now they want to blame Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing of Grace Jennings with a 3-foot sword, 36 inches, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, a 36-inch sword more than a dozen times. And the state, and you're going to hear a lot of stuff about coercion and control and different things, that the state is going to wants you to believe that Isaac Apodaca coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley to stab Grace Jennings more than a dozen times, even post-mortem, after death. The level of provocation and rage that you will see that Kiara McCulley exhibited on that day is extraordinary. And yet they're going to try to argue that Isaac Apodaca somehow coerced and controlled her. And Kiara herself, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, is going to testify. And she got a deal. She got an agreement. Leniency in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing. These are, serious allegations that the state is going to try and make you believe that the defendant, who himself was clearly gullible and manipulated, somehow coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley, who again bludgeoned Grace Jennings to death. You may ask, why are we here? We are here because of some messages. There were messages that the state is going to introduce. But that in and of itself does not point towards Isaac's responsibility in this case as an accomplice or aiding, abetting, or any theory. Those statements could have been, maybe not the best statements. So clearly he was being manipulated by somebody who, you will see through the evidence, had rage and was planning this situation. Nobody expected Kiara McCulley to do what she did on that particular day. Before I discuss the facts in more details, I want you to remind you of the standard. I'm not going to stand up here like a used car salesman and try to sell you on beyond a reasonable doubt, because this is a pretty straightforward case. And you will hear testimony about accomplice liability, aiding and abetting, and the burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But it is not required that the state prove beyond all reasonable doubt. And we're not going to argue here that aliens somehow landed on Earth and encouraged or intended for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime. All we're asking is that X could have happened instead of Y. The state is trying to argue that Isaac Apodaca was somehow an accomplice, an aiding and abetting. We're saying, no, he wasn't. Wasn't involved in this. You're going to hear a lot of contradictions from Kiara McCulley when she testifies. She even discussed how there was a sword that Isaac handled and somehow cut her. Yet you will see no DNA of Isaac's DNA on any of the swords, that he handled anything. He wasn't even in the room, as you will learn from testimony. Isaac was cooperative. Isaac went to a T-Mobile store. Mother had called 911. He was there at a T-Mobile store, cooperated with authorities. Kiara McCulley, on the other hand, you're going to hear, ran. She split because she knew she had committed a heinous crime. Isaac, on the other hand, was scared, cooperative, but understood that something serious had happened beyond his control in that house, and he was cooperative with police. Not the behavior of a killer. It's not the behavior of a killer to go to a T-Mobile store, cooperate with police after his mom had notified authorities, told his mom, and then it's not the behavior of a killer to do that. It is the behavior of a killer, Kira McCauley, who we're agreeing, state agrees, bludgeoned this individual, Grace Jennings, more than a dozen times to death again. It is reasonable to believe that Kira McCauley would run because she was the one who was guilty of murder. And she, in fact, did when authorities arrived. The state's going to try to argue that this was somehow premeditated, deliberate murder under a theory of accomplice liability. But the evidence will show you something else. The evidence should show that, again, Isaac Apodaca was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. Evidence will show that Isaac went to the main house, used the restroom. When he returned to the garage, he found Grace Jennings already deceased with severe injuries. Kira McCauley was standing there and told Isaac, "I did it." Isaac's first reaction was not to flee, not to hide, not to destroy evidence. His first reaction was to call his mother and tell her to call 911. Then again, he went to a nearby cell phone store and was cooperative with police. Does that sound like somebody who is guilty of willful, deliberate, and premeditated first-degree murder? Go to a cell phone store, have his mom call 911, and then cooperate with authorities? Again, that's not the behavior of a killer. Again, and the state will try to argue that there were text messages. And Kiara, as you will hear, will say all kinds of different stories. And we'll have witnesses here who will say that Kiara had been planning this, and Isaac had no knowledge, no idea what was going on. And again, this is I don't want to say it's a simple case, it's a very serious case, but you really have to kind of hone in on whether Isaac had any willful, deliberate, or premeditated intent to commit first-degree murder here. And that did not happen. Murder. When asked if she killed Grace Jennings, Kira had stated, "I'm not sure." Then she had told Isaac, "I did it." And then you'll hear numerous contradictions throughout the testimony. And also, you'll hear DNA testimony. You'll find out that there's no DNA of Isaac's, although Kiara argues that Isaac was handling the sword and somehow cut her. So pay attention to the evidence very carefully. Actually, some of our theories overlap, our arguments, I should say, overlap with the state. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCauley was involved in this. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCauley got an agreement in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, wouldn't you? If you're going to be spending much of the rest of your life in jail?
Objection, Your Honor.
Vote, counsel. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, our job here is to show what the evidence will show. It's opening statement, what we believe the evidence will show. And then in closing, we'll wrap up and discuss what the evidence, in fact, did show. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will show that Isaac was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. The evidence will show that Kiara McCauley confessed to him, "I did it." The evidence will show that Isaac immediately called for help. The evidence will show that Kiara McCauley had violent fantasies, claimed mental illness, admitted holding a weapon, and trying to stab Grace Jennings, and could not even confirm to police whether she had killed Grace. At the end of the trial, after you've heard all the evidence and considered it carefully, we will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. the state will not have proven their burden. They will not have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac Apodaca had committed first-degree murder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with the state's case in chief, what we call the proofs. Is everyone all right in the jury box? Probably go for another half hour, 45 minutes or so, and then we'll take our morning break. Counsel, who's your first witness?
Okay, so that was the openings for this trial. Okay. It seems to me that definitely there is a very wild case here. And it seems guilty. Seems like it's a guilty case to me, and there are lots of body cam footage that we've seen already. I think it's pretty crystal clear. I like how they have that there for us to see. It definitely my pleasure saw. Yeah, it is very cool to see. Although it's disturbing and it looks like a horror movie, something like a video game, a zombie apocalypse, but that's what the body cam footage shows that they were living in. Dungeon rats are palace parrots compared to the way these people were living. Yeah, brutal murder. See. These trials really show the darkness of the human mind and where it goes. It seems like it could go into all kinds of strange places. There are times in the past where there's fairy tales about different villains. I do think that a lot of those villains are based off of real things that happened. Like Little Red Riding Hood, it probably was about something that happened, but they called it a wolf. And for symbolic reasons, and I think people just also thought people that do these type of heinous crimes were not human like we are. That there had to be something supernatural. Now, I do believe in supernatural realms, and I do believe people can be influenced by evil spirits, and etc. But humans have been corrupted. For people have theories why that is, religious or not religious. Everybody can agree that there are heinous people out there. We just have different ways of viewing it. But yeah, I just think, humans can be some of the worst creatures on this earth. I mean, the other ones on the earth are just trying to survive or just on a different intelligence level. So that is excellent way you said that. The human mind is a dungeon of darkness if one allows. Yeah, it is. And a lot of times people know about prisons these days from prison shows. Maybe some people have been locked up before. Just a variety of different reasons. People, there's LED lighting in there. It's much different than, although there are still dark prisons now, even in this country. I would say some of the worst prisons in our country that hold like the terrorists and very, very bad cartels, like some of the worst criminals, and those are similar to dungeons, like from old Europe. And yeah, it was like a dark basement with no light, or like a very small light that would peek through. Which I said, I don't think prisons are the most well lit places even now, but that's what it is. It's an abyss, and there's been different stories and poems about them throughout, and there's also games and movies that have copied them. But that's what a person can turn into if they allow themselves to. And there's another layer that might be a little bit higher up, where you might have a dark basement with some light coming in. That might be a lesser version, but it's still bad people. Then there's, as you go up, there's brighter and brighter people. But yeah, when it's like a dark place, no light, and it's hot, that is what these type of people are. A lot of times people are into their own egos, and they want to be, say, in the limelight. Now, everybody to an extent can have this, and it can be used for something good, but if people misuse it, they could have people do these heinous activities like this. Decapitating someone's head with a sword is quite medieval, it's quite barbaric, although using a firearm is barbaric too. It's just, a sword. So, a lot of people may even think that, people still use swords. But yeah, people could get swords. And it's not even the same thing like with a firearm. Anybody could just order one offline or go to get one, and that's it. Like, you probably need to be like at least an adult, but doesn't, mean to do anything illegal with them. But yeah, like people could go order one and they could send it to their house. And, say with firearms, they have to get license, or not licensed, but they have to go through background checks. Saw said, when I have dark thoughts, I try to think of happy things. Not always easy. It's easier to be bad than good. Absolutely. The reason why something is valuable is because it's hard to get. And like we always talk about Temu or Shein or Dollar Tree, and those things are just very cheap. There could be good things from Temu that are reliable, because the way it works is they get things right from the manufacturer and they somehow are able to get it right to the consumer. And this is a little bit of a side thing, but I want to get back to the main thing I was saying. But like when you buy something online, someone else, probably, like if you buy something from Amazon, like someone else may have bought it from some other place for like 2 cents and they sell it for $10. So sometimes they're made well, sometimes they're not made well. It's just so the Temu and Shein, it's like right from the manufacturer directly. And yeah, I think the value comes from doing something that was very hard. And I agree with you, Saw. Same thing with myself. I try to have happy thoughts, or like me personally. You're getting glasses from Dollar Tree. Yeah, and they could work pretty well. They could have some things that work well from there. And I had handcuffs from there that worked very well, and I know everyone's going to be wondering what I need handcuffs for. Scared. But they actually work pretty well. They have some plastic handcuffs, but it's like if you put it on yourself and you move your hands just back, like away from each other, they break. It's quite simple. They just break. And yeah, but that is the thing about it, is with me personally, which I do what's best for me, but I think it's a good idea about using happier thoughts over negative thoughts. I think that's a good idea. With me, say if I had bad thoughts, I redirect it toward using it as fuel and energy to do something that I gotta do. And when you want to do something, sometimes like you don't always want to do something, but it's something that you gotta do. And discipline is the common denominator that is what the thing is. It's all about discipline. Because when people want to do a bad thing, it's an act of a lack of discipline. Do tell what were the handcuffs for. Scared. Well, I am an alien security enthusiast, so I needed to make sure on the spaceship, if we had to go and arrest a space yeti, I would have the handcuffs right on hand. Yeah. And as I'm obsessed with security and order. It's when the naughty chair doesn't work, there's the handcuffs. Yeah, so the way the handcuffs work is that, or the ones that I had was, this is back in the younger days of the spaceship, when I was about 12 or something. And yeah, so I would have you have these handcuffs, and it has a skeleton key, and it opens it up, and it works quite well. Yeah, they worked. They definitely worked, and they were metal. I don't know where they are anymore. And when I was a kid, I liked to pretend I was a police officer. And I don't know, I would have, yeah, that's what I would do. And so I had a thing for the handcuffs, and they worked, yeah. And there's a skeleton key that would be used to unlock it or lock it, and they just snap shut. It wasn't like the way they have handcuffs now, where they have 2 chains. Where they have 2 chains, it was like just 1 chain, and it connects them together. So, yeah, I think they were very well made, for being from the dollar store. Yeah. There was some other things I had from there. There is this machine, Pew Pew, a friend gave me, and it just makes this machine firearm sound, and it would shake. And those are pretty good. They work pretty well. And as kids get older, you don't always play with these things anymore. But when I was at the time, it vibrates, and it was pretty cool. Yeah. When my teddy bear does something that's not nice, the teddy bear has to go to teddy bear jail for 5 minutes. So that's how things used to be back in the past growing up. I was the sheriff, alien sheriff. And it seems like now, as I got older, I patrol chat rooms on YouTube. So that's what I do. And I remember there was this Walmart was the place though to get toys though. Yeah, that was the place that really had cool stuff. I mean, it still has cool stuff now, but that's where I would go to really get them. Yeah, teddy bear jail. Yeah. Yeah, there was a couple of different things I would do with at the dollar store. A lot of times there was Family Dollar and Dollar Tree, and both the places just gave off like a cheap vibe, but everybody there was nice. But yeah, it was just, there was canned food, and yeah, the toy aisle. A lot of times I just did window shopping, which means that you just sit there and look at everything rather than buying anything. And it's just there's various different action figures, stuff like that. But I said the plastic handcuffs are so it's like I put them on my own self, right? And it's like you just move your hand slightly, and then it's broken. And that's it. So that is the point here. I had another type of sword because they would have these plastic swords that they would sell, and I got sometimes from a float I would get ninja swords. I got these other swords. It was a pirate sword. It's really a type of sword from like India. That's what it to me looks similar to, the buccaneer type sword. So a lot of the pirates, or you see pirates with these different themes. A lot of it's like Asia type themes to them because they had like exotic wear to them. Yeah, it was those type of swords that they would sell, but in a toy form. There's a certain way of doing sword fighting about that. It's basically in motion. The pirate sword, the motion is just kind of like putting it over your head, forward, and then under, and that's how that one would work. So yeah, I was completely loaded up with all my plastic weapons. I was going to win World War III with that. My plastic and the batteries and the electronics, I was going to really win the teddy bear apocalypse with that one. Yeah, so I do think swords are interesting, the modern swords. Of course, that didn't make any sense. So there's swords in modern times, and I actually am a sword enthusiast. And, of course, I don't recommend people cutting up people with swords. That's not nice. But I wonder if they're going to show the sword in this trial. If they're going to just bring out the sword as forensic evidence, and we're going to watch it. That's going to be something interesting to see. But yeah, I like the different types of, there's various different ways of fighting with them. Each sword has its own martial art behind it. I'd be interested to know what type of sword was used, because various types of sword were used. Absolutely saw. I remember those. I thought those are very cool. Yeah. I remember it was, and then when one of them punches the other, its head goes upwards. Yeah, that one was a very good. Those similar to Tinker Toys. Your TV went dead. Whoa. On my camera, there's a gigantic spider. And the spider just flew away. Well, that's something you don't see every day. That spider did not mean to be seen by me. Alright, that's something that the spider did not foresee. Yeah, I was just like, there's a spider on my camera, and the spider just flew off the camera and went somewhere else. So, yeah, that is something. I'm looking at, because I was looking up towards the camera for a second, and I saw a spider on the back of the camera. That was a pretty big size. It was a pretty decent sized spider. I was like, whoa. And then the spider jumped, or like it flew away, like Spider-Man. So maybe if it bites me, I'll start doing the spider live streams outside. Yes, a good idea, Saw. Yeah, and it's really something to see that. Yeah, I wonder what type of sword Apodaca used. Let's see. So he used the katana. Okay, so the official court reports do not specify whether the weapon was a katana. Now, this says while the case is widely a bloody sword murder, the Santa Fe Police Department and prosecutors only formally identified weapon in public trial documents as 3-foot long metal sword or a longsword. Alright, so we will. It could be a katana, okay. That's what it might be, but we will find out later what it is officially. Thank you, Saw. I appreciate it. Okay. And yeah, the katana is the one the samurai used. Hey, let's go this way. Because in the type of sword the pirates used specifically was a cutlass. And the pirate sword, the cutlass, is a much shorter sword. And then there's a traditional long sword that you see like knights have. It's a long sword that's you'd see as an emoji or something like that. Yeah, and I just really think it is nuts for these people to go and take a sword and nearly cut someone's head off. Why are we frozen? Oh, we're not frozen. It's just that I paused the video, and that is what you're seeing on the screen. We watched the opening statements, so that's why we are just watching this other screen. Go back to this right here. Let's go here. Yeah, it's kind of the Twilight Zone when you're just watching an empty screen. I mean, just watching frozen people. Yeah. If we were frozen or buffering, you wouldn't really be able to hear me at all, or it would be scratchy. Yeah, but later on today we'll play the rest of EZRA, Timu. See, that is the plaque. I mean, not the plaque, but that's the seal of the great state of Timu, New Mexico. And the reason I always say it's Timu because sometimes New Mexico's problem. Yeah, so that one is really good. I watched it on the 4th of July, and around that time period, I was watching them, and one of them I like a lot is the "Come with Me." It's the "Come Wander with Me." Yeah, it's the dude's like in the woods, and he's trying to, for some reason, and this supernatural female in there, Mary, she somehow knows what's going to happen to him, and he's like in an endless loop of limbo. Yeah, yeah, Timu. I liked it. Just that the time period of when that music was coming out was good. It was a kind of like the Beach Boys. It was very good music there, and it was just rock and roll was just starting out back then. And some of y'all were there when it was evolving over time. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see how everything over time became how it is today. But yeah, I like the woodsy ones remind me of my woods because the way that it's designed resembles that. Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see those different Twilight Zone episodes because they have good morals to the shows. They have a moral lesson to be learned from them. And I like the conspiracy theories about them because sometimes it's about like a limbo, like the people are stuck in like a limbo that goes over and over again. Okay. Yeah, New Mexico seems to have issues from what I have observed. It's a lot of these trials come from some of these trials we've seen have come from here. Quite wild. Oh, they have a high rate of DUIs. I see. Yeah. It's just people not being responsible is really a problem because when people are not doing it correctly, it'll cause issues to society because the drunk driving, the DUIs is so, so many people can get hurt from them. It's unfortunate that that is happening, but I'm sure the food is probably good. I don't know that for certain, but I'm sure it is. $11, and he served no time. Wow. Yeah, it just, in my opinion, doing both those things at once is not the best idea. Yeah, and I'm glad that no one was like deleted over that. Oh, good, Saw. Glad to hear that. Yeah, because I remember you and Mermaid were talking about that earlier, and it sounded like some pretty good food. Me too, Saw. I would feel the same way. It would be a worrisome situation that the your him and the others, because other people might be hurt or he himself could get hurt. And there's a lot of people get deleted from that stuff or get their lives ruined over it. You know, it's really a situation to be people gotta be careful with. Oh, okay. He's the youngest. Okay. Yeah, sometimes depending on which generation they are, it couldn't cause them to have different ways of viewing life during their upbringings. Yeah. So that is the best. I was advised about drinking when I was by close friends, like family friends, is that when when you drink, it's better to do it at home, not going out to places. And someone could spike a drink or do something like we see in these trials. So, yeah, I think it's best to do it at home. Saw, it's not wise at all. Because if you go and drive and someone gets deleted, there could be a whole trial over it. And when a trial happens, or he could get deleted himself, like he could go crash into a pole or a tree, and he basically would be like a taco at that point. So yeah, so I can understand your thoughts about that. But so I'm glad that you don't do that and you do it at home. They're really being creative with this camera right now. Keep on changing it. Yeah, so a whole family could be wiped out. Hypothetically. Yeah, like a family could be driving in a car and then something happens. Absolutely. Okay. We've got some movement. I guess we are going to be continuing. Well, it looks like there's actually no movement. It's just they're going back to the seal. Okay, now they're zooming back out. Okay, it looks like we're coming back in. And there's the Timu defendant. He's got a pretty big legal team. So you missed absolutely nothing. They zoomed into the seal, then they have just gotten back. You missed nothing. Okay, Saw. Understood. Alright, shout to you, Saw. Okay. Peace. Now we're about to re-begin.
Thank you all. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back on the record. We continue in the state's case in chief. Counsel, who's your next witness?
Francisco Alvarado, Your Honor.
You'd have him come in, please.
Sure. Down the hall. He's en route, Your Honor.
I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. If you would begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Francisco Alvarado, last name Alvarado.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning. Afternoon, sorry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a detective,
With what agency or department?
Santa Fe Police Department.
How long have you been with SFPD?
September will be 6 years.
And you said you're a detective?
Correct.
Prior to becoming a detective, what was your rank?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. And what was your rank and assignment in October of 2022?
I was a patrol officer assigned to day shift.
Patrol officer in which shift?
Day shift.
Day shift. And what are the hours for day shift?
It's 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
What is the general scope and duty of a patrol officer?
The usual respond to calls for service, traffic stops, welfare checks. Pretty much anytime someone calls in to dispatch, patrol is the first ones on scene, or proactive patrols such as encounters, again, traffic stops, personal contacts, pretty much being a cop.
Being a cop, all right. On October 29th of 2022, did you respond to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
I did.
And what was the nature of the call for the response?
That initial call was labeled as an ambulance assist.
Okay. And did that information change as you were en route?
I believe not.
Approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
I believe the call was I arrived there about 1:45 p.m.
And when you arrived, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
I was wearing it, but it was not on.
What do you mean it wasn't on?
It was dead.
It was dead?
It was dead, yes.
Okay, can you explain that to the jury?
It's towards the end of the shift. We had a busy shift. My camera was operating through the whole morning, afternoon. It ran out of battery.
Did you intend for it to run out of battery?
Oh, no.
Okay. Who did you arrive on scene at 5941 Jaguar Drive with?
With K-9 Officer Alejandro Arroyo and now Detective Manuel Romero.
And once you arrived on scene, how did you begin to approach that house?
We met at the front of the house, and then we split up. K-9 Officer Arroyo went to the right of the house. I went towards the left of the house, considered more or less the east side of the house, and I approached towards a wooden gate.
Why were you approaching towards the wooden gate?
To see if I see anything, based on the call for service, if I see anyone screaming, yelling, pretty much cover more area. He takes the right side, I take the left, and we go on from there.
Okay. And as you approach that left side of the building, the gate. As you approach that left side of the building, and and the gate, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a female coming out of a detached garage from the residence.
Do you recall what the female was wearing?
Black pajama pants with some designs and a black t-shirt.
Okay. From the time, did you see her as she was leaving the garage, halfway to the house, at the house? Where en route was she?
She was en route from the detached garage onto the main residence.
Okay.
Probably, I wouldn't be able to say approximately how many feet, but enough to where I could see her path.
Okay. When you saw her, what did you do?
I yelled contact.
What does that mean to yell contact?
It tells other officers that I came in contact with somebody. So usually they'll bring their attention towards me, or if I yell contact, most people will react contact. They look at you and they'll stop, and then we'll continue announcements from there, like police do not move or stop what you're doing, so on and so on.
Okay. After you yelled contact to your colleagues, what did you do?
Why I yelled contact, and this female she made eye contact with me, but she did not stop. She kept walking into the residence.
Okay. Go ahead.
I hop over the gate.
Once you hopped over the gate into the backyard area, what did you do, or what did you see?
I went to the backyard of the residence, went to the back towards the main residence, and I looked at the doorknob, and that's when I observed what appeared to be blood on the doorknob.
Okay. And based on that observation, what did you do?
I kicked the door in.
Why'd you kick the door in?
The call for service, the female just ignoring me, going to the house, blood on the doorknob. I have exigent circumstances to attempt to make entry into the residence.
Okay. Were you concerned about anyone's safety?
Yes.
Okay. After you kicked the door in, or as you were kicking the door in, I guess I should say, what happened?
A female came out yelling at me.
Okay. And can you describe whether this was an older or a younger female?
Older.
Okay. Did you eventually learn that female's name?
Lonnie.
Lonnie. And as you were kicking the door in and she began to yell at you, do you recall what she said just in the moment that you're kicking in the door and she yelled?
She pretty much asked, what was I doing?
Okay. And after did you fully kick in the door? Did they open the door? What happened next?
No, so it's a door with the glass frame, like a middle frame. So I was able to kick in the window frame, and she opened the actual door.
Okay. After she opened the door, what happened?
She's asking all these questions, and I take a step back. I explained to her the reason why we were there and the reason we were trying to kick the door in, and she was frantic. I mean, rightfully so.
Sure. And was there anyone else nearby, any other civilians nearby?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that civilian?
Behind Lonnie.
Okay. And was this a male or a female?
Female.
Can you describe that? Was that the same person that had exited the garage that you saw en route to the house when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Right. And did you learn that person's name?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
Kiara.
Okay. What, if any, action did you take with regard to Lonnie after she'd stepped out and Kiara after the door had been opened?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What, if any, action did you take once Lanny McCauley had stepped out of the house?
We pull him out of the house. At this point, communication with the call taker, the caller, I'm sorry, was no longer with dispatch. So we were kind of on a confused state of like, hey, this is what we hear, but we don't know exactly right now what's going on. It wasn't until the caller or someone called back into dispatch and advised us to check the garage.
Okay. And did you personally check that garage initially?
Initially, no.
Who did that initially?
K-9 Officer Arroyo and Detective Minor Romero.
Okay. At any point, did you look in that garage?
I did.
What did you observe?
A lifeless African-American female. As soon as you step into the garage door, she appeared to be sitting down with her head tilted down. And then I could see some lacerations to her. And then as I made a look to the right, I observed a sword on a dresser covered to what appeared to be blood.
Do you remember the location of any of the lacerations on the female's body that you observed?
From what I observed, they were on her arms, her knees. I didn't fully get into it. Like,
did you just kind of peek in?
I peeked in and kind of, the scene was a little intense, so I picked right back. I got out right away.
Okay. When you going back out and talking about the two civilians that were on scene, Lanny and Kiara, did you interact with did you interact with Kiara at all?
I placed her in handcuffs. Once the body was discovered, I automatically placed her in handcuffs.
Why?
I saw her come out of that detached garage, and there was no one else in the garage, or as far as we know, in the house. So my senses was placed in handcuffs and went from there.
As you were handcuffing her or interacting with her, did you notice anything on her body?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I saw her hands covered in Band-Aids.
After she was detained, did you do anything regarding the main house?
Yes.
What'd you do?
Myself and Officer Arroyo conducted what's called a safety sweep of the main residence.
Did you notice anything when you were doing the safety sweep?
That caught my attention, yes.
What caught your attention?
The washing machine was running.
The washing machine.
Yes.
Do you remember how much time was left on that cycle?
I believe it was 15 minutes.
Thank you. After doing the safety sweep with Officer Arroyo, what did you do next?
We exited the residence, and at this point, we started arranging transport for Lonnie and Kiara back to the station, and then obviously calls were made to investigations and pretty much preserve the scene at this time.
Okay. Did you personally transport anyone?
Yes.
Who did you transport?
Lonnie.
Okay. Did you interview her during that transport?
No.
After the transport to the Santa Fe Police Department main station, did you make contact with any other individuals related to this case?
Yes.
What was the familial role of the person you made contact with?
Say it again.
Who did you make contact with?
The victim's mother.
Thank you. Did you provide any sort of notification to the victim's mother?
I did.
What was the nature of the notification?
I advised that her daughter was deceased.
A moment, Your Honor. Pass the witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your promotion. How long have you been a detective now?
Going on 4 years.
4 years?
It's been a while.
Oh, so it was, let's see, so you were a patrolman in 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And so how long were you a patrol officer?
For about 3 years.
3 years. Do they call it Field Services Bureau here in Santa Fe?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That's what we call it down in Albuquerque. So they just call it patrol here?
Patrol, yes.
Okay. When you initially got this call, is it called a dispatch? Do you get a dispatch through the computer? Did they contact you over the radio? How did they contact you?
It goes through dispatch, and then dispatch will dispatch officers available or to the scene.
Okay. And so how did you know who the caller was, if you knew?
I didn't.
You didn't know who the caller was? Okay. And when you got there, you initially approached the residence, it sounds like you said from the left side?
Yes, more or less right turn, probably the east side of the residence.
It would be the east side? And that's where the gate was located?
Yes.
And as you approached the gate, is that when you initially saw the female on the other side of the gate?
Yes.
Okay. But the gate was still between you and her?
Yes.
And it was a wooden gate?
It was a wooden gate about maybe a little over my waist.
Okay, so
it was a short gate.
You got a pretty good view of her?
Correct.
And about how far away from the detached garage was she when you saw her?
I'm sorry, say it again?
About how far away from okay, let me just go step by step. You also saw a detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And she was somewhere in between that garage and you?
Correct.
About how far away from the garage was she?
She was closer to the detached garage than to the actual residence. I wouldn't be able to tell you feet or distance from there.
Did you see her carrying anything in her hands?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. But hands, you pay attention to hands, right?
Correct.
As a police officer?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Hands kill.
Okay. And, but you don't recall seeing keys in her hands?
I don't.
All right. And I just want to talk about that lock real quick. The way the garage door locks on the outside, can you lock it without a key, or do you have to have a key?
We had to use a key to get in.
Okay.
So I believe yes.
Okay. So yes, you would have to lock it from the outside with a key.
Correct.
Okay. And so you see her heading towards the house, but I'm guessing you don't see her go in the house at this point?
No, once I jumped the gate and approached the back of the house, there was no one in the yard, so she was right inside the house.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to slowly take you there. So you see her heading to the house. You lose sight of her, is that when you jump the gate?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And the nature of the calls would cause you to jump the gate, right?
Correct.
All right. And so you get around the corner, you don't see her. And when I say get around the corner, you get around the side of the house to the
Correct.
backyard.
Yes.
Right? And then you have a full view of the whole yard.
Yes.
So the garage is to your left and the house is to your right.
Yes.
So if this is east, then that would be south and north.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see? You see blood on the door?
So I approached the back door, and there was what appeared to be smeared, dry blood on the doorknob.
Okay. And at this time, you had about 3 years of experience?
More or less, yes.
Okay. And so what did your head tell you at that point?
Call for service, called that someone had been killed at the location. I see someone that looks at me, and obviously I'm in a full mark uniform, walks away from me, goes into the house without any remarks of police being present. I see blood at the doorknob. My thought is someone dead inside or someone needing attention, medical attention inside. So my brain said, we have to get in there.
Okay. And that's why you kicked the door?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to what she was wearing at the time you saw her coming from the garage, was it different from what you saw when she came out of the house later?
No.
So it was the same clothing?
Correct.
Once you started kicking the door, you had testified that another woman came to the door. Had you ever met her before or seen her before?
No.
And you had stated that she seemed really surprised at that point in time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall what she said?
Not verbatim, but pretty much on the basis of like, what are you doing? I mean, we are kicking their back door in, so I'm sure no one likes to have their back door kicked in.
Right. I can imagine. So we saw a video earlier this morning of an officer that was actually kicking the door, and I'm guessing that was you.
A few pounds ago, yes.
A few pounds ago, okay. And so there was 2 officers standing to your right, so they would have been east of you.
Yes.
While you're kicking the door.
Yes.
All right. And you don't recall exactly what okay, you identified this woman later, and her name was Lonnie?
Lonnie, correct.
And you don't recall what she told you?
She was yelling at me, and it's a high stress scene, so to recall verbatim, especially my camera being dead, it's kind of hard to go back to the actual. It's been 4 years. Okay. So it's kind of hard to recall verbatim what she said to me.
Okay. And when you say your camera's dead, you're talking about the body cam?
Correct.
It just ran out of batteries, or?
Yeah, it was on the whole day, so it just ran out of batteries.
Did you borrow somebody else's later on? Or?
No, I believe once I realized the significance of the investigation, I actually at some point asked Detective Romero to stay by me.
Oh.
So at least I had some kind of recording device.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to the door. It looked like, so Lonnie then comes out at that point.
Yes.
But it looked like the glass was already kind of in at that point.
Yeah, my foot got into the glass, yes.
And once she comes out, what was her demeanor like?
She was surprised. She was, like I said, she was frantic. I mean, you have cops behind you kicking your door in, so she had no idea what was going on.
And had you guys lost contact with 911 at this point in time?
At this point, I believe, yes, we tried to re-engage with dispatch and see if there's further information, and I believe that's just the information that we had.
And this Lonnie was not carrying a phone, right?
No.
Okay, and then you said another person came out behind her, that was Kiara?
Correct.
And what was Kiara's demeanor like?
Unfazed, like nothing had happened, very calm, cool, collected.
Okay, and let's go back to when you saw her walking away from the garage. What was her demeanor like there?
Unfazed.
Did you order her to stop?
I don't recall. I yelled at her after I said contact. I can't recall exactly what I said.
So when you said contact, you were advising the other officers that you're making contact with someone?
Yes, and I yelled it. I mean, and she looked at me, and she ignored me and walked away from me.
Okay, so she made eye contact with you and then kept moving?
Yes.
All right. So she comes out, she's kind of calm, you said, and who then tried to open the garage door?
So at that point, we lost communication with dispatch. We were kind of like, well, figuring out what's going on. Dispatch advised they had someone on the line to set and advise us to check the detached garage. At that time, Lonnie was very helpful, and she gave us the keys to that detached garage. I got those keys and I handed them over to Officer Arroyo.
Okay. Do you recall where she got the keys?
I believe inside the residence.
So she went back in?
I believe so.
And is that based on reviewing your police reports? Is that just pure memory right at this point?
It's, I say I have my camera, so it's pure memory, and then what's on my report.
Okay. So she went back in, then came back with the key, and Arroyo is the one who opened it?
I gave the keys to Arroyo, and I stayed with Lonnie and Kiara, and Officer Arroyo and Minor Romero are the ones that made entry into that detached garage.
Okay. Now, while you were standing there with Miss or with Kiara McCauley, Miss McCauley, what was her demeanor like then?
With Kiara or?
Kiara.
She was unfazed. She was calm.
She was still calm?
Yes.
Had you cuffed her at that point?
No.
So I'm guessing you cuffed her as soon as they came out and told you what they found inside, meaning the other officers?
Yes.
And while you were cuffing her, is that when you noticed the Band-Aids?
Correct.
And how many did you notice, if you recall?
More than one for sure, but I don't recall the number.
And in your training as a detective now, have you had to investigate cases that involved stabbings?
Yes.
Is it common for the perpetrator to stab themselves by accident or cut themselves?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, 702.
Go back to lay a foundation for the
Okay.
question.
What kind of training have you had with regard to investigating sharp object crimes?
Was a violent crimes detective for over 2.5 years. I've investigated stabbings, shootings, homicides, all within either sharp objects, gunshots, so on and so on.
And even in when you're training at the academy in and of itself, they teach you how important it is to know and be aware of knives, right?
Yes.
In fact, I think I don't know if they still do this, but they used to just, instructors would walk around and run up on you with a knife to make sure you're paying attention, right? Do they still do that?
Not exactly, but they do some kind of knife drills and then some close distance stuff, or how fast you can close distance, how dangerous knives could be as any other weapon.
Okay. And is there any specific type of training that you take with regard to investigating sharp object crimes?
I have not.
How about when you're doing the general homicide training, does it include knives and guns?
Yes.
Okay. So how many hours do you think you've experienced either investigating or training with knives?
Probably hour-wise, I don't know, but some hours, yes.
Okay. And so based on all that training experience, is it your opinion that people do cut themselves by accident when they're engaging in criminal conduct that involves a knife?
Yes.
And do you think that might have happened here?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you saw a couple of Band-Aids on her, and then after the other two officers, that was Arroyo and Romero, they came out. Did you stay with Ms. McCauley that entire time?
No, I switched places. I can recall it was with Romero or Arroyo, and it was a very horrific scene. So it was a little. I switched with one of them to see what they meant, because all I heard one of them say, "Hey, there's a body inside." So to me, I just wanted to know what they meant by a body, because I even asked him on camera, I was like, "What do you mean by a body?" Once I went inside and confirmed what they meant, that's when I came out and placed Kiara in handcuffs.
Okay, were you the primary officer on this?
From the patrol side, yes.
Yes, okay. So when you're the primary, you have to make decisions like that. When somebody says there's a body, then you got to figure out what's going on?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you put her in cuffs?
Yes.
Because you have a possible homicide or whatever?
I have a dead body, yes.
Okay, and did you put Lonnie in cuffs as well, or just Kiara?
At that time, I didn't place Lonnie in handcuffs.
Okay, and tell us why you placed Kiara in handcuffs.
She's the female I saw coming out of the detached garage where a lifeless body was found.
Okay.
So to me, it gives me the belief that she came out of that garage and she has some involvement.
Okay, thank you. And so then you go back into the garage to check it out yourself?
Yes.
Right? And you had stated you saw Ms. Jennings lying on the ground, well, sitting up on the ground, right?
She was sitting in a Very tight space, yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go through those details, the gruesomeness of it. I don't think it's necessary at this point. But you did see a sword?
I did see a sword.
And can you describe that sword for the jury?
I'm not a sword guy, but it's pretty much like what you see in like in medieval movies, like, I don't know, like Lord of the Rings types things. Like, it's a large sword with the handle and like the little wings and covering what appeared to be blood. So it was, it's an actual sword.
Okay. And was the blade pointing towards you, like towards the door, or was the blade pointing away from the door?
Well, I can't recall.
And how long do you think it was?
I'm sorry, what?
How long do you think it was?
3-4 feet. It was, from what it looked to me, it was a sword. It was a large sword.
Okay. I'm not a sword guy either. That's why I'm pestering you.
That's me about a gun, I'll tell you.
Okay. Well, we don't have any gun questions. Okay, with regard to that evidence, so you see the sword, right? But you don't touch it, right?
No.
Okay, and there's a reason for that.
Of course.
And that reason is because you don't want to mess with evidence.
Absolutely, yes.
And you know, as a patrol officer at that time, there could be fingerprints on it.
Yes.
And there could be DNA evidence on it, right?
Yes.
So you never touch it.
Never touch it.
And you don't let anybody else touch it.
No.
So wherever, and then somebody comes and collects that evidence at a later time.
Yes.
And who would that be?
Our crime scene technicians.
And they're trained to pick that stuff up properly, right?
That's their job, yes.
Okay. And when I say properly, they try not to contaminate it when they pick it up.
The way they do their training, they do their investigation a certain way, and then I don't know exactly what steps they take, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty clean.
Okay. But your job there is to make sure that that weapon is not touched and not messed with, so that it can be picked up in the shape it was found in.
Correct.
And not tampered with.
Correct.
Okay. And you had stated that there was something about a washer? You saw a washer running?
At the main house.
Oh, that was at the main house?
Correct.
And you observed that after the three of you went in to clear it?
Yes.
And where was it in the main house, if you recall?
So I just walk in, you have a main area, the living room, clutter, and then there's, I believe, kind of like an open hallway to the left, and you look per left, and you have your washer and dryer.
And you looked inside of it?
No, I didn't open it was a clear, like a clear window.
Gotcha.
I couldn't tell what was inside, just there was items inside the washer.
And was there any stuff laying around the washer?
Not that I could recall.
Did you see any blood in that area?
No.
Okay, let's go back to Kiara for just a minute. Did it appear as if she had taken a shower? Was she wet?
Yeah, to me, it looked like she had just showered. Or,
Okay.
Or within the time frame.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes. We all know what it looks like when you just come out of the shower and you're clean. Like you just feel like she showered. To me, it appeared that she had just felt like she showered. I'm not going to say her hair was wet or like she was dripping. It's just she was very clean. And even when I cuffed her, her hands were soft, like she has just, showered and taken care of herself and all those things.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, no other additional bodies were located on the residence?
No.
Okay. Did you guys secure the scene with evidence tape? Your team?
I did not. I don't know who did that.
And do you recall how much time was left on the washing machine?
About 15 minutes.
I may ask you just a few random questions here, and then I'll wrap it up, okay? Oh, you transported Lonnie McCauley over to the police station?
I did.
And did she talk to you about anything?
I believe the only thing
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's just a question. I'm not going to ask him what she said.
You can answer the question. If she did, don't repeat anything she might have said.
Yes.
Was she still mad at you?
She was calmer.
She was calmer?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and with regard to Mr. Apodaca, you know that he was taken into custody at a later time, right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did you have any keys to that garage on him?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
Establish a basis of knowledge if you guys know. Objections overruled.
So during the course of this call that you went on to, did you discover any other names like Isaac Apodaca as a possible suspect in this incident?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
Speaking with detectives and other officers on scene.
Okay, so other officers were doing investigations and they shared information with you?
On the scene, yes. I was aware we split up and there was another male involved and later identified as Isaac Apodaca.
Okay, and did you find out anything else about Isaac Apodaca?
No.
Do you know who transported him?
No.
Did you go to the police station?
Yes.
Did you see him there?
I don't recall I did.
Did you ever see any keys on him?
If I didn't see him, I didn't see any keys.
Okay, that's fair. Give me just one second. Okay, just wanted to clear up a couple things with you, Detective. With regard to the blood, I'm not sure if we got this out clearly. There was blood on the main door to the house, right?
Appeared to be blood on the doorknob of the back door of the house.
The back door of the house?
Yes.
On the doorknob?
On the doorknob.
And what about the garage?
I didn't see any blood on the garage. Like from the door, no.
Okay. And when did you notice that your camera wasn't working?
Once I got on scene.
So how'd you figure that out? You pressed it and it didn't turn on?
Exactly.
Okay, so you weren't aware of that until you got there.
Yes.
So with some of the counties, as the officers are approaching the calls, the cameras automatically turn on. Do you use Axon or do you use a different kind?
It's Axon, yes.
So you have to physically touch it yourself?
Correct.
Okay, does it warn you when it says it's running out of juice?
I have it on stealth mode, so it doesn't make any noise or any sort of notifications, so no.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness, though, out of an abundance of caution.
You may step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state?
The state calls Manuel Romero. Lacy.
I'm going to place you under oath. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. If you'd begin by introducing yourself to our jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please.
Detective Manuel Romero with the Santa Fe Police Department. First name Manuel, last name Romero.
Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you do for a living?
I work with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And do you have a rank?
Yes, I'm currently a detective.
All right. How long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
Just over 8 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience before that?
No.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you a detective on that date?
I was not. I was assigned to the day shift patrol.
And were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
I was.
When you first arrived at that location, were there other officers present?
Yes, when I first arrived at that location, I believed I was the third officer on scene.
Okay. Without saying anything that you heard from the other officers, where were you positioned with the other officers?
So I initially parked almost directly in front of the residence off a Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And were there other people around? Was there a crowd gathered, anything like that?
I don't remember seeing a crowd. I do remember seeing the other two officers that were there initially with me, Officer Alvarado and Officer Arroyo.
Okay. And as part of your job as a police officer, were you attempting to figure out what was going on?
Yes.
What were your actions to try to figure out what was going on?
Initially, try to figure out where the crime scene was the primary function that we were trying to figure out.
Okay. And did you confirm the address on the house?
Yes. So the three of us eventually made it to the back of the residence. There was some initial confusion. I contacted dispatch and requested that they clarify if we were at the correct residence.
Okay. And at some point, did you open up or did someone else open up the garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see inside the garage?
So when the garage was opened, I saw the deceased Grace just in front of that door. So for clarification, the house and the garage, it's a detached garage. So when we got that door initially opened, I seen the deceased. At some point in time, I pushed a little bit further into the garage. It looked like it had been converted into a makeshift bedroom. So it's very difficult to navigate trying to get all the way into the garage. But I did observe, so it had been to the right of the door. It was, I guess, a table or a dresser of some sort. I don't exactly recall. But there was a sword on that item.
Okay. Now, Detective, you said that you pushed into the garage. What do you mean by that?
Like I tried to get further into the garage.
Okay. Was there anything stopping you?
Yes. Like I said, it was converted. It appeared to be converted into like a makeshift bedroom, but there was trash, there was clothing, there was all sorts of items.
Okay. And so were those items preventing you from opening up that door all the way?
I don't recall if we could open the door all the way or not. To my recollection, the door was opened pretty wide.
Okay. Then were those items preventing you from walking all the way into the garage?
Yes. And also there was the deceased that was almost directly right there by the door as well.
Okay. Great. When, as a police officer, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do.
Okay. You don't have one on today, though, do you?
I do not.
Okay. But as a patrol officer, you typically do have a body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have your camera on?
Yes.
And do you know if your camera was recording?
It was.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
May.
So, Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Would you please take a look at this?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this.
Okay.
CD.
And when you reviewed it, after you reviewed it, did you do anything to the
Yes.
What did you do?
I initialed and dated the CD.
Okay. And other than audio being removed, is it a fair and accurate representation of some of your body-worn camera footage from that day in question?
Yes, it is.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Any objection to 5?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, 5 is admitted. Mr. Long?
Permission to approach and publish?
Yes.
indicate? Would you have to press a button? What do you have to do?
There's a couple ways that our body cameras will initiate. One of them is by us actually tapping the button. The other is with our lights. I'm not positive how this body camera was activated that day.
Okay. But it's actually going to record you actually driving to the scene.
Yes.
Now, noticed that your gun is drawn. Why is your gun drawn?
Due to the nature of the call.
And where on your body is your camera placed?
Typically about chest level.
Okay. So wherever your chest is pointing, then that is where your camera is pointing. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay. Now, without saying anything that anybody is saying, what is happening right now?
So at this point in time, this is part of that clarification process that I testified to, where I was contacting dispatch and ensuring that we were at the correct address.
And did the residents of the house, did they appear surprised to see police?
Yes, the mother was very surprised.
And at this point, what is happening?
The deceased is discovered in there. And then there's some communication. I think I communicate with dispatch a little bit about getting paramedics and informing them of what's going on.
Do other officers arrive on the scene?
Yes, multiple officers.
Now, without saying what anybody is saying, what is happening in this scene?
There is some discussion about how to properly clear the structure.
And when you say how to properly clear, when you say to clear the structure, what do you mean by clear it?
Yes, to get into the structure, ensure that there's nobody else, things like that.
Okay. And at this point, has another agency arrived on the scene?
Yes, those are the paramedics, firefighters with the city.
All right. And do you know if they were able to provide any life-saving measures?
I do not.
So it looks like you've switched your placement to sort of in the doorway of the main house without saying what anyone is saying, what is occurring.
Yes, I'm asking one of the residents to exit the home, and then in a short time you'll see that she's detained.
Are you able to see what is on that person's shirt?
Some writing. This is my happy place.
Okay. And do you know who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Kira McCauley.
Okay, and then the other person not with any of the agencies, do you know who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is Lanny McCauley, the mother of Kira.
What is happening here?
She's putting on shoes.
And when you say she, who do you mean?
So the mother's going to help Kira here in a bit put on her shoes.
So based on the circumstances, why is Lanny McCauley having to help Kira put shoes on?
Based off of the information and the deceased that was just located, all of this coupled together, we had reason to believe that Kira was involved.
Okay. So were handcuffs placed on her?
Yes.
And until she was someplace secure, were those handcuffs going to come off?
Yes. Once we arrived at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. At this point, are you or anyone else asking any questions of Lanny McCulley or Kira McCulley?
At this point in time, no. I think the only conversation that I may have had with her would been obtaining her personal information, either here or a little bit later.
And what's happening? What happened right there?
I was directing her outside of the property back to the front where my vehicle was so that I could seat her in there.
So I want to talk a little bit about the procedure that you take before you put someone into your vehicle. Do you pat them down or do you frisk them?
Yes. So I believe there was 2 initial times where I did like a quick pat search of her. I would pull her out of my vehicle at a later point in this video and completely check her person for anything once we're getting ready to get transported.
Okay. And did you find anything on her person?
I don't recall finding anything on her.
If you had found anything on her person, would you have let her keep it or would you have confiscated it?
It depends on what it was. If it was like personal effects, say ID wallet, typically we'll take possession of it, but then we will book them into the jail with it and they'll get it at a later time.
Okay. And at this point, are you taking down identifying information from Kiara McCulley?
Yes, this is what I had spoken to about gathering her identifying information.
So did you eventually take Kiara McCulley to the police station?
Yes, I transported her myself.
All right. Did you have any contact at all with anyone by the name of Isaac Apodaca that day?
I recall seeing him at the police department. I don't think we had any conversation or anything.
Once you got to the police station with Kiara McCauley, what, if anything, did you do with her?
Yes, we have a holding cell. I placed her in the holding cell, turned on the camera for that holding cell. And then sometime later, when detectives requested to interview her, then I escorted her up to one of our interview rooms.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Let's take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It is another CD that I also reviewed.
Okay. And in your review of it, is that absent the audio, is that a fair and accurate representation of more of your body-worn camera footage from October 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit number 6 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
6 is admitted without objection. Counsel, if you'd approach before we go on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a question that probably a number of you have been wondering about, but we got from a juror. The question is, why has the body of the body cam footage been removed? Evidentiary rules. We've heard the statement hearsay. Hearsay is defined as an out-of-court statement that is offered to prove the truth of something, okay? There's a lot of conversation. You can see the conversation going on. Unlike what you can observe directly, those statements coming from the officers are their impressions, their conclusions about things that may or may not even be accurate. And so the language has been removed. You're able to view what the officers were viewing because that is relevant evidence for you to consider. But their statements and other information that they may or may not have. You've heard questions here about what was known at the time the officers arrived. Again, that's just what information they had that they were operating under. Again, it may or may not have been completely accurate. But with respect to the actual video, the audio that's on the video, that is why it has been redacted, as the rules of evidence apply to that evidence as well as everything else that happens in court. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to approach the witness?
You may. And this is 6?
This is 6.
Okay, go ahead.
So where is this occurring right now that we're watching?
This is us arriving at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. And without saying what, if anything, she may have said, what was Miss McCulley's demeanor when you were taking her to the police station?
She seemed relatively calm.
And where is she headed right now?
This is the holding cell at the Santa Fe Police Department.
And what are you doing right here?
This is the camera view from inside the holding cell, so I'm just logging into the system to start the recording.
And as a common practice for you, at least when someone goes into the holding cell, for you to turn on that recorder?
Yes.
And is the holding cell, is that audio and video, or is it just video?
It's both.
All right. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
You, when did you become a detective?
I was promoted approximately 3 years ago. Actually in the role, maybe a year and a half.
Okay. So at the time of this incident, you were a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Alvarado was promoted as well, right?
Yes.
Was everybody promoted that day?
I think he was promoted sometime before me.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations on the promotion. I just had a couple quick questions I wanted to clear up. When you, it looks like you were the third person who went through that gate. Am I correct in that, or were you the second?
No, I believe I was the third.
Did you ever lay eyes on Miss McCulley before she went into her house?
I did not.
So the only one who saw her, to your knowledge, would be Alvarado?
I believe so.
Okay. Were you aware at the time that you went through that gate, were you aware that he had seen somebody?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I believe he verbalized it.
And in what way?
I think he just said, hey, somebody went back into the house.
Okay. If you hear something like that and you start going into the backyard at that point, do you expect to see someone there?
Did I expect to see someone
Yes.
there? Based off of his statement, no, he said they had gone back to the house.
Okay. All right. So you were advised at that point that that person had gone back to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider that fleeing?
Would I consider that fleeing?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a very complex question. Just based off of that alone, maybe not.
Okay. And when you were walking, well, let me ask you, what kind of training do you have with regards to, are you DRE qualified or DUI qualified?
I'm qualified to do DWIs. I am not qualified as a DRE.
Okay. And a DRE is what?
A drug recognition expert. It takes a lot more training.
Okay. Well, when you were walking with Miss McCauley to the police car, did you notice any signs of intoxication?
In terms of alcohol, I did not smell alcohol on her person.
Okay, and you had said that you're not DRE qualified. Is there a time where you understand that you need a DRE expert to help you out with something?
Yeah, absolutely. There's times where they would be relevant.
Okay, so would you have needed a DRE person in this particular instance?
That did not cross my mind. I'm not sure where I would need them.
All right. And I think you had said that you made contact, or at least you saw Isaac Apodaca at the police department, correct?
Yeah, I believe I saw him at some point.
But you never saw him at the scene?
I did not.
Now, with regard to when you entered the scene, Alvarado starts kicking the door. What was the demeanor of the person on the other side of the door?
Shocked.
And when she came out, it's our understanding that she gave you guys the keys to open the garage door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see where she got them?
The keys?
Yes.
I did not see where she grabbed them from.
And was it just one key or was it on a keychain or?
That I don't recall.
Okay. And that door, do you know how it unlocks?
I did not unlock that door.
You didn't unlock the door yourself?
I did not.
So it was the guy with it looked like he was wearing a green uniform.
Yes.
He was the one who unlocked it?
Yes.
What was his name?
Alejandro.
Oh, that's
Arroyo.
Arroyo? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and this is 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
This was, and it's on October 29th of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to that key after the garage door was open?
I do not know.
And you had mentioned during your direct testimony that the garage door had been converted into a bedroom. Is that right?
That's what it appeared to be to me.
And so when they convert something into a bedroom, where's the garage door itself? Is it just closed off?
I don't think so. I think the garage door was still on the other side, like the actual, I believe.
The other side of the room from where the entrance was?
Yes, this was just a standard door where I actually made entrance.
Okay. Now, with regard to making that entrance, you had said that it was a little bit difficult to push the door open. Is that correct?
I said when I tried to go in there, there was just a lot of stuff in the room, making it difficult to actually walk into that garage.
Okay, and so when you say walk in, I'm trying to differentiate between pushing the door open itself, getting it open, or just being able to walk into the garage. Are you saying that it was hard to walk into the garage because of clutter?
Yes, our intention, or my intention, was to walk into the garage.
And it wasn't the door that blocked you, it was just the clutter?
There was just a lot of stuff.
Okay. But the door opened itself?
Yes, the door was open.
Okay. And was it open wide enough for Ms. McCauley to walk through it?
I believe that even I was able to walk a little bit into the garage, but then, of course, because of all the stuff, it limited my ability to go further in.
Yeah, when you say stuff, you're talking about the stuff on the ground or all the stuff you wear?
No, all the stuff that was in their personal effects.
And did you see that sword?
I did.
And can you describe it for the jury?
I don't remember exactly what it looks like. I would estimate that it's probably about 4 feet long with a standard handle.
Okay, and you didn't touch it either, right?
I did not.
And you do that to preserve evidence?
What's that?
You don't touch evidence so that it's preserved properly?
Yes.
And did you, at some point in time, you cleared that house, right?
The main residence?
Yes, sir.
I never went into the main residence, to my recollection. I ended up leaving with Miss McCauley.
Okay, so they made entrance into the main residence after you walked away?
I believe it was after I left.
All right. And after you brought Miss McCauley to the police department, you had stated that you checked her a couple times before you put her in your unit?
I actually check her prior to transporting her to the police department.
And then after you get her out of your unit, do you then check your unit?
Typically, yes.
Do you recall if you did that in this case?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And what kind of, when Miss, so did you identify the woman who actually gave you guys the keys?
I don't know if she provided her information to myself or another officer.
Do you recall her name?
Yes.
What is it?
Lanny
McCauley?
McCauley.
And was she pretty excited? Her demeanor, what was she like?
When we got there and her door was being kicked in, she was, I don't know how to describe, maybe alarmed. She seemed shocked at what was happening.
And did she make any statements to you while she was under those emotions?
She was asking what we were doing and why her door was being kicked in.
And after she came out of the house, was she still alarmed?
Yes, absolutely.
And did she say anything to you at that point in time while she was under the influence of those emotions?
She was asking questions. I remember we had informed her that there was a crime scene. Nobody was to go back into the main residence or the garage. And she had inquired as to why.
Do you remember the words she used?
I don't remember them verbatim, but I did inform her that there was a deceased individual in there, and she seemed surprised by that. And she essentially repeated what I had said, was there's a dead body in there.
And did she tell you anything about somebody's having spent the night before?
That was a conversation that I had observed between her and Kiara.
Okay. So you just overheard that?
Yes, that was a conversation that I overheard between the two.
Okay. And on that video that we were watching, that was your body cam, correct?
Yes.
And it looked like Detective Alvarado was pointing at Miss McCauley's hands. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was he pointing at, if you know?
She had some bandages on her hands.
Did you see how many bandages she had on her hand?
I don't remember the number. I did remember seeing the bandages on her hands.
But more than one?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. During any of this time, did Kiara ever tell you that Isaac Apodaca made her kill this young lady?
Hearsay.
Can I rephrase it, Your Honor?
Objection sustained in that form. Go ahead.
During any of the time when, well, I guess, was Kiara ever at a point where she was excited?
I don't know if I would classify her emotions as excited. She's, like I said, she seemed relatively calm.
And that was during the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Lonnie? Did she make any mention as to who might have done this while she was under the influence of those emotions?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there ever, well, did you ever arrest Lonnie McCauley?
Did I? I never arrested her, no.
Okay. So she was never a suspect?
No, not to my knowledge.
Kiara was the only suspect you had at that time?
Yes.
And later on, Mr. Apodaca became a suspect?
That was due to an investigation that was beyond my scope at the time.
Okay.
Kiara was a suspect at that time based off of what the knowledge I had at that time.
And you didn't see Mr. Apodaca at the scene, right?
I did not.
Okay. May I have just a second, Your Honor? May I have just a second, Your Honor? Thank you. And if you can remember, do you remember what Ms. McCauley's behavior was like while she was in the holding cell?
That I don't remember.
Did you stand there and watch her, or did you have to walk away and do paperwork?
Typically, that's what we do, and then we have a screen, so look here and there just to monitor her. But I probably was doing paperwork at the time.
So you just monitor and make sure nothing's going on?
Yeah, briefly checking in and out.
And you didn't see anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. That's a pretty complicated system. You're very tech savvy, by the way. But thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Nothing on redirect, but we will reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, which means the attorneys may recall you later in the trial. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information from any source about what has been testified to or about the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess at this time. If you'd probably about 15 minutes. If you'd go back with the bailiff, take your notes with you, and we'll call you back in and continue with evidence. In recess.
All right.
Outside the hearing and presence of the jury, anything before we go off the record for our break?
Judge, very briefly, the next witness that the state is planning on calling is going to be Linda Montoya. She is the defendant's mother. She is going to essentially, based on my limited questions to her, confirm a phone call from the defendant early on in the morning, the phone call from the defendant, then her phone call to 911, and then I have 11 DVDs that she has authenticated as to voice, as to her voice and the defendant's voice. Those phone calls are jail phone calls. They've been disclosed to defense, but just so everyone is aware, it is coming out that the defendant is in custody.
With regard to those subjects, counsel, any concerns or issues?
Judge, I mean, I would object just based on, I think because I mean, we worked hard to make sure that the jury doesn't know that he's in custody. I think it's prejudicial, and that prejudicial value outweighs the probative nature of those calls, Your Honor. So I would object to those being introduced.
We've taken steps to make sure he's in street clothes and that he's comes and enters the courtroom not in cuffs or anything like that. With respect to I don't know the content of these phone calls, so let's have that conversation. Everyone, you can have a seat, please. Okay. With respect to the communications on those calls, Mr. Long, what's its relevance to the issues?
It will be drastically trimmed down, and so I mean, I think some of the discussion or the what we're looking for is going to be, it's all going to be relevant to the case. It's all going to be relevant to things that he has said, things that he is claiming, all of that type of stuff. We are not planning on getting into any of the content with Ms. Montoya today. It would actually be the analysis or the actual publication of that content would be through Sergeant Behill. So today is just simply her authenticating that it is her voice and his voice, and the last four digits of her phone number are certain four numbers.
So, Judge, if there's a way we can get it in without having to make, without the voice tell system and all that, making the jury understand that he's in custody. I've been waiting for the state to send me the exact recordings that they're going to be using, but I think anything to do with him being in custody, I think should be redacted, and if the state can introduce that through another means, then I think that would eliminate the prejudicial nature.
And maybe if I can just offer a suggestion that I can just get out through her that they're recorded calls. We will not mention that he's in jail, and then I think that might deal with any of the concern from defense.
And has she listened to these? I'm assuming she has.
She has listened to them. She's confirmed that they're her voice and his voice.
And they're not going to be offered?
Today?
Through her?
Through her, no. Absolutely not. We were just, she is simply, well, we're going to move them into evidence through her as to what they are, but we aren't planning on publishing them today. I will actually, I can get defense exactly the portions that we are planning on introducing so that they can, get those objections. But that, I think, at soonest is going to be Friday when we would do that. So I can get them to him probably later tonight.
Thank you.
Hold on, listen. I'm going to have a couple questions and I'll let you respond and voice any other concerns you have. Are there transcripts of those pieces, of those, you said there's 11 conversations?
There's 11 conversations. I think probably the longest one, all of the phone calls they're 14 minutes, or about 14 minutes, 20 seconds, something like that. I would say the longest portion is probably going to be about 2 minutes, so there's just going to be a chunk within the phone call, and within each one of those 11 that we're planning on using.
And you don't have, again, I'm trying to evaluate the probative nature as opposed to the prejudicial effect. A couple of things possible, but it doesn't sound like the groundwork has been done. One is you could stipulate, the parties could stipulate. If you're not going to stipulate, then we have to talk about how, if they are introduced, we remove as much of the negative inference because the conversations are taking place while he's in custody. So usually at the beginning of every one of those calls is the axon, not axon, but the, I forget who the vendor is now that has says that this is a call from a, detention facility.
And the state's plan was to remove all of that and literally just have the record, the audio of the relevant portions. And so, I mean, we're not going to have the conversation on the dogs or what we had for breakfast, any of that. It's just going to be the relevant portions.
Okay, and again, the relevant portion, since I don't know what that content is, I don't know what it's relevant to.
I can briefly go over some of them. So in one of them, the defendant says that the text message, the verbiage, the wordage, or how I used it, most texts don't match the same way I text these. They said it was a willful act to commit, but they are seriously doubting that I was part of it. Another one is the day which everything happened, I told her that I didn't think anything was going to happen. Another one, she, meaning Kiara, is trying to switch up the story to say that I helped her. I did not help her. They said there were text messages, but they weren't even mine. If you were able to see the text messages, you would be able to tell that this is so-and-so. This is Kiara talking. It's just messed up that I'm dealing with a situation that she got me involved in. I have nightmares about what she did. The next one, I didn't plan. I don't get how I'm suddenly involved with this whole planning situation. The next one, well, that morning I just felt that something bad was going to happen, and that's why I called y'all to pick me up. I was trying to contact everybody on Facebook to help, but nobody responded back. And so I think that is literally, I believe, five out of the 11. So I think, as everyone can see, they are very, very truncated. And so, that is, as I said, 5 of the 11 think they are, I would say they are clearly relevant, clearly admissible under admission by a party opponent. So I think what we need to deal with is essentially the prejudice issue.
And again, just to make sure I'm clear and repeating back to you, what I understand is that she would testify to or acknowledge that she's had communication with him post-incident, and that these statements come from those recorded conversations.
Yes.
Okay. Counsel?
I mean, Judge, I think, and my concern, and you hit it on the head as far as like in the beginning of those calls, they always say, this is a call from Global Telelink or whatever, right? I mean,
My understanding is all that's going to be redacted out.
if that's redacted out, I mean, also we'd have to, still concerned. I mean, I think they could bring that in maybe through testimony, but I mean, I would have to then reserve Ms. Montoya and recall her to possibly explain the content of what was said, to provide context of what was going on in those calls, because this is because they're bringing in, they're just authenticating these through her, and I think they're calling her now because they're concerned. I don't know where they're calling her now, but there's going to be a delay before they're introduced, and I'm going to have to, depending on how things play out, I would have to recall her in defense's case in chief to provide context to what was being said.
Okay. So every piece of evidence is prejudicial in some form or other. The question under our rule is whether or not it's unduly prejudicial, and whether or not that prejudice outweighs its probative value. Given what's been represented in the court, I find that it hasn't. You do have to redact out any automated statements or anything to indicate that the conversation is taking place with Mr. Apodaca in custody. The witnesses also need to be directed that they're not to volunteer that. If somehow that comes out, then we have different issues we need to address. And you were allowed to reserve those kinds of questions for your case in chief, counsel, if you don't want to do it as part of just getting those authenticated now in the state's case in chief, and you want to call her back after they're introduced or as part of your case, that's appropriate. Any need for additional direction or clarification, Mr. Long?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
For the defense?
One second. Now, Amy, let's just handle this. I mean, these jurors may overthink, and I'm concerned that people think, why would they're going to wonder why the conversation just recorded. They may assume, I'm just concerned that this could open up, go down a road.
I agree there's a potential risk there, but if there is a statement or if there is something on one of the recordings that identifies that he's in custody, then we'll have that conversation at that point in time. But the mere chance that it might happen until that comes to fruition, if it ever happens at all, is not a basis to exclude at this point.
I'll have to hear that, and sometimes I think there's also background noise and echoes and things that could sound like it's coming from a holding cell.
You have these, right? You have all these calls?
I have all that, but I'm still waiting for what.
Do you have what's redacted, Mr. Long?
They are not redacted yet. That will happen later on today. I actually do. I have the text written out, and so I can trim that down even further so that he knows exactly which calls they're coming from, the minutes that we're planning on clipping out.
And with respect to the witness to be able to identify the voice, how are you going to do that?
So she will confirm that. So she's listened to all 11 of the disc. She will then confirm that it is her voice on one end, and that it is her son's, Isaac Apodaca's voice on the other end. That's it.
That's all she's going to do?
That's it.
Okay.
And I'll have, I really want to have a cross. I'll just have one statement that I reserve her.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Anything else?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. Got about 5-10 minutes for a quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue. We're off the record.
Thank you.
Court is on a short break, but they will be resuming back soon.
sorry.
Let's go, we're back on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. Yes, counsel?
Mr. Nair and I've been talking, is there any way that between, in the mornings when people congregate or lunches and all that, could the jury congregate somewhere else other than outside the courtroom? It's so difficult with the different categories of witnesses we're wrangling. There's a lot of people that we're having to separate. I mean, there's just between the parties, there's 7 of us that kind of keep getting trapped kind of amongst the crowd of jurors. Is there anywhere else they could wait for the sessions?
And Judge, also, when we go to that little office, it says public defender on there.
Right.
So then the jury kind of knows.
Yeah, no, I offered you the office back here, and the state has one. I mean, they have the district attorney's office down there as well. But if you need a space, we can find you space in the building. That's the most convenient, is the little room right behind you there. I'll try and figure out where we can send them to. I don't want to send them to DeVargas Park because they may end up as witnesses for a few other cases. I've seen hand-to-hand buys happen outside of my window looking at DeVargas Park. So it's right across from the adult probation and parole office, if you don't know. I'll think about it. The closest walking distance, so there's not a whole lot of shade, but there's a couple of tables next to the Veterans Memorial at the Bataan Building.
Or even just if they could meet in the morning in like the jury selection room and then all come up en masse when it's time to bring them up.
I think we have grand jury tomorrow, don't we?
No.
Thought it was last week.
I know I swore in a bunch of deputy AGs yesterday.
Oh, there might be they may have requested a special session.
I don't know. I know I swore in about 7 or 8 yesterday.
What? Okay.
If there's nothing down there, then the grand jury room, and then there's that outdoor little patio off to the side. And they can't see out of that patio to the DA's office or into the major plaza.
Or even just on that same spot, but on the second floor, kind of, because they're all just gathering right here. So maybe.
Second floor's got the same windows facing your office.
That part's okay. It's just that when we're all waiting to get let into the courtroom or what have you, we're all just kind of in that bottlenecking with the jurors right here. Okay. I don't mind if they see us going to it.
We'll work on it.
Thank you so much.
And Judge,
anything else?
I had a proposal in regards to the jail audios. We still have concerns about jury getting a wind of it, or believing that Mr. Apodaca is in custody. We would stipulate, we would agree to the state being able to bring in those statements to the detective. If there's hearsay issues or whatever, we would stipulate to that, if that as an alternative to those recordings actually being played.
That's why I asked earlier if there was a transcript.
And I think, Judge, when we can run it through Axon, and Axon will create a transcript. I think, again, there are going to be very, very limited sections of that. I mean, I would say, the most that for one clip is going to be probably 10% of that actual audio. And I do think that it is very important that they hear the defendant's voice on those recordings, as well as in, I apologize, hear his voice in the interview with Sergeant V. Hill.
I don't know what the probative value of the defendant's voice is, Judge. I mean, if we're going to agree that they could bring in the statements to the detective, then I think that is sufficient.
Because I think the statements aren't going to get the inflections, if we're just, if the detective or sergeant is actually just reading those statements, the jury is not going to be able to make a determination on the veracity, on the truthfulness of those statements through the detective. They need to be able to evaluate those statements on their own and compare those.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because we could do this for another half hour. Is the The actual audio going to be played through the detective when he testifies?
Yes.
Or, okay. And that's not going to be until
Friday
or Monday? Okay. So we have a whole day.
I think Friday.
Do the redactions, provide them to council as they're redacted, and then I will set some time up. He said it's about 14 minutes total, and I'll listen to them and make sure we don't have background noise and those kinds of things that are a giveaway as to his location at the time the conversations are happening.
So it's 14 minutes. Each phone call is 14 minutes because it's a collect phone call, and I think they're probably maximizing it. We do not want to play 2.5 hours worth of GLOD.
No, I got that, but I was under the impression that all 11 added up to about 14 minutes.
Probably so, yes.
Okay, so redact out what you're going to redact out, provide it to council, and have a copy ready to play in court outside the presence of the jury, and we'll have this conversation again. Understand they get to decide whatever weight they want to give to any evidence they receive, so that's the other side of the coin of the concern that you have, so I want to listen to those tapes.
Understood.
And then we'll have this conversation again. If there's something on there that makes it debilitating, we'll deal with that. If we wouldn't be having the conversation if there wasn't a concern that the statements were prejudicial. It's whether or not the context in which they are made is additionally prejudicial beyond that. So we'll have that conversation. But all we're going to do today through his mother is identification that she listened or that she's aware of communication she had with her son and that those were her voice and his voice.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else, counsel? Any need for additional clarification?
Not at this time, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's have our jury. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We continue in the state's case in chief. It's interesting watching juries over the years because they organize themselves. There are no assigned seats in the jury box, but after only about 4.5 hours today of coming in and going out, you're lining up in order pretty much where you're seated. You're free to move around in the jury box, but people get very territorial about their seats. So if you're going to move, you might want to have that conversation. We're going to continue in the state's case in chief and finish out the afternoon. Then I'll give you some closing instructions at the end of the day and talk about when to come back tomorrow. Who is the next witness for the state?
going to be Linda Montoya.
Ms. Montoya, if you'd come forward, please.
And Judge, I think she may need access to a plug up there.
Is there a power plug up here, Angel? I think there is.
Yes, there is, right here in this corner. Yes.
Yep, he'll give you a hand. Help her set that up before we get going. Go ahead and check it, make sure it's working okay. I'm going to place you under oath, ma'am. So if you face me and raise your right hand.
Oh, sorry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. So as we begin, the attorneys are going to ask you some questions. Make sure you understand the question before you answer. And if it's not clear to you what you're being asked to respond to, just say something. And
Okay.
the attorneys will make it clear.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I think we can. If, I'm going to ask you to begin by stating your name and then spelling your name for a record. Everything we do has to be recorded.
Okay, my name is Linda Louise Montoya, and it's Linda. Louise Louise. Montoya is Montoya.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a son?
Yes, I do.
And what is his name?
Isaac Apodaca.
And do you see him today?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit. Black
right.
jacket, tie, pants.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you do me a favor and wave at him? Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, she has.
On October, in October of 2022, do you know where your son was living?
He was living with Lainey McCauley and Carol McCauley.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, sometime before noon, did your son call you?
Yes, he did.
And did he ask you to do anything for him?
He asked me to call 911.
Okay. Before he called you and asked you to call 911.
He asked me to pick him up.
Okay. And what was your response to his request to come pick him up?
I asked him if he was still sick because he just had RSV. He was really sick, and I'm on oxygen, so I can't have anybody sick around me because due to my lungs. And he said yes, he was. I told him we can't pick you up, but we could take you to a motel so you could sit there and rest and then get better, and then we could come home after you're done.
Okay, great.
Getting better.
And then you mentioned that, was it maybe a few hours later that he called you and then you called 911?
Yeah, he called me. He had told me, I'm going inside to use the bathroom. I'll
And
call you.
I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there, but he called you and then you called 911, is that
I
correct?
called 911.
Okay. Now, so ma'am, have you listened to some recorded phone calls today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And on those recorded phone calls, do you hear your voice?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And on those recorded phone calls, do you hear your son's voice?
Yes, I did.
All right. And
Yes.
Are the last 4 digits of your phone number 4537?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Ms. Montoya, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 7 through 17. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way up to 17, okay? Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Would you just take a look at those very, very briefly? Okay, now without saying what those are, did you sign and date each one of those discs?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Can you approach her?
Come on up. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you. And you signed and dated each one of those discs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on each one of those discs that you signed and dated, do you hear your voice?
Yes, I did.
And on each one of those discs, do you hear your son's voice?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibits 7 through 17 into evidence.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
7 through 17 inclusive are admitted.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination at this time, counsel?
Defense has no questions. We'll reserve the witness.
Okay. You've been reserved as a witness, so you may be recalled later in the trial.
Okay.
Don't seek out any information about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't talk to any of the other witnesses. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you have to come back and testify and when that will be.
Okay.
Okay? You're free to go and step down, and Angel will help you with your concentrator.
Your Honor, permission to approach and retrieve the evidence?
Yes. Would you give him 7 through 17, Angel? Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Cesar Ornelas.
Sir, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Did you get settled there? If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please.
Yes, first name Cesar, Cesar. Last name Ornelas, Ornelas.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where do you work?
I work with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Santa Fe Police Department?
About 7.5 years now.
And what's your title?
My current title is a police detective with a criminal investigation section.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Maybe a little over 2 years now.
So on Saturday, October 29th, 2022, were you on duty?
Yes.
But you weren't a detective at that point?
Correct.
On that day, on October 29th, 2022, what division were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the patrol division as a police officer.
Okay. And were you working daytime, swing, grave?
Daytime hours.
Okay. Did you respond to a call for service on the afternoon of October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And was that in reference to a possible homicide?
Yes.
Were you dispatched to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And is that address in Santa Fe County, New Mexico?
Yes.
Would you, without saying what anyone said, would you describe for the jury what you did when you arrived?
Upon my arrival, my involvement was scene security and locating the defendant at the time, during the time.
Okay. And did you head towards the back of the residence?
Yes.
All right. And once you were at the back of the residence, what, if anything, did you do?
Initially, it was security for containment, and then I attempted to conduct a welfare check in the garage.
Okay. When you talk about, I guess, security and containment, would another way to put that be to make sure nobody runs out the backyard?
Yes.
Okay. After you sort of secured that, the backyard, did you head over to a store that was just down the road?
Yes.
And was that store called AP Wireless?
Yes.
Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a body-worn camera on?
Yes.
And where was that body-worn camera placed on you?
It was in my vest or attached to the center of my chest.
Okay. And do you know if your camera was recording?
Yes.
And permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18. Would you just take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is there anything on there that you recognize?
On the city?
Yes.
My signature dated 7/8 of 2026.
Okay. And have you reviewed that, what is contained on that disc?
On this disc is my arrival.
All right. And absent the lack of audio, is that a fair and accurate? Is that a fair and accurate recording of your arrival on that day in question?
Yes.
And Judge, I think I may need to ask for some technical assistance. Pressing all the buttons and nothing is happening.
It's not in evidence.
Do a hard boot. Froze.
Judge, at this point, I would move State's Exhibit 18 into evidence.
Any objection to 18, counsel?
No objection from defense, Your Honor.
18 is admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
So, Detective, what are you doing right here?
I'm trying to find a way to get to the backyard. And I'm jumping the fences of the neighboring houses in order to get to the back of the residence.
Okay, so where are you right now?
This is an alleyway that leads to the back of the residence where the garage is located.
And it looks like your gun is out. Are you at a ready position?
Yes.
And when you're at a ready position, what does that mean and why are you at a ready position?
Just because we were still developing information on the call, and I wasn't sure if somebody was going to run out through the back, like I mentioned.
And what are you doing right there?
I checked the vehicle to make sure nobody else was inside. I came up to the fence, and I saw the officers in the yard.
Have you been joined by another officer in that alley?
Yes.
What officer is that?
Officer Jordan Kaiser.
What's happening right here?
I think I was trying to get to the road because we were trying to get medical personnel into the back alley, and I was just trying to be pretty much a sign to wave them in. And then also we're just canvassing with the immediate areas of that same alleyway.
What's happening in this part?
In this part, I believe that's when information came in that there was a second call coming from what we believe was another reporting person. And then I guess there was more information about the garage at this point, so I went over there to support the officers that were in the backyard.
Now, are you running? Are you walking quickly?
No, I was running right there.
Now, at this point, what, if anything, did you learn?
At this point, I learned that there was a unresponsive person in the garage right behind the door of the entryway, or that door that was open.
What are you doing there?
I'm just double checking because with the information that I knew at the time now, knowing there's an unresponsive person there, it just raises your guard up. So I just double checking that nobody else was, or I might have missed somebody in there. And then that's the medical personnel running in.
Okay. I want to talk about this location that you are headed right here. Where is this?
So this is it's like a little shopping plaza, if you want to call it that, where there's businesses there, and that's where the AP Wireless store is located, which is just a few houses down the street from the incident location.
So at this point, are you in contact with dispatch trying to get some more information?
Yes, over the radio, they're just providing information.
So when you got to AP Wireless, did you make contact with anyone?
Yes.
And who did you make contact with?
With a male defendant, Isaac Apodaca.
All right. And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please describe what he's wearing?
Just a black suit with a white shirt and a dark blue tie.
Please let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
He has.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And so, Detective, I'm going to pick up what I've given you and hand you something else. I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Would you please take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And is that a recording of your encounter with Isaac Apodaca?
Yes.
And is there some audio on there?
It's
Actually, is there audio on that recording?
Yes.
Okay. And when you contacted Mr. Apodaca, did you confirm his identity?
Yes.
And did you confirm date of birth?
Yes.
All right. And is that recording on that clip, is that a fair and accurate representation of the body-worn camera footage from that day, October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 19 into evidence.
Any objection to 19?
No objection, Judge.
19 is admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Santa Fe. If you have them on the line, have them come out outside of the business. Just 48 here.
It's closed. Not inside. So we have to look at this.
All right, stay right here. Let me look around real quick. Isaac. Yeah, there he is. He's coming out. Is that Isaac? Did you call us, bro?
Yes, I called.
Here, come over here. You're good. Come here. You don't have any knives, any weapons on you?
No.
No?
Put the phone down.
Just put it down for now. Just put it down. You're not in trouble, bro. Gotta make sure you don't have any weapons, okay? Here, put your hands up right here. Right here. I get it. It's good, bro. Here, for now, bro, just because it looks like your girlfriend or whoever's in there is really injured. So for now, we're gonna put you under detention, okay, until we can figure this out. You're not under arrest.
Okay.
Here, I'll put this right
What's your
here.
name? Isaac Apodaca.
Apodaca?
Yeah.
Hey,
What's
listen
your
to me.
birthday? 12/19/1996.
Listen to me, Isaac. You said you found a girl.
Yes.
Where is she at?
She's at 5941 Jaguar Drive in the garage. I walked in on
Trying to see if we have suspect for tonight. What was she wearing? Not your girlfriend, the girl you saw that was there.
She was wearing a black sweater and some shorts. And
Here, let's walk all the way over here, okay? Yeah. Hey, Quintana, do we have any additional units coming this way?
I was honked.
Hey, next one coming in, come to the AP Wireless parking lot. So I'm gonna read something to you, bro, okay? You're not under arrest, okay? Before I ask any questions, I need you to know this rights, okay? So just listen up. Okay? So just listen up. Direct 98. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to consult an attorney before speaking to the police, and you have an attorney present during questioning now or in the future. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed before you before any questions if you wish. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering until you can talk to an attorney. Knowing and understanding your rights, as I explained to you, are you willing to answer any of my questions without an attorney present?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go over here, but let's try to get you out of sound for now because I don't want people to start, looking at you and things like that, okay?
Where are you guys parked at?
We're way over here, man. We were a little confused on what was going on. Okay, so you said there was a female because you live in the garage, right?
Yes.
You live in the garage? Okay.
Yes.
And who's in the garage? Who lives with you in the garage? Your girlfriend?
Kiara McCully.
Okay. So can you tell me how did this call transpire? How did you call us?
I walked into the garage. I walked into the garage, and when I walked into the garage, she goes, "Oh, I just did it." And I'm like,
And who was this?
Kiara McCully.
She told you that?
Very calmly and everything, blood on her hands, and
Okay.
I called my mom.
So let me ask you this, just so I can understand this correctly. The female that's in the garage right now, that's not your girlfriend.
Correct.
Your girlfriend did that to that female.
Correct.
Okay. Where's your girlfriend at? Does she have a phone number?
She has a phone number 971.
You want to write this down real quick? Where does she live?
She lives in the main.
For that,
971 381 0111.
whose phone number is that?
That's the girlfriend, Kiara McCully.
How do you spell her name?
KIARAMCCULY.
MCCULEY?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry to keep interrupting you for, stuff. So, your girlfriend is the one that did this to this girl.
Yes.
And she's not at the house. Where does she normally go?
Beyond her not being at the house, I have no clue.
No.
She doesn't tell me.
Do you know who the girl in the garage is right now?
I know who the girl is. She's a friend of mine.
What's her name?
Her name is Grace Jennings.
Grace Jennings? Okay. Do me a favor, bro, because just so you're a little more warm, we're going to put you behind this unit, okay? Just hang out, sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you if we need to ask you more questions. Hey.
Okay. Detective, did the defendant have any weapons on him?
No.
Was the only thing that you asked him to place down on the ground, was that a cell phone?
Yes.
And then, did you then put that cell phone back into his pocket?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation that day? Were you looking for maybe surveillance video, anything like that?
No, all I did was went back, checked in with the supervisor at the time, did a little bit of more security, and then I ended up transporting Mr. Apodaca back to the station.
Okay. And in the video clip that we just watched, looks like you turned over or told Mr. Apodaca that he was going to sit in a car. Whose car was that?
It's Officer Derek Arn.
Okay. And at some point, did Officer Arn turn the defendant back over to you?
Yes.
And when Officer Arn turned the defendant back over to you, did he give you anything that he may have taken off of the defendant?
Yes, his cell phone and wallet.
Did you end up transporting the defendant to the police station?
Yes.
All right. And when you transported the defendant to the police station, did you then hand over the phone and wallet to Detective, now Sergeant V. Hill?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked State's Exhibit 20. I'm also going to pick up State's Exhibit 19 from you. Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit 20? Tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
And why do you recognize State's Exhibit 20?
Because I reviewed it 7/8 of 2026 as well. Signed it.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your body-worn camera footage additional footage from that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 20 into evidence.
Any objection to 20?
No objection, Judge.
20 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
So, Detective, what are you doing right here?
Right there, I'm approaching Officer Arn, and right after is when we escort Mr. Apodaca from his unit into my unit.
And what are you doing right there?
He asked just to adjust the handcuffs because they were hurting his wrist. So I just adjusted them and relocked them so they wouldn't get tighter on him.
And what is happening right there?
That's where Officer Arn handed me his belongings, Mr. Apodaca's belongings.
And what were those belongings?
A cell phone and a wallet.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you, officer, were dispatched to 5941 Jaguar Drive by dispatch?
Yes.
Okay. And dispatch had told you that the female son allegedly told her that his girlfriend had killed another female with a sword.
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, officers were were attempting to make contact at the front door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the backyard to contain the area?
Yes.
And you made contact with two individuals in the backyard, correct? Or did you make any, I'm sorry, did you make any contact with anybody in the backyard?
No.
Okay. And then you went, you then located Isaac Apodaca at the AP Wireless store?
Yes.
And that was about maybe a block away? How?
Fairly about a block away.
Okay. And then you informed Isaac of what was going on, correct?
Yes, I told him what we're investigating.
Okay. And you read Isaac his Miranda rights?
Yes.
Correct. And then Isaac stated he understood his rights?
Yes.
And Isaac agreed to speak with you, correct?
Yes.
And Isaac had seemed shaken up while speaking with you?
He seemed a little, I would say, shaken up when you're surprised.
Now let's back up a little bit. Isaac was waiting for you, correct, to arrive? At the AP Wireless store?
I don't know if he was waiting for me, but he was at the AP Wireless store.
Okay. And Isaac had told you that Miss McCulley had hurt someone in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca, Isaac, walked into the garage and Kira had said, "I did it," correct?
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he said he knew Kira did this to a friend of his correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was no weapon on Isaac?
At the time when I made contact with him, no.
Okay. And Isaac didn't have the keys to the garage or any keys to any garage at the scene of the incident, correct?
The only thing I knew he had was his phone and his wallet.
Okay. And Isaac didn't resist or try to flee?
No.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of what actually happened at the scene that day, correct?
No.
Okay. And one second. One second. You didn't observe any injuries on the defendant, did you?
No.
Okay. You didn't observe any blood on the defendant, did you?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca didn't leave any blood in your car, did he?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, but we would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, so that means you may be recalled, you may not. The attorneys will be in touch with you to let you know when and if you need to come back. In the meantime, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Don't seek out any additional information about the case. But you're free to step down. We should have 20 should be the last one.
Yes.
Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Derek Arn.
Can I reapproach real quick?
Come on up. will continue with the next witness. We're off the record.
All right.
The jury would go with the bailiff, please. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record, and we continue in the state's case in chief. Mr. Long.
State calls Derek Arn.
I'm going to place you under oath. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a seat. If you'd begin by stating your name for the record and spelling it for us, please.
My name is Derek Arn. It's spelled D-E-R-E-K. Last name is spelled A-R-N.
All right.
Mr. Long, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you do for a living?
I'm a certified police officer with the Santa Fe Police Department.
How long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
6 years.
And on October 29th, 2022, were you on duty?
Yes.
Were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And did you actually make it to that address?
While I was en route, I was rerouted to the AP Wireless, just down the street from the incident location.
All right. And when you arrived at that location, were there any other officers present?
Yes.
Who?
Officer Cesar Ornelas.
And at that point, did you take custody of any person?
Isaac Apodaca was on scene with Officer Ornelas, and we escorted him to the back of my patrol unit.
Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a camera on?
Yes.
Where was that camera located?
It was on the front of my chest of my uniform.
All right. And was that camera operating properly?
Yes, it was activated.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Officer Arn, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 21. Would you please take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's a burned DVD disc, says with my initials, and it's also dated.
And have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes.
And are those contents a fair and accurate representation of some body-worn camera footage from your camera from October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And Judge, I apologize, our computer has done something again. At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 21 into evidence, and I'm going to have to do a hard reboot again.
Any objection to 21, counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, 21 is admitted.
And Judge, I apologize. Did I ask permission to publish?
Yes, you did. Permission was granted.
Thank you. And where did you just arrive?
I arrived at the AP Wireless. It's on the corner of Avenida Contenta and Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And at this point, without telling me all of the information that you have, are you trying to get up to speed?
A little bit. Here in this interaction with the defendant, he provided me with his name and also the involved individuals with their name and date of births.
Okay. All right, so I'm actually going to fast forward some of this. So we are, looks like a minute and a half in. I'm going to fast forward this to about the 6-minute mark.
Had a dagger or a knife, or I don't know what it was, but it was being.
Oh, but you called her about what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also was talking to the dispatcher on the phone.
Just hang out and sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you. You don't have any weapons on you?
I have no weapons, just my phone and my wallet.
Okay, I'm actually going to rewind this. Now, Officer Arn, before you put somebody in your vehicle, is there a procedure that you might normally follow?
Yes, whenever someone's seated in your patrol unit, you just do a quick pat down to ensure they don't have any weapons.
Okay. And would you describe for the jury what a pat down is?
Just hang out and sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you. You don't have any weapons on you?
Could you just quickly describe what a pat down is?
Sure. So you're just checking the exterior of their clothing to make sure there's no weapons, firearm, handle, or a knife. Just checking the exterior of their clothing.
Thank you.
No weapons, just my phone and my wallet. It's all right.
What was your name?
Apodaca.
Apodaca. What was your date of birth?
12/19/1986.
You're the one who called it in?
My mother, she technically called it in first. Her name is Linda Montoya.
Oh, but you called her about what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also was talking to the dispatcher on the phone because she wanted to make sure I was okay.
Okay. What was your mom's name? Linda what?
Linda Montoya.
Linda Montoya. So what happened, man?
I was in the house, and then I walked in the garage, and she goes, "Hey, okay, I did it."
That's what Kiara told you?
Yes. I looked at the ground, and there was somebody there, and I didn't touch them or anything. I looked at them, and I was like, this is too traumatic for me. I do have PTSD, and I've dealt with stuff that's a lot more traumatic than this, but I'm not okay right now because I'm freaking out.
No, it's understandable, man. I understand. So you were like already inside the house?
I was inside the house.
Like you live there, or you and your girlfriend?
Me and my girlfriend. I was inside the house, and then I walked out, and that's when she said, "Okay, I did it."
Kiara is your girlfriend, right?
I'm freaking out right now.
No, just breathe, man. Just breathe a little bit, alright?
Do you need to get checked out by meds, man?
No.
No? Okay.
You want the air or anything? Are you hot, cold?
Like this, we'll roll down the window and we'll give you a minute, alright?
Hey, Isaac, just breathe, alright? Just breathe. Okay?
I wanted to be there. No. I was already planning on leaving today too. I had all my stuff packed up and I wanted to go to my mom and dad's because I'm not in a good mental space on the fact that.
So, how did you guys know, what was her name, the one that was being stabbed?
Grace.
How did you guys know Grace Jennings?
She's a friend of mine.
A friend of yours? Is she a friend of Kiara's? Was she a friend of Kiara's or just yours?
She was a friend of Kiara's.
Both you guys?
Yes.
And did she live here or just she's hanging out with you guys?
She was just hanging out with us.
Okay.
Everything was going good, and then in the morning I started getting. I honestly should have called you guys earlier in the morning, but I had a dagger or a knife, or I don't know what it was, but it was being placed on my lower back.
What do you mean?
Something sharp was being placed on my lower back in the morning while we were all trying to sleep. And
were the three of you sleeping in the same bed?
Yes.
And so, as far as like, I know I asked you a couple questions, but I'm going to have the other officer that you spoke with first if he wants to ask you some more questions or anything.
Alright.
As far as like the investigation, alright? So I haven't Mirandized you or anything, so well, let's take it one step at a time, alright? Just breathe, just kind of focus on your breathing.
I was gonna ask if you guys are, if there's anything after this, is there a way you guys could get my stuff and then take it to my mom and dad's? The only things that I want away from there are, there's two bags. There's a pink bag, and it has my laptop.
So we'll get to that point, alright? Just don't worry about it. Right, it's going to be a while anyways, because it's a crime scene right now, so I just have to stay put for now, alright? Where else could your girlfriend have gone?
I don't know.
Did she make any other statements? Like,
she wanted to go take a shower in the main house, but...
Where's the main house? Are you talking about this house, the main house?
Yeah.
Not the garage?
Yes. But if she disappeared, then I don't know.
What does she look like?
Blonde hair, 5'5".
Is it natural blonde or dyed blonde?
Natural blonde.
Okay. Dirty.
Okay, I have one.
Does she have like any tattoos or anything?
Yes.
Where?
Right arm. It's like kind of like
right forearm.
Yeah. Kind of like a sleeve, and then on the.
Well, what's the tattoo of?
Like, I would say on my left arm, I would say runes, but they're more like just symbols.
Symbols. All right. Is she thin build or heavier set?
Average.
Average build? Okay. Blue Eyes?
Yeah.
Blue Eyes?
Yes.
Officer, at some point, did you receive instructions to take Isaac Apodaca back to the Santa Fe Police Department?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to go ahead and hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22. I'm going to take 21 back from you. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit number 22? Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and it's also dated.
And do you know what is contained on that?
Body worn footage.
All right. And is that body worn footage a fair and accurate representation of what you saw on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection to 22?
No objection, Your Honor.
22 is admitted without objection. Go ahead, counsel.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know the other officer pat you down real quick, but I gotta do a secondary search, right? So just turn around for me. You have anything sharp or pointy in your pockets?
No.
That's all right. Okay. Yeah, I know. Lean forward a little bit at the hips. You're good. Good. Have a seat.
You don't see nothing for like at least 15 minutes of the data. And the things are all messed up.
Officer, for the time period that the defendant was in the back of your vehicle, was he always handcuffed?
He was.
Okay. And it looks from that video clip, it looks like you took a couple things off of his person. What did you take off of him?
His wallet and cell phone.
Right. And at some point, did you receive new instructions, and was someone else going to transport the defendant to Santa Fe Police Department?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 23. I'm going to take 22 off your hands.
There you go.
Would you tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit number 23?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a body-worn camera footage with my initials, and it's also dated.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of additional body-worn camera footage from October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 23 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
23 is admitted without objection. Go ahead, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So this officer is actually going to take you, all right?
Right.
So disregard my last. 318 is going to transport the mail.
This one here? See? You're there, I'll walk in there, you don't walk up on me. Oh, no.
There's your stuff. The stuff? Okay. Are you supposed to up here?
All right. Officer Arn, what did you just hand over?
So for my front passenger seat was a cell phone and the wallet, and I gave it to CSR and Ellis.
All right. Did you have any other involvement in the case?
No, just after that, I conducted perimeter security, then took control of the crime scene log.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
We're done.
Good afternoon, officer. Is it pronounced Arn, A-R-N?
Yeah.
Mike? Yep. Okay, I don't want to mess that up, too bad. And how long have you been with Santa Fe Police Department?
For 6 years.
Okay, and do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do not.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about what Mr. Apodaca's demeanor was when you first got there. It sounds to me like you knew what the call was about when you arrived on scene. Is that true?
To an extent.
And you knew that there was a caller that was calling, and you were looking for that caller? Did that question make sense?
Not really.
Okay. There was somebody who was on dispatch telling dispatch where they were.
If I recall correctly, that was the call, like someone was calling on behalf of the son.
Okay. And then did you get word later that the son was also calling saying, I'm over here at AP Wireless?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. But when you got to AP Wireless, you met Mr. Apodaca.
Yes.
The person that was in the video. And he was cooperative with you?
He was.
He didn't resist in any way?
No.
And he didn't argue with you in any way?
No.
So everything that we saw in the video is the entire interaction?
Yes.
Okay. And when you patted him down, so it looks like you patted him down at least twice?
Twice.
So the first time you patted him down, you were just checking for weapons and you didn't remove anything at that point?
I didn't.
And then when you put him into your unit, that's when you removed stuff?
The second time.
The second time. Okay. And you took out a phone and what else?
A wallet.
Okay. But you didn't find any keys on him?
I did not.
So the first time you secured him in your unit, was he placed in handcuffs the first time?
He was placed in handcuffs prior to me arriving on scene.
Gotcha. And when you took him out of your unit to trade off with, now is it Detective Ornelas?
Correct.
Did you check the back of your vehicle for any items he may have left behind?
No.
Did you find any keys in the back of your vehicle later?
No.
And when you were checking on him, did you see any blood on him?
I don't recall seeing blood.
Did you get any blood on you after checking him?
No.
How about in your unit? Did you see any blood in your unit?
I don't recall seeing blood in my unit.
And once you transferred Mr. Apodaca over to Detective Ornelas, you went and took over the crime scene log. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is that?
So it just notates whoever's entering the scene, the crime scene. So just name and time they entered and time they left the scene.
Okay. And so about what time do you think you left the scene?
About 19:53 hours, so 7:53 p.m. is when I handed off the crime scene log to the next officer taking possession of it.
Okay. So you were out there about 5 hours altogether?
Yeah. Yes.
So we heard what he did tell you. What I'm interested in what he didn't tell you. He didn't tell you that he killed this young woman, did he?
Whatever was said in the video is what he stated, what happened.
Okay. And just to be sure, though, he never told you that he killed Miss Jennings?
Correct.
And he never told you that he told somebody to kill Miss Jennings?
Correct.
And he never told you that he manipulated somebody into killing Miss Jennings?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a second. Thank you, officer, very much for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, but we would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, which means don't discuss your testimony with anyone. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify. Don't seek out any other information about the case or the testimony of any other witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to step down.
Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess for the evening, so some quick instructions, and then we'll let you go. First of all, leave your notes with the bailiff. If you'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30, I do have a hearing that I need to conduct before we get started, so we may already be in here going when you start arriving. The attorneys, and that's in a different case, the attorneys and I usually generally meet for like 2 minutes before we bring you in and begin, just to kind of organize the day to get things squared away so that we can try and present the case to you as efficiently as possible. Over the evening, the hard part, please don't have any conversations with anyone about the case. And that's difficult. Your family and friends know you've been here all day, and they want to know what happened. You can't have that conversation with anyone. A couple of reasons for that. One is I'm one of those people, example myself, that I think out loud and I make decisions and I evaluate things as I'm talking. The instruction I gave you earlier that you're not supposed to be making up those decisions until you've heard all of the evidence and the instructions of the law and you have that conversation together when you begin deliberating, and we're not anywhere near that phase of the trial yet. Again, the other concern is if you start talking about the case with somebody else, they may have read something or heard something or have their own theories about things and start sharing those with you. And we want to make sure that ultimately you make a decision based on the testimony you hear here in the courtroom and the instructions of law that you're going to be given. So I'll stop there. Do any of you have any questions for me before we continue? I don't see any. We'll go ahead and let you go. The bailiff will take you back. Tomorrow morning, would ask that you meet the bailiff not on the 3rd floor up here, but on the 2nd floor. Again, come all the way down the hall to the windows and meet the bailiff on the 2nd floor. Okay. Counsel and I are going to be here. We're going to be doing things in and out of the courtroom, and I don't want there to be a lot of congestion out here in front of the courtroom. So if you'll come up, the elevator, get off on the 2nd floor, come all the way down to the big windows at the end of the hall. This is the northeast corner of the building, and just wait, and the bailiff will find you there, and then he'll bring you up and get you situated in the back. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning. If you'd go with the bailiff, please.
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom. We continue on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury. Are there any issues this evening before we recess?
Nothing from the state, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing to defend here.
Okay. Question and concern, we were talking about exhibits 7 through 17. I don't know if those discs contain all 14 minutes of the conversations. So once you go through the process and review what's actually going to be potentially entered into evidence, they have to be replaced.
Yes.
Okay. And so those exhibits won't go back to the jury until they deliberate anyway, but we want to make sure that we keep track of the originals and then the substitutes if and when we get to the point where that information does indeed go back to the jury.
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to lock up for the evening. I've got a hearing before you come in, so you need to take everything with you. The monitor will stay here, make sure we have 1 through 23 in our custody. And, we'll see you in the morning. I'm not sure it's going to work throughout the trial to have them on the 2nd floor. It's very difficult because you can't get to the 3rd floor without taking an elevator, and there is no single elevator that will hold 16 jurors plus the bailiff, so we may have to figure out something else. You all may have to assemble on a different floor.
Or what about even if they all assembled, further down in one of those kind of the other little nooks further down? So it's just when we're waiting to get into the courtroom, we're not stuck right here up with them.
We'll work on it. I checked to see if there were any empty courtrooms for tomorrow, and there aren't, and we could potentially use one of the courtrooms on this floor is a staging area, but that won't work for tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll see you in the morning.
Thank you,
We're in
Judge.
recess and off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
Make sure he's here and dressed out at 8:15 tomorrow morning.
All right, so it is over. The trial is over. So either tomorrow or later on, we would do the Ezra's testimony, more of it. We're not doing that exactly at the moment. We would watch something else for the time being. Because after the trials, we watch different things. And that is what we are going to be doing. All right, so it was a pretty interesting day. We had a lot of predominantly officer testimonies. Now, we'll see how the trial goes over time. So yes, we'll probably play the EZRA trial, but the part of her testimony we'll play later. If that makes any sense. Okay. If anybody has any thoughts on the trial, I would like to know. If not, that's fine too.
This case is about
Benson, B as in Bravo, E-N-S-O-N.
And Dr. Benson, what do you do for a living?
I am a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin.
I see you kind of set up and put some stuff up on the ledge there for your reference. Is that right?
That's correct.
I would just ask that you have the computer screen up right now. I can't see it, and Mr. Hahn can't see it. So is there anything that you have up on that screen that you're going to be reading right now?
No.
Okay. So if you do, for whatever reason, reference something you need to do on the computer, just let us know so that we can make sure that we know what it is you're referring to if there's anything along those lines. Does that make sense?
Sure, it's just a copy of my report.
Okay. And then same thing, I know you had a 3-ring binder there and probably lots of information in that as well, right?
That's correct.
And so again, if you need to refresh your memory or review something, just let us know. No, but we just want to make sure that we all know we're on the same page.
Yes.
Literally in that case. So I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 711. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae, or otherwise what most of us would call a resume. It simply documents my prior education, past honors and awards, my license as a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin. It also details my professional memberships in the American Psychological Association and also in the Wisconsin Psychological Association. And it also...
Let me ask you just a couple of questions about that, if I could,
yes.
okay? Just when I ask you about your education, in particular, just your undergrad and then your master's and your PhD. So did you get a college degree?
I did.
Where did you do that?
I graduated from St. Olaf College in Northfield, Minnesota.
And when was that?
In 1978.
And what was your major then?
Psychology.
Did you go on and get a master's? Is that what the MA is for?
Yes, I completed a Master of Arts degree at Luther Theological Seminary in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Okay. And then following your master's, did you go on and obtain further education?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I completed my PhD at the University of Nebraska, where my field of study was clinical psychology. And from there, I went on and completed an American Psychological Association approved residency at the University of Texas Health Sciences Center in San Antonio.
Okay. Is it after that then you became a licensed psychologist?
That is correct.
You're a licensed psychologist here in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
How long have you been licensed here in the state of Wisconsin?
Since 1987.
And I know on here you also have your professional experience, and I'm sure there's many details we want to go into, but for now, can you just give us kind of a broad stroke summary of your employment, I guess, over those past 30 years or so?
Sure. I worked for the first 4 years at North Central Healthcare in Wausau, Wisconsin, after I completed my PhD. North Central Healthcare is a community mental health center and inpatient psychiatric hospital, and also a rehabilitation and senior citizens living facility. I also, after that, entered into private practice, and I was in private practice since 1990. So I entered into private practice shortly before I left North Central Healthcare. And in that capacity, I worked with individuals, I worked with couples, I also worked with families, both in inpatient and outpatient settings.
Do you do any forensic work as a part of that?
My initial forensic work actually started back in 1981 when I was at the University of Nebraska. We have a joint PhD JD program there. And as part of that program, I was a member of the forensic assessment team.
And so when you talk about forensic work in your field, what does that mean?
Forensic work at that, well, what I typically take it to mean is that I was dealing with cases involving competencies, looking at the question of criminal responsibility, also looking at guardianship issues, and also looking at psychological evaluations to provide a diagnostic picture of the person who is being charged with the crime.
Okay. I think I interrupted you when you were talking about your professional experience. Was there anything else that you were going to add before I cut you off there?
3 years ago, I started working, moved from doing part-time practice of doing forensic work to doing full-time forensic work through the Wisconsin Forensic Unit.
What's the Wisconsin Forensic Unit?
This is an agency that is contracted with the state of Wisconsin to perform competency evaluations on whether or not a criminal defendant is competent to proceed to trial.
In those situations, so if a court wants to appoint an expert regarding the what we call in our field a 971-14 or a 971-15 evaluation, do they pick somebody that's on that forensic unit team?
Oftentimes, yes. Not exclusively, but oftentimes.
Okay. And how many professionals are within that the Wisconsin Forensic Unit? Approximately.
Approximately, I would say 15.
All right. And you're one of those 15?
Correct.
Have you been appointed in this neck of the woods to do evaluations by courts?
Yes.
In Eau Claire County?
Yes.
Just name some of the other, again, counties in this neck of the woods that you've been appointed by judges.
Chippewa County would be another one. Rusk County would be another. St. Croix County would be another. Trempealeau would be another. Grant County would be another. I'm not recalling any others at this point.
But you go across the state. Would that be fair to say?
Places outside of Madison and Milwaukee would be fair to say.
So in what I think those of us that live in this area, that everybody else down south calls it the northwest corner of Wisconsin, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a pretty big area, but once you get outside of Milwaukee and Madison, you cover that whole area, right?
I have done cases in that area, yes.
All right. Move for the admission of Exhibit 711, Your Honor.
Any objection? No. Exhibit 711 will be received.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 712. Is this a copy of your report that you made in this case?
I'm just checking here because of the blacked out sections, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page, literally.
I'll give you a copy that you can refer to with the portions that are, as you said, crossed out. Does that make sense, Dr. Benson?
Yes.
Does that Exhibit 712 appear to be a copy of your report with some redactions?
It is a edited version of my report, yes.
Okay. Move for the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right. 712 will be received. And ladies and gentlemen, there are redacted portions on the exhibit. And the parties have reached an agreement that those portions that have been redacted are not relevant to this trial. So it's something that you should not speculate about what is redacted, and but the report is received for what's relevant. Okay? Counsel satisfied with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 713, Is that a addendum to your report that has additional information regarding your diagnosis and opinions in this case?
That is correct.
Again, move for the addition of 713, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, again, Exhibit 713 will be received, and again, there are redacted portions of that, and the parties agree that those portions that are redacted are not relevant and not admissible in this trial, and therefore, I ask that the jury, or instruct the jury, to disregard any redaction or to speculate or wonder what was redacted.
All right, so you're certainly welcome to look at your report, but I want to just ask you some questions about what you did in this case, okay?
Yes.
Were you hired to do an evaluation of Ms. McCandless and answer certain questions?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did.
All right. And in your report, you talk about, I believe, you list sources of information. Is that in your report?
Yes, there is a section entitled Sources Information.
So, is one of the sources your interview of Ms. McCandless?
Interviews?
Yes. And in your report, you list how many times that you'd met with her?
The report 3 times.
Since the completion of this report in March of 2019, have you met with Ms. McCandless again since then? And I see you're using your computer. So
One moment, please. I just need to check on that.
Dr. Benson, while you're can you
I
let
have
us know what you're looking at?
Yes, I'm just looking at the times when I met with the defendants.
Okay.
And I wanted to make sure I had the exact dates. So I previously met with her in addition to what was specified in the report of March 18th of 2019. I also met with her on March 30th and also on October 5th.
So you've met with her 5 times?
That is correct.
Okay. And the March 30th, was that in 2019?
That's correct.
And the October 5th, that was
2019.
2019, 20-some days ago, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And were each of those 5 times, was that what you would consider a clinical examination?
Yes.
What's a clinical examination?
It simply means that I'm looking for evidence from a diagnostic standpoint now. When I use the word evidence, there's a difference between a psychological or psychiatric concept of evidence and a legal concept of evidence. And so for my purposes, I was looking for evidence of diagnostics, looking at what clinical diagnoses may be present to describe Ms. McCandless's current functioning, and then also looking to see if there have been any changes over the period of time from when I first met with her on May 8th of 2018 to when I met with her most recently.
Okay. So, under the diagnostic clinical interview, you have listed the 3 meetings, and now we've learned about the 2 other ones. You also list neurobehavioral status examination, is that right?
That is correct.
What is that?
It is a standardized process for establishing, does the person know who they are? Do they know where they are? Do they know the time, the date? Are they oriented in time? And do they understand the purpose of why we are meeting?
Okay.
It also looks at a number of other things relative to presenting mood. It also looks at executive functions like memory. And it also looks at what we call thought organization, thought processes, to see if there is any evidence of any formal thought disorder that would qualify as mental illness.
Okay. You also list on there consultation with the Dunn County Jail Nursing and Correction staff, is that right?
That is correct.
So is that something beyond just reviewing records?
It would have been simply posing the question to them, how's she doing?
Okay. And again, we can't get into the content of what somebody else told you, but just you've spoke with other people who'd been with her, around her.
That is correct, in addition to reviewing the medical record.
Okay. Judge, maybe it's easy. Do I have permission to just publish as I go through this, put it up on the Elmo? Is there an objection to that? Is there?
Not if it's on 712.
Yep, agreed. It's on 712. I'll just grab 712 and we'll put it up on the screen.
All right.
Then I think everybody can follow along easier. And I'm fine with the lights being on. Excuse me? Judge, my preference is to just keep the lights on unless you're on a different, I don't know if you want to ask the jury if they can see with the lights on, I don't.
Yes, anybody feel they need the lights on? Okay, nobody's indicating they want the lights on.
Okay. And so up on the screen there, Dr. Benson, is the Exhibit 12, 712 that you see, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went through the sources of information, diagnostic, clinical interview. Was there also some testing that you did?
Yes, sir, it was.
And again, they're listed up there. Can you just tell us what each one of those tests, what's the first test?
The Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition, is a measure, an objective measure that is based on norms of similar adults of the same gender, looking at intellectual functioning, which has to do with things like verbal comprehension, ability to reason, cognitive processing speed, and working memory, which has to do, think of working memory as being like problem-solving memory.
And on Exhibit 713, which I believe you still have up there on there, that's the addendum that we previously talked about. That's the detailed results of that test. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, and so we'll get into the actual results of that later. The WAIS to 4th, did you do that one time, 2 times? When did you do that?
WAIS 4.
WAIS 4.
WAIS 4. We're going to teach you how to talk like a psychologist today.
All right. I'm not sure who will appreciate that other than you, but when did you administer that test?
That was on May 8th.
Okay. Have you done it since then?
I only did it the one time.
Okay.
And the purpose in doing that is that's typically a test, because it's an ability-based test, that it's sufficient to do it one time as long as it's within the past year or 2.
Okay. And then the MMPI-2, what is that test?
The MMPI-2 is a 567-item forced choice, and what forced choice means here is that a person reads a statement, and they have to respond to the statement as either being true or false, as it relates to a description of how they tend to think, feel, or act the majority or 51% of the time. What it gets at are a number of different types of diagnostic conditions, and it's a diagnostic tool that is recognized as the gold standard in doing any type of a clinical assessment.
When did you administer that test?
That was administered on May 8th.
And the MCMI-4, what is that?
That is another forced choice inventory that looks at personality features, or what we would prefer to refer to as the more enduring traits of character or personality, meaning when you see a person, what are the things that tend to be consistent about them from one time to the next.
When did you administer that test?
I administered that both on May 8th and then again this past October 5th.
And why would you administer that test 2 times?
Because one of the things that particular, again, this is not a test, it's an inventory.
I apologize.
The WAIS is a test because the WAIS has right and wrong answers. The MMPI-2 and the MCMI-4 are inventories in that they register the person's preferences or way of looking at what happens around them. The reason for administering it twice is because one of the things that I'm concerned about whenever I meet with somebody is I want to make sure of the accuracy of what they're reporting. And so one of the things that I look at across the course of those different interviews has to do with credibility. It has to do with whether or not there is some attempt to malinger or feign, to represent themselves as someone that they're not. And so the MCMI-4 has a link to different types of personality disorders. And I wanted to see if any of the ones that were linked to the presence of malingering were evident on the results of her MCMI-4s.
Okay. And I'm going to talk a little bit more later about those results and how they impact your opinion. But I just wanted to get the initially here. So thank you. And then I believe you have the post-traumatic distress scale, is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a clinician-administered interview that follows the criteria, the diagnostic criteria in the DSM-5. And then based on those criteria, it makes ratings in terms of the frequency of those criteria as they're experienced by the person that was completing the scale.
Okay, and when did you administer that scale?
I administered that on the initial appearance with Ms. McCandless on May 8th. And then I also administered it back in this last month, on October 5th. Not this last month, but on October 5th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then lastly up there is this one is a test, or at least its label is the Wisconsin Card Sort Test. What's that?
Wisconsin Card Sort Test is a neuropsychological measure that is computer administered. And what's important about this measure is that it is sensitive to prefrontal functioning in the brain. The prefrontal cortex is what we refer to as the executive center of the brain. The executive center is where we make decisions. It's where we weigh possibilities, and it's where we look at what possible actions are available to us. It's also available to us in terms of retrieving memories that could be useful for what to do.
When did you administer that test?
That was May 8th.
Then I'm not going to get into the details, but it has on there, and I believe continue to the next page, review of legal documents. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say that.
Yes.
Fair to say that you've reviewed thousands of pages of documents, or at least you were provided thousands of pages of documents.
I have 2 hard drives here that I reviewed.
Okay.
I didn't do an exact page count, but something like that.
Okay. So I want to move on to at the bottom of page 2, you go into a section that's called clinical findings. Is that right? See it up on the screen there, Doc?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about that. Did you, to a reasonable degree of professional certainty in your field, come up with, have an opinion as to her diagnosis?
I prescribed 2 different diagnoses for the defendant. The first was post-traumatic stress disorder with depersonalization and derealization. And I also diagnosed the presence of persistent depressive disorder with anxious distress.
And that, I know, is referenced eventually here on the last page, just because I'm jumping ahead a little bit. On page 8 of your report, under the paragraph diagnoses, that's what you're referring to there. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when we go back to page 2.
Can we approach real quick?
Sure. So I believe I was asking you about, again, I lost track myself, so I apologize if I'm repeating, but you were going over your diagnoses here from page 8 that is up on the screen. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 2 of your report, you have a section called clinical findings. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so I want to go down and talk to you about this sentence here beginning, "It is my clinical opinion," okay?
Yes.
So you put on there, it's your, can you just read that sentence, I guess? Maybe that's the best. It's your clinical opinion that what?
It is my clinical opinion that she continues to experience the events, and this is in reference to why we're here today, in the form of intense and distressing recollections, the avoidance of exposure to the cues that resemble or symbolize aspects of the event, recurring nightmares or flashbacks, and persistent depression.
Okay. And so what's post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, what we look for in that is that it's defined in the DSM-5.
What, and I'm going to cut you off, I apologize. What's the DSM-5?
DSM-5 is this particular book, which is everything you want to know about diagnosis. It lists all the diagnoses that we currently use relative to mental disorders. And there is a specific section in there that's entitled post-traumatic stress disorder, but it's also titled stress-related disorders because there's more than one. And in that particular section, it outlines the diagnostic criteria that are associated with a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder.
So before we get into the criteria for diagnosis, just in broad strokes, you know, we hear the term PTSD or what's post-traumatic stress disorder? What is it? In just layperson's terms, if you can.
Well, I'll do my best. The first thing that has to be present is that there has to be a credible threat of serious injury or death or sexual violence. That has to be met first. That's the first criterion.
And are these criteria, again, that are in the DSM-5?
That is listed in DSM-5. That has to be met. It is an exclusive criterion. It has to be met first before you can go on to the other criteria.
What are the other criteria?
Without going into all of the specifics on them, the other criteria have to do with intrusive symptoms. Think of this where you have thoughts that come into your mind without wanting them to be there. They simply are popping into your awareness, or they're intrusions, or they're unwanted recollections, or they're flashbacks. The second part of that, of those criteria, has to do with avoidance, where you don't want to be reminded of something, where you try not to think about it, you try not to talk about it, you try not to have feelings about it. And then the third part of it has to do with the fancy phrase that's used for it is autonomic hyperactivity. And autonomic means that it's not something we have conscious control over, it's involuntary. And so these would be things like tachycardia, heart racing, hyperventilation, breathing very rapidly, increased perspiration, typically a sign of stress. That's the sort of thing where, again, there's a sense of feeling, an interior sense of being charged up or energized or tense. Those would be the three criteria that we look at for basic criteria.
And I know your diagnoses had the term with depersonalization and derealization, and so I want to get into that in more detail later, but that is a part of your diagnoses?
Those are in the DSM-5. One of the things that it asks for there, there are modifiers that can be attached to the diagnosis. And those are two of the modifiers that can be attached to it.
Okay, so before we get into the details about kind of the criteria in which you evaluated Ms. McCandless for regarding PTSD, do we need to know a little bit more about depersonalization or derealization, or can we talk about that later? You tell me.
Well, let me put it very simply. Basically, with depersonalization, it's a feeling of being outside of one's body. It's a sense of observing yourself as if you're up in the corner here, looking down, watching yourself as you're doing something objectively as you live your life. So it's a sense of being kind of stepped apart from, or sometimes we use the colloquial, everyday language of saying, he was beside himself. That, in a sense, references the notion of depersonalization. Derealization is a sense that what's around us doesn't feel real at the time of it being perceived. So it feels like it has a sort of fantastic quality to it, or as if it's not grounded in reality, or as if it's not quite objective, or something that can be touched or felt or sensed.
Is that, I've heard the term surreal, is that similar?
Surreal could be one word you could use for it.
Okay. So, back to the diagnosis about, or the description about post-traumatic stress disorder. Did you evaluate Ms. EZRA for that?
I didn't go into the initial meeting with EZRA, with Ms. McCandless, with a particular diagnosis in mind. That's not the way clinical assessment works.
Okay.
A clinical assessment is a process that we call it an actuarial assessment, And what that means is that we use a combination of clinical interview data and also objective test data, looking at what type of diagnostic conditions best explain the person's behavior that I'm being asked to look at and to provide some understanding about.
So just if I get this right, it sounds like it's you gather information and you go through a process with that information to come to a, for lack of a better term, an opinion or a conclusion.
Or a conclusion would be a good way to look at it. So it's a gathering information, and as the information is being gathered, you look for what I call a convergence of findings. That typically when you're looking at who the person is, you're listening to their answers, you're looking at the results of their testing, things start to funnel down to the point where we then come up with, okay, here's what I think we have based on what's been provided to me.
And that might be the opposite of, say, reaching a conclusion and then going looking for evidence to support the conclusion.
Yeah, I don't do those kind of evaluations.
Is that something, have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Of course.
What is that?
It's where essentially you've already defined it. I mean, it's where you go looking for something that you've already determined is there before you've met with the person.
Okay. And is that, sounds like that's bad practice?
It's an unethical practice.
Okay. And so in this case, you met with EZRA to just gather information?
That was the initial intent, yes.
Okay. And at some point, upon meeting with her and the tests and the other information, you came to this diagnosis?
Or diagnoses, yes.
Diagnoses, apologize. What role did your clinical interviews with her play in your diagnoses?
Well, that's critical, because one of the things that you look at with actuarial assessment is that you are trying to understand what is the context for what got the person there in the first place. And when we talk about context, it's not just a matter of what is the presenting issue. Context is also determined by what goes before. And so at that point, it'd be important to get a good sense of history, comprehensive history, talking about important events that have preceded the event in question, talking about past styles of addressing those types of events, how much resilience was present or lack of resilience. In essence, trying to put into some sort of picture, who is this person and how are they likely to respond when stressed?
And what's the important, you said again, 5 times, what's the importance of, why didn't you just meet with her once?
Well, that certainly can happen where there's only a one-time meeting, but I think that this is a fairly serious issue here that I was being asked to draw some conclusions about. And one of the things that I always look at when I do a forensic assessment in particular is that the reality is that people lie. And so one of the things that I do in terms of trying to examine the possibility that I'm being presented with a story that may not be accurate is that I prefer to do multiple interviews. Because the context for that, the reality is people tend not to remember their lies. And so when I'm sitting with somebody for 2 hours or 4 hours, or the one day I sat with her for 8 hours and took notes for that entire time, I have all those notes available to me over that approximately 18 hours that I met with Ms. Candice.
So this brings me to the term malingering. Have you heard that term before?
Yes.
What is malingering?
Malingering has to do with a person presenting a picture of themselves that is not accurate or realistic. Typically, they present that picture for some type of secondary gain or benefit.
Are there other terms that are commonly used or commonly perhaps thought of in conversation that are similar to the clinical term malingering? Sure. What would those terms be?
Other terms that are used, one would be feigning. Typically, feigning, F-E-I-G-N, is meant to symbolize some aspect of trying to present that you have a diagnosis that in fact you do not have. Other terms that are used are fake bad, where you try to present yourself as having every diagnosis in the book in a sense, or a significant number of them. Another term that is frequently used is fake good, where the person tries to present themselves as being overly virtuous or possessing the kind of values that would never allow for any type of wrongdoing. In essence, a fake good profile would be similar to saying that they could never do anything wrong.
Is that, in your 30 years of practice, do you consider malingering when you meet with people and make evaluations and offer diagnoses?
Judge, I'm going to object, and I think I need explanation on a sidebar.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may continue.
Dr. Benson, I want to ask you some questions about the three, what I...
His opinion.
Do you have an opinion as to whether she displayed any of those symptoms regarding that intrusive and distressing memories?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
With respect to the unbidden, distressing thoughts that came into mind spontaneously, that was a daily, multiple times daily occurrence. With respect to having bad dreams or nightmares about the trauma, she specified 4 times per week. With respect to reliving the trauma as if it was happening all over again, reliving the event, that was specified as weekly, 1 time per week. With respect to feeling emotionally distressed and reminded of what occurred on March 22nd, that was multiple times daily. With respect to the experiencing the physical reactions, that was multiple times daily.
And now you showed the different hard...
Spell it for the record, please.
My name is Ezra McCandless. EZRA-MCCANDLESS.
Okay, Ezra, I'm going to ask you to speak really clearly into the microphone because you're soft-spoken.
Yes.
Okay? So everybody can hear you, all right?
All right.
I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is, why Ezra McCandless? Why that name?
Why Ezra McCandless? Well, I have gone through a lot of changes in my life regarding identity and what really fits me. And I tried on a few names, but I found ultimately that Ezra's fit perfectly for who I am.
What was your birth name?
My birth name was Monica J.
And did your name eventually become the last name Carlin?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you decide specifically, I'm going to ask you the specifics of both names and what they mean to you. Let's talk about the last name first. Why you changed your last name?
I changed my last name, not to change my last name because of family's sake, but I changed it because of the name McCandless is from an individual named Christopher McCandless from Into the Wild, he's known for. And his love for nature, his philosophies for life, they were very in tune and aligned with who I am. So I honored him by taking his last name.
And what about, and Into the Wild, just everybody might not know what it is, just in a sentence, tell us.
It's a novel, it's a book he wrote.
Okay. It was a book written about him?
Yes, about him.
Okay. And what about the name Ezra? How did you choose that name?
I was on a family vacation and it was just absolutely wonderful, and I spotted the name Ezra and I noticed how it's more neutral. It leans not necessarily masculine and it's not necessarily completely feminine. And I found that it felt right to me.
At a certain point in your life, did you feel that being identified as female did not fit you?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you explain how you view your gender?
In high school, I found that I felt more comfortable being masculine. It was how I identified at the time, was
my alignment was very masculine.
What about now?
Now I'm fluid, so I lean now more towards my femininity as a woman.
Okay. And has this fluidity been going on for a period of time?
Yes, for a few years now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you what might seem like a silly question, but just so people knows, have you been doodling in court?
Yes.
Can you
I
explain
have.
why?
Well, I've been doodling in court because there's times when this experience is very traumatic, and it helps center me so that I can breathe through it and I can focus on something at the time so that I can breathe.
Are you an artist?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about how you developed your interest in art?
I developed my interest in art when I was as young as 5 years old. I've always had an interest in art, and I've been doing it since then. And I continued to have a passion for it throughout high school and even in secondary school when I decided to take art and work for a professor of the arts and hang for a gallery.
All right. And the other thing I want to ask you is what your height and weight are. So what's your height, first of all?
I'm 5'2".
And how much do you weigh?
I'm
sorry.
I roughly weigh between 115 and 120 pounds.
Back in March.
Yes.
Of 2018, approximately what was your weight, or?
Approximately my weight was 115.
Right, so about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times before then where you were heavier?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about meeting Alex.
All right. Yes.
Why don't you tell us how you met Alex Woodworth?
I met Alex Woodworth one night when I noticed him. He was writing alone inside a bar called The Joint. He just seemed very focused, and I thought it was interesting that he was alone amongst all these people, so focused on his writing.
And when you saw him alone, focused on his writing, did you have any conversation with him?
Yes.
How did that occur?
I was curious as to how he could focus alone on this topic. I approached him and I said, "What are you writing about? Just tell me about it."
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 697. Sorry, can't see anything without my glasses. And ask you to identify what this is.
This is a table of contents of Alex's writings.
Okay. You've seen this before?
Yes.
All right. And just to understand what writings they are, you were in court when the original copies of his journal were shown,
Yes.
right? And is this an accurate copy of them?
Yes.
All right. And just showing you, can you name the names of the journals?
Yes. Do you want me to read?
Yes, you can. And it's just so the jury is clear, does this book contain both the original copies of the original handwriting and then typed copies to make it easier to read?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so what are the names of the journals?
Personal notes, research ideas, and the quest to understand.
Okay, that's the first journal. The
Yes.
second?
Extra Scraver.
Okay, and the third?
I met a man walking through a briar patch. He was looking for the rose promised by the thorns.
Okay. Judge, I would move exhibit 697 into evidence.
Your Honor, can we just approach a second?
Yes. All right, well, Exhibit 697, subject to a limitation, will be received.
When you met Mr. Woodworth.
Yes.
I'm going to show you page 6. From the exhibit you just saw.
Yes.
First of all, on that day, did Alex Woodworth show you his journal?
Yes.
And looking at page 6, I'm just going to ask you to take a minute to look. There's 2 pages to page 6, a typed version and a handwritten version.
Yes.
Are those the same, the typed version and the handwritten version?
Yes, they are.
Did he share with you what he had written on that day?
Yes, he did share with me.
Did you also read it at a later date?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put this on the, okay, first I'll show. All right. And just to clarify the record, this is a journal entry from August 8th, 2017, right? Okay. So just to show what the handwritten version looks like, is this the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right, now so we can read it, I'm going to show you the typed version. Huh? Okay. So in this typed version, after, it starts with a quotation, right?
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
from a book?
Yes.
Do you know who the author of that book is?
No, I cannot remember.
Okay, that's fine. Can you read the next sentence to the jury?
I am oddly preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not quite with the actual cannibalism practice, but rather the indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with.
All right. The essay, what does the essay go on to talk about without having to read every line?
Cannibalism is mentioned in this essay a few times. It goes on to deal with the concept of metaphorical cannibalism and the concept of cannibalism itself as what cannibalism renders you as, and the anxieties and the fears and being a meal in a sense.
Is it fair to say, or is your interpretation of the essay that it is philosophical in nature?
Yes.
As opposed to literal in nature?
Yes.
I'll come back to his writings on cannibalism, but I'm going to ask you a little more about that conversation with him.
Yes.
Aside from looking at his journal about cannibalism, what discussions did you and Alex Woodworth have at that time?
Well, he caught me right away because I thought it was quite a peculiar subject, cannibalism. And I was interested in what he meant, what I understood. He was speaking of it philosophically, and I also wanted his ideas and his concepts of literally cannibalism. So we talked back and forth about a few artists that have partaken in cannibalism that he mentioned. We spoke about the anxieties of and what it means for someone to consume another.
What did he say that at that time, on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017, what did he tell you about what he meant by consuming another?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Again, we have had a pretrial ruling on this, and it doesn't go to the truth of the matter. It only goes to what Ms. McCandless heard or understood or what was in her mind. So you may proceed.
As long as we're on that understanding, then that's fine.
Okay.
I withdraw the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Actually, I'll have the court reporter read it back, so it's exactly the same.
Okay.
Okay, so what did he say at that time on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017? What did he tell you about, what did he tell you about what he meant by consuming others?
Thank you. At that time, when we were deep in this discussion, he mostly talked about the philosophical sense, and he also mentioned the fact that often individuals partook in cannibalism because it was, in essence, a consumption of one's power, to take in another's flesh.
All right. Besides cannibalism, did you talk about other things with him that evening?
Yes.
All right. At some point, was your conversation interrupted by another person?
It was.
Who came over to interrupt your conversation?
My boyfriend at the time, Jason, pulled me aside and he kind of interrupted our conversation.
What impressions or feelings did you have after Jason interrupted your conversation?
About him interrupting?
Yes, about him interrupting.
Well, I felt that my conversation was cut short, that I had plenty more to talk about.
Were you able to then continue your conversation with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Why don't you just summarize that for us, what else you talked about?
Well, we went out for a smoke and we started talking about our love for spiders because we both noticed a spider in the window sill or a spider web. We noticed it at the same time.
Okay. So that first time that you talked to Alex, how long, about, if you can remember approximately, how long do you think your conversation was with him on that particular date?
In whole, I think our conversation was about an hour.
Did you continue your friendship after that?
Yes.
And did you eventually become more than just friends?
Yes.
All right. We're going to return to that, but right now I'm going to get into a different topic with you, all right? I'm going to ask you about Jason Mangle.
All right.
Tell us briefly how you met Jason.
I met Jason outside of a coffee shop one night after a music festival.
What's the name of that coffee shop?
Racy Delane's.
All right. And just tell us a little bit about meeting him.
He let out a big sigh, and I was curious why he was doing that. He seemed quite frustrated, so I said, well, what's the matter? And we instantly started talking, and we talked almost all night.
After that all-night conversation, what happened with you and Jason?
Well, after we exchanged information, we had begun texting and back and forth, and we started seeing each other after.
At that time, where were you living?
I was living with my mother in Stanley, Wisconsin.
The texting went on, and did texting lead to dating?
Yes.
You sound kind of happy about that, or not happy, intense, I would say, would be the word.
We fell in love quite fast because we had just so much in common.
And how, in the beginning of that relationship, how would you characterize how Jason treated you?
He treated me very well.
What was the age difference, or what is the age difference between you and Jason Mangle?
It's about 13, 14 years apart.
Do you know how old you were when you met him?
Yes, I was about 19.
Did you know how old he was?
Yes.
How old was he then, if you recall?
He was about 34.
All right. So that's how you remember it?
Yeah.
All right. So there's about a 15 or so year age difference between the two of you?
Yes.
Did you realize that right away when you met him?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? That age difference specifically?
The age difference? Well, I wasn't concerned necessarily that we had an age gap. I felt a bit awkward that he was so much older than me and he was even close to my own parents' age.
Did there come a time in your relationship where you got pregnant?
Yes.
How did you discover that?
I was very sick and I had been throwing up for weeks and I decided to go buy a pregnancy test and take it.
When you say buy a pregnancy test, do you mean those kinds they sell in the drugstore that give you a line? Yes. All right. So where were you when you took the pregnancy test? Do you remember?
I was at a gas station.
And did you tell Jason about it?
Yes, I did.
How did he react?
He seemed anxious, and he wanted to go get the test confirmed at the doctor's, and it was hard to really read what he was thinking at the time.
Did you go to the doctor?
Yes, I did.
After, and what was the result from the doctor's office?
I was in fact pregnant.
Ultimately, what did you decide to do about that pregnancy?
I ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy early on.
Why?
I wasn't sure what to do at that time. I was scared. I was so young. I was confused as to really what to do. So I decided, it felt rushed. I decided to terminate the pregnancy.
And would it be fair to say that even then you had very conflicted feelings?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
All right. How did terminating the pregnancy make you feel?
I felt very empty after. I felt it hurt emotionally and physically, and it made me feel alone and very empty.
After terminating the pregnancy, did you tell Jason you did not want him in the room?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt overwhelmingly ashamed, and I just felt like I didn't want to have him witness me like that. I didn't want him to.
This abortion and its aftermath, was there a change at all to your relationship?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
After the abortion, things between me and my partner, Jason, it caused a lot of distance between us. He began sleeping on the couch, and he rejected physical intimacy, even holding my hand at times.
Just so we set the date, do you recall the date that you terminated your pregnancy?
Yes.
When was it?
The only date that I could schedule was October 6th.
Is that a significant day to you in another way?
Yes.
Why?
It's my birthday.
So you said he started sleeping on the couch.
Yes.
Lacked physical intimacy, wouldn't even hold your hand. Were there other things going on in your relationship that made you feel uneasy or unhappy?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about those?
Jason and I started feeling frustrated, and I felt very micromanaged at the time. He was controlling me in many ways and micromanaging me, and we had started to grow apart as a couple.
Were there anything that he did that made you feel physically uncomfortable?
Yes, he never hit me, but he would be very erratic with his gestures, and sometimes he would throw things or break things, and that made me uneasy.
Did he make accusations of you at all?
Yes.
Why don't you give us an example?
An example of an accusation is that I was clumsy and that I would lose his things all of the time, and there was a time where he got very heated over a Sharpie marker even, and it caused an argument between us.
What did he say about the Sharpie marker?
That I misplaced it on purpose, and I'm so stupid for losing things all the time. I shouldn't touch his things. That's about what it was about.
You were in court when Jenna Van de Zant testified?
Yes.
And she identified herself as Well, first of all, did Jason have a roommate back at that time?
Yes, he did.
What was that roommate's name?
His name was Alexander Zink.
And what was Jenna Van de Zandt's relationship to Alexander Zink?
They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was she somebody that at that time you became close to?
Yes.
You heard her testify about Jason criticizing your makeup, or what was that about?
Well, he would at times criticize my makeup. He would say I looked like a clown, or he would criticize my weight, even though at that time I was very small from being sick, and he just, anything he could really pick at, he would.
You mentioned that Jason and your adoptive father, Joe Shane Carlin, are about the same age.
Yes.
And did Jason have a relationship? Well, first, did Jason in some ways remind you of your father?
Oh yes, he definitely reminded me of my father.
Okay. Currently, how's your relationship with your father?
I love him and we're fine.
Okay. But growing up, how was your relationship with your father?
It was very turbulent. I was often afraid of him and intimidated and very put down.
Well, first of all, let me ask about both your parents, your mother and your father. When you grew up,
yes,
at a certain point, did your mother and Joe Shane get a divorce?
Yes.
How old were you then?
I was in middle school, so 11, 12.
Before the divorce, what word would you say most described that household?
It was like living with two tornadoes in one room.
All right. And focusing on that,
yes,
the tornado that was Joe Shane, when you say tornadoes, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is they're both very strong, opinionated people, and they just would often butt heads, and my mom she disagreed about ways he would discipline me, and that would cause arguments.
Was there a lot of time when your mom was not at home during that period of your life?
Yes, she was working.
And when you were with Joe Shane and your mother wasn't around? Yes. Tell us about some of the things he would do.
Some of the things he would do when I was younger is he was very loud. He would always yell about something, or he would put me down. He often called me stupid, and he would say I wouldn't amount to much and that I was slow, and he was very emotionally abusive to me.
How did you respond to that?
I responded by just being quiet, and I would cry, and I would just often go off and be alone.
When you would cry, how would he handle that?
He doesn't approve of crying. He would tell me that he would give me something to cry about.
Was part of your response of dealing with him, did you sometimes feel like you were like spaced out or lost a sense of where you were?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
There was often times to tone out the yelling and the name calling that I felt very distant from myself. I would essentially just close off everything around me, and I didn't want to cry in front of him, so I would prevent myself from crying.
Were there times where you found yourself in that state without even realizing you were going there?
Yes, there was times I would zone out and I wouldn't even realize I was doing it at the time.
All right. And getting back to Jason.
Yes.
Did he meet your parents?
Yes.
And Jason and your father, what kind of relationship did they have?
Very buddy-buddy. They are very close with each other.
Okay. So coming back to the issue, leaving aside your family.
Yes.
Coming back to the issue of you and Jason, and you're in this period where things aren't going well.
Yes.
What is happening at this point in your friendship with Alex Woodworth? And I'm directing you specifically to October.
Yes.
2017, okay? After the abortion.
Alex and he would notice me at the coffee shop and I would notice him more, and we started going on long walks with each other after he would close.
When you say he would close, what do you mean?
Closing up the restaurant, coffee shop, Lacy Delane's.
Do you mean he was closing up because he was the last patron there, or was he working there?
Working.
And on these walks, why don't you tell us what you and Alex talked about?
Alex and we talked about life itself. I would talk about nature and how I viewed things. And then Alex would talk about how he would view things and his philosophies and his ramblings, as he would say. And often I was kind of the yin to his yang, because a lot of his philosophies countered mine, because mine are very in the sunlight, in the sunshine, and his are very much so a rainy day.
Did you tell Alex about your abortion?
Yes, I did. On one of our walks, I shared with him what I was going through at that time, and he allowed me to open up about it and how I really truly felt and all of the pain that came with it.
As you got close to Alex,
Yes,
did you learn more about his past?
I learned some things about his past, yes.
And your relationship, I'm going to ask you some questions about his past, actually.
All right.
What did you learn about Alex and his feelings as you became close with him?
Feelings towards his past?
Yeah, just tell us some of the things he shared with you.
Some of the things he shared with me is that he often puts a happy face on when he goes back home for holidays, and at times it can deeply depress him, and he often felt like an outsider, that he had arguments with his father, I believe, and that he was deeply religious.
I guess I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't see the relevance, number one, and number two, it's hearsay.
Well, again, first of all, in the hearsay objection, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear testimony about things that Mr. Woodworth may have said and things that he may have wrote. And they're allowed in this case, not for the truth of what he wrote or what he said. And this is a difficult concept, I think. And you will get an instruction at the close of the case and why this evidence is admitted and why it is allowed. So, and lawyers understand this, hear it all the time, but it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but only offered as it goes to the context and the state of mind Ms. McCandless may have had and how what she heard or read affected her. And so, now, the second issue,
Can we approach Your Honor?
Yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection is sustained on relevance. And so, Ms. Fishney will continue.
All right, I want to ask you some questions about Alex and his feelings.
All right.
All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an essay that he wrote. Okay. I'm showing you again from Exhibit 697, an essay called Words, dated November 2016.
Yes.
All right, so again, looking at the typed and the handwritten pages, have you had an ability to look at them before and compare them?
Yes.
And is the typed version just make it easier to read?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this essay was written before Alex met you, but have you read this essay?
Yes, I have.
And have you discussed it with Alex?
Yes.
Is this the typed version of the essay called Words?
Yes.
All right. Looking at the second paragraph of that essay, can you read the second paragraph?
Are you speaking of the paragraph that starts with yet?
No, this paragraph that starts with do I wish, right on the top. So
All right, would you like me to read this?
Yes, please.
Do I wish, desire to die? In a way, yes. In another, no. For the first, life is misery each day the same, exhausting. For the second, a wager of experiences that outweigh any present pain. The former is inexplicable. The latter is need of comment.
Okay, the next paragraph?
There is little I've enjoyed more than the physical intimacy, the contact under covers, whilst watching a film, for example. These have a way of grounding a shattered conscience. Regardless of any euphoria of reflection, her presence, her breath against me, the heaves of her chest cement me, pull me back together. Indeed, bliss is her heart beat felt.
All right, now, fair to say those words are not written about you. This journal is written before he met you.
Yes.
Did he express similar feelings towards you eventually in your relationship?
Definitely.
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, he did.
All right. And does he continue in this essay to talk about depression?
Yes.
What does he say at the top of this page, starting with the word or?
Or, in formula, my emptiness is what prevents any fulfillment. Or again, my misery blocks any happiness from occurring. Yet again, my illness makes a cure unattainable.
Okay, go ahead. You can
How sad, huh?
Does he talk in this essay about philosophy and how that helps him?
Yes.
What does he say about that? You can just summarize it if you remember it.
Philosophy is kind of a vessel for him.
And by a vessel, what do you mean?
A vessel for his, what I considered pain.
Okay. Did he say that philosophy was like a way out or something that he could escape into? And at the very end, in his essay, after he talks about escaping into it, what does he say?
He says,
And so, starting with those words.
and so. Do you mean pity me?
No, the paragraph before that.
All right. And so, my attempt to escape is futile. I am trapped by the very trapped I was caught by, the longing to be otherwise, that alone. Yet, that is what I am, alone. My loneliness even prevents socialization. Too many times I have heard, you didn't look like you wanted to talk. Entirely because I longed for that very connection I failed to even be recognized as feeling alone because of how alone I felt. Pity me, I refuse to utter such words. Instead, my only hope is to be as alone as I feel, so I can.
Thank you. Were there other times that Alex Woodworth wrote about being lonely, empty, and misery? Did that theme continue in his writings?
It continued, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this first, before I get to the themes of loneliness and misery in his writing.
Yes.
Did your relationship eventually change from being friends and confidants who went on walks and discussed philosophy into something else?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Alex and I started slow. We held hands, we hugged, and we shared a few kisses, and then eventually we became partners.
And were you still living with Jason during this time?
Yes.
When you say you became partners, can you just explain what kind of partner you mean?
Sexual partners.
Okay. And did he express desires for you to be vulnerable to him?
Absolutely, yes.
I'm going to show you another essay of his. I'm just waiting to get it out of the book.
Yes.
Okay. What is the title of this essay?
In quotes, it says, "Come as you are, flaws and all."
What's the date that this essay was written?
October 29th, 2017.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. First of all, looking at the very top of this essay, "Come as you are."
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you, without having you read the whole top, you notice that he talks about Caputo, Abraham, and God.
Yes.
And the Abrahamic story of Isaac and sacrifice. Is that what that relates to?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was Caputo, or just tell us about Alex and Caputo, or that book. Was that a book he was fond of?
He was very fond of that book. It was a staple in his reading and his philosophies.
Okay. Does he also, in this, the last sentence in this paragraph mentions, if I'll just read it for you, alongside the obligatory, I want to find a poetics of erotics. Did he connect Caputo, philosophy, and eroticism?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
I don't think that's leading. I just asked if he connected them. It's a preliminary question.
Okay, I'll give you a little latitude, so I'm going to overrule, but
Okay.
it is leading.
What do you mean by that when you say he connected those things?
What I mean by that is that he wanted to explore them in his concepts of erotics. He wanted to explore the stories from Caputo and the novel about Abraham.
Okay. And going to later down the page, all right, as it continues, I'm going to ask you specifically, and I'm trying to make this easier for you to read, so you don't have to search.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you read that paragraph that starts with "Here I am"?
Here I am, come as you are, flaws and all. I wager myself and invite you to risk yourself.
All right, just stop right there. Do you know what he's writing about in this essay on October 29th?
Yes, I do.
How do you know?
I know because come as you are, flaws and all was a discussion we had between each other often. It was something he would say to me, he would text to me and ask of me all of the time.
Okay. And go ahead and keep reading that.
All of this is needed. I cannot command you to come unless I risk the same. In this phrase, I occupy both the Abrahamic, here I am, and the divine, come. If either parts fails, erotics fails, even if it succeeds.
All right, keep going.
If I do not risk myself, I reveal the desire to possess. I am seducing, not loving. If I do not invite you to risk yourself, I become the ethical fool. the willing sacrifice. I am committed, but to someone who doesn't love me.
What's he talking about there, committed but to someone who doesn't love him?
Objection, calls
Sustained.
for speculation.
Did he discuss with you what that line meant, that he's committed but to somebody who doesn't love me?
Yes, we had this discussion, as we did in many of our discussions, about that I was still in a relationship essentially with Jason. So he felt that because I was still in that relationship, I was not fully committed to just him.
This essay ends with him saying, "We hide our flaws, and it is a feat to come flaws and all." Have you actually responded? Do you know what he's referring to there?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury that?
What he is saying there is that it's hard to bare yourself to someone completely, to be vulnerable.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's all right. He asked of me to be vulnerable with him, to essentially come to him flaws and all. And I've often struggled bearing my flaws easily and openly. So it was, this discussion in this essay we read together was about how I was trying to bear myself to him, and as he was asking, because he bared himself to me, that I should do the same.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about your relationship and its development. So this is written in late October.
Yes.
In that time, in October, just what's the status of your relationship with him yet? Is it sexual? Is it on its way to being sexual? What's going on?
At that time, we were becoming intimate, yes. We were very much so falling in love at that time.
And did there come a time where you spent the night at his house?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly when that first time was?
Roughly, yes, I do remember.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
It was late October.
Could it have been the beginning of October?
Yes.
I'm sorry, not late October. Could it be?
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused. All right. And was Jason out of town when that happened?
Yes, he was.
You've seen Alex's roommates come in and testify? His former roommates?
Yes.
All right. Was Dave Stoiding a roommate at that time?
Yes, he was.
Had you ever met him?
No. We kind of avoided each other.
Okay. And what about the other roommate, Matt Schreiner? Did he eventually become a roommate too? Or was
He was
a roommate?
he was a roommate at the time. Yes.
And did you socialize with him at all?
Off and on, we would socialize. We met each other at the coffee shop a few times.
Okay. So when you stayed over with him, tell us how your relationship was developing at that time.
At that time, it was becoming very intimate, is how I can describe it. We at that time had become sexual partners, and we were sharing with each other a lot of ourselves.
Despite the fact that you were close and sharing things,
Yes.
was Alex still writing in a way that reflected and talking to you in a way that reflected misery or depression or unhappiness or?
Yes, he was.
I'm showing you an essay in Exhibit 697
Yes.
called "The Failure to Write," dated December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that essay?
Yes.
And is it the same as the handwritten? Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Now, in this essay, without reading, can you tell us, or just, I mean, not reading the whole thing, the paragraph that says, "This is supposed to help my misery." Can you read that paragraph?
Yes. This is supposed to help ease my misery, but it only draws it into reflection. I want to say so much to you, but I cannot bring myself to speak. The words, if said to you would only hurt more. They would hurt you and exuberate my own pain.
Is that exacerbate?
Exacerbate.
That's okay. Then the words that he says after that, he goes on, can you read that?
I know that I am not your priority. I am secondary to you. I believe that you love me, but your love for another is what you place your faith in. I am loved, but in a way that you can always give up. You believe that things can get better with the love you prioritize, and that means you believe you will abandon me someday. I am in so much pain because you love me, and still you hope to abandon me to my loneliness again. Can you see that your desire for your priority is also a desire for my annihilation? Can I show you this? Or is my only hope to be that your priority ceases to be so far the development of my own significance? Can you realize that I am your significant other in a way that I benefit from?
Now, this essay was written on December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to come back in a little bit to something that happened in December of 2017. Actually, I'm going to show you another essay. This is from December 26th, 2017.
Yes.
What is the title of that essay?
An Obsession with Misery, December 26, 2017.
Okay. And is this the typed version again? Is it the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Okay, this is short.
Yes.
Okay, why don't you read this?
All right. Alongside my obsession with erotics, I am possessed to write about misery, the failing of happy consciousness. In all honesty, suffering is among my greatest interests.
Okay, okay, just go ahead. Keep going.
I am in love with the phenomenology of illness, both mental and physical, but also with the sub-pathological suffering. The plight of a guilty woman who is sexually promiscuous interests me as much as those with cancer, depression, and dysphoria. The anxiety of perfectionism, of a short prognosis, of lifelong uncurable symptoms, is a game, as that is an overworked college student with a cumulative final. Each differs from the others, but that there is misery remains constant. Love has been interwoven into my life, but so has object misery been. I recall my first love.
I'm going to stop you
Okay.
there because he is talking. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes.
And he goes on in the essay to talk about other people and their misery?
Yes, he does.
All right. And do you know, or did he talk to you about why he was writing about misery near the end of December?
He was himself feeling a lot of internal pain and loneliness, even as we had a relationship together.
So let me ask you, when you first met him, we talked about this a little earlier,
Yes.
and he was writing about cannibalism, right?
Yes, he was.
All right. Do you recall, did that theme continue in his discussions with you?
Often, yes.
And did he write about that in some of his other essays?
Yes.
This is an essay going back to August of 2017. What's the name of this essay
Dead to Me,
and the date?
August 6, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
And looking at, I'll get this up to the right place, 1 minute. To say I'm not great at using this Elmo. This essay, can you just read the first sentence of that paragraph?
Yes. Because you are dead to me, this love fails to be truly erotic now, though it may have been. Instead, we are speaking of cannibalism.
All right. So besides cannibalism in his writings, aside from that, this is in August, we've already talked about it.
Yes.
Did he continue to have these discussions with you about cannibalism beyond writing about them?
All of the time, yes.
What would he, did his expressions or his talks about cannibalism go beyond the esoteric or the philosophical from what you heard from him?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
It went beyond philosophy at points when we would discuss erotics of cannibalism. And cannibalism in the sense of individuals in history and through the past, and even artists who have partaken in cannibalism because of their ultimate desire to consume that individual, to consume that individual's power, or to consume that individual so that that person they had loved would never leave them.
So, in other words, I'm not quite understanding what you mean, the person that they loved would never leave them. Could you just explain a little bit more what
Yes.
Alex told you and what he meant about that?
We specifically spoke of individuals, lovers, that partook in cannibalism, and he consumed his partner so that in essence, by consuming his partner, eating him, because he was passed away, he was never away from him. He had absorbed his essence.
What is the title of this essay?
Violation.
And the date?
August 9th, 2017.
So, again, is he writing about you in this essay?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to show you just a brief part of this essay. In this essay, is he discussing a prior relationship with him?
Yes.
All right. Can you read this where it says distract me?
Yes. Distract me is dehumanizing, unhuman. It is the request of a mind to flesh. It is cannibalism. The words haunt me, confirming that you had died to me. I was lift with a revenant. A facsimile?
Facsimile?
A facsimile of a person who spoke of a warm caress while offering a vampire touch.
Now, in that essay, when he said I was lift with a remnant, first of all, in your discussions with him, was lift actually intended to be left? I was left with a remnant?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about. All right. And in that discussion, can you explain what a revenant, or not what it is necessarily, but what Alex said a revenant was?
Yes, we often talked about a revenant. When we would speak of a revenant, we would discuss how essentially what a revenant is an individual come back from the dead, a specter or a ghost of sorts. They've come back to do unfinished business, or it is called like retribution, or it's unfinished business essentially is what a revenant comes back for. It was a topic we often talked about because he would tell me he considered himself a revenant.
And again, from Exhibit 697, I'm showing you another essay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the title, why don't you tell me what the title is here of this essay and the date?
From the Past, Memories, November 2017. Reworked from July 24th, 2017.
Again, is the typed the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to read it from where it says, I know now. Just the next few sentences.
I know now that you wanted to change me and be changed by me. You asked for my flesh.
I'm sorry, I had that a little.
Thank you. You asked for my flesh and offered me yours, but so that we could give and receive back new flesh. I am yours, become mine. I mistook the innocent play, your desire for my hunger. I saw cannibalism, where you asked to be seen erotically.
Okay, let's stop there. When he says, I saw cannibalism when you asked to be seen erotically, do you know what he's writing about?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Alex what he was writing about?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was about?
When I discussed this with Alex, he was speaking of, he was taking the other person in, he was consuming them wholly. Where they wanted to be seen erotically, lovingly, he was seeing them as something to take in, to possess.
Did Alex tell you whether or not that reference was about you?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He told me that it was in reference of me because of parallels of someone he was with in the past.
I'm going to show you again the beginning of the same essay.
Yes.
Let me get it to this. Can you read this?
I am warm, I am kind, I am good. When did I become so dull inside? I am not warm, I am so gloomy. I am not kind, I am so distant. I'm not good, I'm aberrant.
Aberrant, is that aberrant?
Aberrant.
Okay.
I have gotten too good at being these things. Am I seen as a person anymore? They aren't masks, though.
All right, let me ask you about there where he's saying he's aberrant and it's not a mask. Can you explain, or did Alex discuss with you what he meant by that?
He discussed with me about masks often.
1 minute, please. All right, and can you tell me what he would tell you about masks? Or not tell me, tell all of us.
Yes. What he told me about masks is that he often seen others and he often felt himself that he had to put on a mask to present himself a certain way so that when he was out in public or when he was at work, he would put on a certain face. And often he felt that it was always hard to always have to wear a mask with certain people.
All right. In the same essay, I'm
Yes.
going to go to one more area, all right? And I'll direct you over to the words "my touch." Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, why don't you read that?
My touch is a request. Feel nothing but me. Let me give death a face to you. Has my body ever taken someone's from there and gave it back different? I remember holding her with my coat, warming her already too human face. Did it consume her as she did me? Or was my futile attempt to possess but kindling? I am not warm, but I can offer myself to your blaze.
Okay, I'll ask you to stop there. Again, did Alex discuss with you what he meant? And I want to ask specifically about where he says, "Let me give death a face to you." Did he talk about that with you?
He did talk about that with me.
And what did he mean?
He wasn't talking about death as in looking at the other individual and he's seen death. He was, in essence, speaking of how loving that individual was as death. It's a hard thing to just outright and say.
Okay. I want to ask you about the sexual aspects of your relationship with Alex during this time, meaning late October, November, December. All right? So during this period of time, can you tell us some of the, and I know it's very intimate, but some of the details of your sexuality or the sexuality or sex between you and Alex Woodworth?
Alex and I, when we began our relationship, sex was very vanilla, I could say.
What does vanilla mean?
Well,
in case people haven't heard that expression.
what vanilla means is that it was your average sex. It was missionary. You're what a lot of people would describe as normal sex.
Okay, and during this period of time, was there some progression from the pure vanilla into
Yes.
some differences early now, November, December?
Yes, there were. I encouraged him to explore himself and things he might want. And we started practicing and doing these new things that he wanted to express himself.
Okay, first of all, in terms of sexual position, was there a preferred sexual position from that Alex told you he preferred?
Yes.
What was that?
It was called prone, as he informed me. And
were you face to face during sex?
No, rarely.
Okay, what position were you in?
From behind is what you can call it. He would often express this desire for it.
And were there objects he would use that impaired your sight at all?
Yes, he preferred to have my glasses off, and he enjoyed to blindfold me.
Was there anything specific about lightness versus darkness?
Yes, he liked it to be either soft light, a candle, or he preferred it to be absolutely dark. He enjoyed kind of the mystery of it all in the dark.
How did you feel about that?
I thought it was interesting and exciting, and I also felt I am very visually impaired without my glasses, so I get a little uncomfortable at times without them.
So let me ask this. Did Alex refer to you as a boy?
Yes.
Do you know why he referred to you as a boy? Did he tell you why?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead. Again, there's a limited purpose.
Yes, this is for her feelings.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this has been out there quite a bit already in front of the jury. All right. What were your feelings, or what did he tell you about him referring to you as a boy?
Well, as our relationship progressed, I told him about how I identified in the past as almost strictly masculine. And he preferred that I presented myself in a masculine way. He often told me how confident I looked and how much he was attracted to me because he could call me a boy, his boy, and present that way.
Did you present yourself as a male to Alex?
Yes, I did.
What about the word boy specifically? How did you feel about his use of the word boy?
The word boy specifically, at first it was gender, as you can call it, but then the word became more possessive. I was his boy. It felt objectifying at times.
And what do you mean by objectifying?
I felt as if I was an object, that I was not EZRA Candless, essentially, but I was just his boy.
Judge, I need a break. I'm sorry. I would like to take a short break. I need to take a short break.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and so we'll excuse you for that. All rise.
Ms. McCandless, you have referred to some essays from a book called Personal Notes and Research Ideas, A Quest to Understand.
Yes.
And I didn't realize that the original was not in evidence. So I'm showing you what's been marked, as Exhibit 698.
Yes.
Is that the orange notebook that contains those essays you've testified about?
Yes.
Thank
No
you.
objection to its submission, Your Honor.
All right. And what's that, Exhibit 698?
Yes.
Exhibit 698 will be received, again, subject to court's pretrial rulings.
Now, I'm also been showing you what was previously marked as number, I believe, 653. I just want to make sure. And this is a copy of the book, the original of the book called Extra Scriber.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to please turn to page 32 in this book. Or maybe I'll do it for you just to make it.
Thank you.
So first of all, are there page numbers at the bottom of each page?
Yes.
All right. On page 32, do you see a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
What is that doodle?
Sorry. This doodle is a dog.
Okay. Who drew it?
I did.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when you drew it?
I drew it when we were together, sharing a cup of coffee, and he was writing, and I was reading as he was writing.
All right. And then turning to page 41 in the journal, is there a doodle at the bottom of page 41?
Yes.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this when we were together yet again, and it's a bug of sorts.
All right. And then turning to page 181, at the bottom of page 181, is there another doodle?
Yes, there is.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this yet again when we were spending time together, and he was explaining to me, and we were talking back and forth about this essay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions about your doodles.
Thank you.
In Extra Scriber. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 651. Is this another journal of
Yes.
Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
And just what's the name of that journal?
This journal, it's notes, October 19th, 2017 through Dream Tree, Simple and Elegant.
And turning to the first page, is there a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Did you draw that?
Yes.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes, I remember when he asked me to read this, and I drew a pumpkin with some hearts.
Page 25. Is there a doodle on page 25?
Yes, a cat.
All right, page 27. Is there a doodle on page 27?
Yes, a doodle of a peach.
Page 32.
Yes, this is a fox.
And page 35?
Yes, there's a doodle.
All right, and were all of those doodles drawn when you were with Alex Woodworth at times he was talking about the pages on the journal?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as exhibit number 654. You on this, Nona? Okay. I'm going to show you this book. Let me try and get the whole book in. Oops. Bearing in mind that I'm not great at this. Okay. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously been marked, I think, as exhibit number 654.
Yes.
What is this?
This is Soren Kierkegaard, Fear and Trembling.
This particular book, did Alex discuss this book with you much?
We discussed it often, and we discussed it the most during very intimate moments of our relationship.
I want you to explain to the jury what you mean by him discussing them during intimate moments in your relationship.
This book was the book he would read from as we were having sex, and he would read passages from this book.
Was there another book he also read passages from when you were engaged in sex with Alex?
Yes, he would read from Caputo.
Do you know what the name of that book is?
Hoping Against Hope.
I think that we were talking about Alex referring to you as boy a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Did he also write about that in his journals?
He did, yes.
And I'm going to show you an essay from his journals. That's, 1 minute, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the right part. All right. I think we were talking about boy, and I'm going to show you a journal entry and ask you what the name of that entry is.
Yes. When I lost myself, November 29th through 30th, 2017.
Is it fair to say this is a pretty long essay?
Yes.
Okay. And have you looked at the handwritten compared to the typed, and are they the same?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many typed pages are there in this essay? I guess I should ask you that first before I go to it.
There are 31 typed pages.
Do you mean there are 5 typed pages, number 27?
Oh.
31?
Yes.
Is that a mistake?
I was reading the bottom number.
Okay.
Instead of counting, but there are 5.
Okay. I'm not going to go through this whole essay with you.
Yes.
I just want to ask you one thing that's in the essay. Okay. On the second to last page, or page 4 of the typed version of the essay, can you please read that?
Yes. I do not mean to say that he is irrational for not running away with me. Rather, I mean his hopes for a potential. I fail to understand his love for an abusive partner, at least in ways specifically understand the desire for stability. All the more so because of his friendships are mediated by this relationship. To give up his current partner is to risk losing his friends. Furthermore, I understand his feelings of guilty. This issue is my lack of sympathy. I do not see what there is to feel guilty about. He cannot do as he wants, and thus there is no love. If he did as he wanted, even without doing evil, the relationship would end. There is no love. Love is not happening, and yet he loves. I do not understand, but still I hope to be understanding.
Did Alex Woodworth discuss this journal entry with you?
Yes.
And that particular part which is referenced, what did he say to you about that?
Well, when he was writing this very long journal, he pointed this out, that he had been writing about me, and I noticed that instead of saying as you might, she or her, he was saying my masculine pronoun, his, him. He was talking about kind of his desires for our relationship and how he desired for my other relationship to end.
And I think, all right, I'll do that later. Was there there a particular phrase that Alex, a philosophical phrase that Alex frequently used?
Yes, he would often say to me, love and do as you will.
And in your mind,
Yes.
what, in your mind, well, first let me ask you this. What did Alex say that meant to him?
He said to me, in what I took from what we talked about, that this love and do as you will was a way to say, I will do what I want, I will love who I want, I will do what I need to do in love. And that essentially is he will take what he wants.
Okay. I'm showing you an essay about love and do what you will. What is it called?
Dirige et quod vis fact.
Do you know what language that is?
I believe it's French.
Okay. Regardless of what language it is, because I don't know, do you know what it translates to?
Love and do as you will.
All right. What's the date that this essay was written?
November 9th, 2017.
By this time, and is it the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. By this time, was your sexual relationship with Alex, had you had sexual intercourse by this time?
Yes, we had sexual intercourse by that time.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to read the whole essay.
Yes.
But I'm going to ask specifically about this third paragraph and where it says, please forgive me. Okay? Can you read that part, just those two sentences?
Yes. Please forgive me for moving like you. You who are so alive. I profane the very breaths I take, and undead hoping to pass for something other than a conscious corpse. My guilt is wanting love without having a heart.
And the next sentence?
I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you.
Okay, and then I'm going to move down. One second. I'm going to move down to the end of the page. Okay, I'm off the screen, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get it on the screen because when I look down, it looks like it's on the screen, but it's not.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, this last paragraph, can you read that?
Yes. I was further contaminated, this all mutated. I wanted to be happy, but felt unworthy. I wanted to be loved, but refused to believe it possible. I wanted to be alive, but lacked a heart. And you hurt me. I hated myself through you, and you were a living death. Everything I said came to be a lie. I had to escape the monster I became with you. You did not deserve it, nor did I.
Did Alex talk to you about what he's referring to when he says, I had to become the monster? I had to escape the monster I became with you?
Yes.
What is that?
In this conversation, we discussed how he felt, how we were continuing our relationship sexually, intimately, how he wearing the masks to everyone else.
And what do you mean by masks? And you just explained that?
Wearing the masks as to seem a certain way with everyone, let's say out in public, but underneath the mask there was a lot hidden.
All right, I'm going to ask you about one other line in this essay. This is near the end of the essay.
Yes.
And again, we're not going to read the whole thing, but I just would ask you to read the top sentences.
I am still afraid of myself, afraid I will come out again and hurt someone.
Now, when he said that, did you discuss what he meant by he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
Yes.
Okay, and continuing with that paragraph? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson wants to say something. Why don't you tell the jury what he said to you about him saying he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
What he said to me about this in our discussion is he said to me how he was afraid he was going to take all. He was going to be greedy in the sense that if he wanted something, he was going to get what he wanted.
I'm going to refer you back to an earlier part of the essay, more in the beginning, that I forgot to read you, or
Yes.
forgot to ask you to read.
Yes.
So let me just make sure I have that on there, where it says, I've half-heartedly.
Yes. I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin, the violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct.
Okay, now, did he discuss that with you specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
What he told me about this is that in our relationship, I expressed a lot of my anxieties and my uncertainties with my previous relationship, continuing relationship with Jason. He was expressing to me that he knew it was causing me anxiety to pursue this, to keep pursuing this relationship and what we were doing. And he told me that at this point it was that he didn't really necessarily care anymore, that he was causing this anxiety, that he was going to reach out anyways to me, that he was going to continue our relationship because that's what he wanted.
Now, did there come a time where Alex cut his wrist?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There had been a time when I received some messages from Alex saying that he had harmed himself. He was asking me if I could drive him to a pharmacy or to help him out with this. And Jason at the time he asked me about it, and I told him Alex was hurt and Jason wanted to help. So I had gone over to Alex's house to help him, and that is when I seen what had happened, and Jason had patched him up, as he said.
When you say you saw what had happened, can you please describe that to the jury?
What I saw had happened was he had slit his wrist, and he shown me that he had to use a t-shirt to kind of stifle the bleeding, and it was just a very ugly gash from what I looked at.
At a later date, did Alex tell you, first of all, at that time, when you were there with Jason, did he say, if you remember,
Yes.
what he said about cutting his wrist?
What he said to me about cutting his wrist is that he felt he was feeling depressed again, and that he felt like he was feeling dead inside.
Did he tell you that in front of Jason, or did he tell you that at a later date?
He told me that not in front of Jason, but kind of to the side. He pulled me to the side when we were talking.
And again, I'm showing you another essay by Alex Woodworth from exhibit number 697. What is this essay called?
This essay is called Between Two Hands, January 20th through 22nd, 2018.
Is it the same as the handwritten version, the typed version?
Yes.
Is this in evidence
Yes.
already? Okay,
Oh, yes, absolutely. Exhibit 697, Your Honor.
okay, thank you.
And again, I'm going to ask you to read a small portion of this larger essay. And I would ask you just the second paragraph, can you read that?
Yes. Should I confess that I have a large gash on my left wrist, a self-inflicted wound that had severed nerves and nearly cut through tendons? For me, one hand can only feel and move in a limp, numb way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes, definitely.
Did he literally mean that his left hand couldn't move anymore?
He could move it, he just said it felt different.
Okay. And is he referring in this essay, did he tell you that he was writing about the time where he had cut his wrist?
Yes.
And what did he specifically later tell you about cutting his wrist?
He told me he had done it kind of in a painful response to my rejection.
Later on in this essay, after he says limp, numb way, can we just go to where it says one of my hands? Yeah,
one of my hands has quit its status, almost as limp as corpse proper. It is no longer proper. It is a shameful and an advertising of my own lack of well-being. The reversibility of hands is gone. For me, one hand cannot feel. It is inactive, but it cannot be felt either. It is unpassive. I love you.
What, does it say I love you, Ted?
Yes, but...
Do you know what Ted refers to?
There's no Ted, no.
Okay.
No Ted, no.
Okay. And let me ask you, again, when he talks about this hand being unfeeling, is he referring to this physically or psychologically at this point, in terms of if he discussed it with you?
When he discussed it with me, he said it felt different, but he was discussing how psychologically it felt numb and strange to him.
Did Alex have some pet names or references he would call you besides boy?
Yes.
What were those?
His pet names for me mostly were his lamb. He would call me his son, as in S-U-N, and lamb, son, and his goon at times.
All right, let me talk to you specifically about lamb.
Yes.
What did he tell you he meant by his lamb?
As we were intimate, he would tell me, and as he would call me his lamb, he would use it in the holy sacrificial way, as the Lamb of Christ or the Lamb of God. He would tell me I was his holy sacrifice, I was his lamb.
Did that have a specific reference, his lamb, in relationship to what's shown on the cover of the Kierkegaard book? Did he say that to you?
Yes, we discussed this deeply. The sacrifice or what is shown on the book is the story of Abraham and his struggle as he was called to sacrifice his son, which he had an ultimate love for. And he would discuss to me the beauty and everything that was in the lines and in between the lines for him for that novel, as he would read it to me during intercourse.
And was there a specific comparison between the lamb that Abraham substitutes for his son and calling you the lamb?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
As he would say to me that Abraham, the sacrifice of the son is a sacrifice to God, the holiness of it. And he considered me his lamb, his holy sacrifice, and all of the love in that, and the sacrifice of not wanting to give that up.
He also used the word son, S-U-N. Was he referring to anything specific when he told you you were his son?
Yes, he had a pet name for...
I know this is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing for me. It's in reference to my vagina. the sun, the blaze, the warmth. He would often talk about how my intimate area was his sun, S-U-N.
Now, during this time, I'm sorry, I'm going to take you up now to, first of all, are there many journal phrases where Alex would refer to love and do what you will?
Yes.
Did you take the journals and count up what you thought, how many times that he would actually refer to that phrase in his journals?
Yes.
How many times did you count?
Roughly, it was the high 20s into the 30s. It's deeply woven into the journals.
Was that phrase also deeply woven into your relationship?
Yes, it seemed like instead of your typical morning text message, it would be a text of love and do as you will. Or he would somehow bring it into almost every conversation we would have. Intimately, just normal conversation at the coffee shop, at home. It was always a part of every day.
I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts between you and Alex, all right?
All right.
As your sexual relationship progressed into January and February,
yes,
did the sexual acts between you and Alex undergo a change from what they had been?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what that was?
Well, from what I said before, the more vanilla, it turned into what at times could be considered a BDSM relationship.
And what does BDSM mean?
BDSM is bind, dominance, and it can be submissive or sadomasochist. It depends on what sector you're in, if it's submissive, dominant, or sadomasochism.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this with respect to Alex, okay?
Yes.
Have you heard, in respect to BDSM, what a safe word is?
Yes.
What is a safe word?
In a BDSM relationship, a safe word is essentially, it's one of the most important parts of the relationship, I consider. It's when, in an act, when something is getting too much for you, or one of the partners, or the submissive. And a safe word is something that individual can say when it's just too much and it's time to stop.
In sexuality, first of all, with regard to Alex, what role did you play, the dominant or the submissive?
I took the role of submissive.
And in that role, did Alex and you have a safe word?
I suggested it, but we did not agree, and we did not have a safe word, no.
Why didn't you agree? What did Alex tell you with respect to not having a safe word?
He didn't prefer a safe word. He told me in our relationship that he didn't want that, essentially. It didn't play into kind of what he wanted to get out of the relationship.
And I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts. First of all, I'm going to ask you about wax, or what's called wax play.
Wax play is when you use a candle or a wax-like substance, and you drip or drain it onto your partner, the submissive.
Before you referred to prone, and we only discussed prone in terms of you being face down, was there another aspect to what was called prone that eventually developed in your sexual relationship with Alex?
What eventually developed with this prone position is the desire for the submissive in this role to be in what is commonly called a chokehold, or to appear to be unconscious.
Was that something he did with you?
Yes.
Let me ask you, how is it that without a safe word, in your mind, did this connect at all with what Alex used to say to you about your flaws and vulnerability?
Yes.
Can you please explain that to us?
Without in an act like this, or in a sexual act without a safe word, it is hard for me as an individual to be vulnerable. I was uncomfortable with the idea of no safe word, and he demanded from me to be vulnerable in these times, and that was hard for me.
In addition to the wax and the chokehold thing you described, was there ever a time back in your relationship in January or February where Alex used a knife when having sex with you?
Yes, he had cut a pair of my pants that I had one day. It never went as far to touch or graze my skin. He just ripped through some holes that were already on my pants, and I threw them away after that.
What was your reaction to these things? The wax, the chokehold, the knife, that one occasion? What was your reaction to these?
My reaction, I was very supportive of his dominance at first. I wanted him to feel like he can express himself. And I was also exploring. With the wax, it was different, and it was a bit strange for me at first, but it was fine. I found I had issues with the prone position and being in a chokehold from behind. I started to not enjoy that. It was really just not what I wanted, and I had voiced my opinion a few times. It wasn't with my alignment. The time he had cut my pants, he ripped through some holes already and he cut them, and I was a bit frustrated at the sense that, oh great, I have to throw some pants away now, but it made me a bit uncomfortable because it was so sudden and so new.
Well, let me just take you back to something you said, because I want to follow up. You said you voiced your opinion?
Yes.
What did you say to him when you voiced your opinion?
When I voiced my opinion to him, I said to him, essentially, in this prone position or in this position, that I was sore, that at times it was uncomfortable and it felt as if it was a bit bruising and constricting for me. It caused anxiety.
When you told him that you didn't like it,
Yes.
how did he respond to you?
Well, it was quite crude how he responded, but he would tell me that it wasn't fair that I had finished and he wasn't going to get his chance then.
So you're telling him you don't like this, to not do it. He's saying it's unfair, I didn't get to finish. What would happen as either during, after, before those conversations?
During the conversation, he would express how he thought it was unfair he didn't get to finish because he spent so much time for me. And I would just essentially not completely shut down, but just say, all right, and just let it go, just let it happen.
So you would let him complete what he wanted to do?
Yes,
Even when you didn't feel like it?
yes.
I'm showing you from Exhibit 697 an essay called Between Love and Obligation.
Yes.
What's the date on that?
December 3rd, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
This essay, does it begin with him talking about love and do as you will?
Yes.
And as this essay continues, does he talk about love and do as you will? I'm not going to have you read it, but is there a continued discussion about what it means?
Yes.
Does he specifically mention there is love and do as you will, don't worry about self-control, be excessive if you want to, there is nothing you ought to do, anything goes?
Yes.
Did he discuss that with you?
Yes.
What did he mean by that?
What he meant by that, because there's the original love and do as you will, but when he says it, it was his way of saying, this is what I mean when I say this to you. This is what I mean when I say love and do as you will.
So in other words, in your intimate relationship with Alex, would he express a divergence from the philosophical love as you do with Will to the personal love and do as you will?
Yes.
Sustain leading.
Okay, what did he express about how love and do as you will meant to him personally in your relationship?
What he told me in our relationship is that there's going to be times when he's going to take control. There's going to be times when he's demanding certain things, and love and do as you will, as he would say, is the reason why he's able to do this, because he will do as he will. It was his way of saying, I'm going to do this, and love and do as you will, he would say.
I'm showing you the sentence that's near the very end of this essay on the page that begins with the word merely.
Yes.
Can you please read that sentence?
Merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant, but merely letting another do as they will does the same.
All right. This issue about consent being irrelevant by doing as he would.
Yes.
Were you aware of this sentence in his journals before the sexual acts became, in January and February, things you were uncomfortable with?
Yes, it was a conversation we had in detail.
And how did you feel about this line about consent being irrelevant?
Well, as I was reading this essay and we're discussing, yet again, love and do as you will, I pointed it out and I told him that I felt completely the opposite of this. I come from a point of when consent is everything, like consent, 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 each step of the way. And this, for me, was a first red flag.
I'm showing you a very short essay.
Yes.
Called Resolution, written on January 1st, 2108.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. And is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. Can you read that essay?
I need to be more selfish. My relationships have failed because I couldn't ask for what I wanted or needed. I love people who are hurting, but I am too. To find anything that will last, I need to find a way to be selfish. Oddly, I need to find resoluteness in this resolution. Selfishness needs to find a place in my values.
So as he started to take and do what he wanted sexually,
Yes.
and you were protesting,
Yes.
did you think about this essay where he had said this at all?
Yes, I had. I thought about it often.
And I'm going to show you one last essay now, and I think we're going to be done with the essays
Okay.
at that point. Now, I'm showing you, again, another essay. What's the title of this essay?
The title of this essay is Faith in Flesh, February 2nd, 2018.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you about a specific paragraph that's kind of in the middle of this essay. Can you read this paragraph?
Yes. Next, the other may demand that I not die. They may demand that I not commit self-sacrifice. This may be because they enjoy my self-mutilation, or because they refuse to carry the guilty of my guilty flesh. In both cases, my duty is to feed is complicated. For to give purely is suicide.
For to give purely to suicide, go ahead.
violence against another to provide for this demanding
Okay, wait.
other.
I'm sorry, I
Did I
think you
miss a
skipped a line.
sentence?
1 minute. For to give purely to suicide.
Can involve a cessation of violence, but it is the obligation to not die oddly. I must commit violence against another to provide for this demanding other. This forces me to murder. In order to provide, I am doing it either way. This demanding other has taken my redeeming suicide from me and doomed me to tortuous guilty.
Okay. So when you saw that Alex had written about murder in his journal, did this stand out to you in any way?
Yes, this essay did stand out to me.
Okay, I'll ask you more about that later. I'm going to go back to talking to you about Jason.
All right.
Right?
Yes.
This relationship's developing with Alex.
Yes.
And as this is going on, what's going on with you and Jason?
As our relationship with Alex and I developed, the rift between me and Jason and the distance furthered. It seemed as if we were more roommates and just living together than we were girlfriend and boyfriend anymore.
What were you thinking about doing with respect to your relationship with Jason?
I was thinking about leaving, ending it, breaking up.
Now, you heard Jenna Van Zant testify before?
Yes.
And I believe that, I'm showing you what's been marked previously as exhibit number 405 and entered in evidence. Is this a copy of texts that went between you and Jenna Van Zant?
Yes.
And what did you say to Jenna Van Zant in that text?
Would you like me to read it exactly?
Or you can summarize it or read it, either way.
In summary, I was expressing that I needed more boundaries, that I was feeling mistreated, and the relationship was unhealthy. There was no communication, miscommunications, and that I need to talk to him about these things, and I might need to leave.
Well, in the beginning, you say, I'm realizing I'm finally brave enough to talk to Jason.
Yes.
To talk. Did you also refer in this to breaking up with him?
Yes. Yes.
And did you talk about how other people were telling you about your relationship with Jason?
Yes, a lot of my friendships I had at Lacy's, I would tell them examples and things that were going on between me and Jason. And my friends at the time, they were telling me that this is unhealthy and damaging and you need to get out of this.
Did you talk about him specifically name calling you?
Yes, he had called me names. In this, I said specifically, he called me retarded, one of the most offensive things to me.
Okay. Now, on this day, on February 5th, was this right before you, in fact, did break up with Jason?
I believe so, yes.
I'm just going to briefly diverge.
All right.
Into something else. Well, let me just say this. Eventually, did you also break up with Alex?
Yes.
Did you break up with the two of them in the same month?
Yes.
So which breakup was first?
Jason.
And how long after breaking up with Jason, approximately how long, I know you don't have a calendar, did you break up with Alex?
Not long after, a few weeks or so, maybe a month.
During this time, did you also spend some time with a fellow named John Hansen?
Yes, I had.
How did you know him?
He was my friend through Jason.
And being your friend through Jason, did you have any interest in John Hansen?
Yes, at the time I did have some interest in John Hansen.
Would the word crush express that, or what word would you use?
I had developed a crush, yes.
When Jason went out of town, well, so you were spending some time with John Hansen Did you know of a friendship between John Henson and Alex as well?
I was well aware of their friendship, yes.
And Phyllis, did they discuss philosophies as far as you knew?
Yes, they discussed philosophy all of the time.
Do you know if specifically they discussed a philosophy?
Okay, Grace. So this is the story. Last year at some point, a while back, I was watching the Diddy trial, but they didn't have the cameras in the courtroom. So I was hanging out with some of my friends, having a good time. And there were some stupid trolls and weirdos in there, but we're just like chilling outside the NYC courthouse. We're just having just chatting. And there's all these crazy people out there chanting things and screaming things. And I was laughing so hard. It was like, and a lot of times we talk in code on here because we have suspicions of the algorithm and what YouTube wants. So we're just hanging out there. I keep hearing a guy screaming over and over again, chanting. And I'm like, I hear, free Deke, free Deke. And it's really the other word, D-I-C-K. That's what I thought the dude was saying. I'm like, you're going to go outside a courthouse in NYC and scream at the top of your lungs. This dude's going to scream free Deke over and over again. And I just couldn't believe it. I was laughing. And then I was like baffled. I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. He really had some nerve to say that. I mean, he must want to share it. I thought to myself, he found a good deal somewhere and he wanted to go and share it everywhere, I guess. And later on, the newscaster said, and everyone's chanting free Diddy outside the courthouse. I was like, oh, I thought this man was saying something else. And there's a bunch of homeless people too. And the dude kept chanting other things. He was like, homeless white children, homeless black children, homeless black people, homeless white people. I'm like, it's whatever this man was smoking or tripping on was going to go viral. Everybody's going to start taking that because he was somewhere else. He was past the interdimensional stage. The aliens and the cryptids would envy wherever he was at. Okay, he went higher, and he didn't just go high. He curved around too. Like he did like a curveball, but. Yeah, and I was showing chat about it later, and one of the people were saying it was Deke, free Deke, and that was a perfect thing to like say right there, the way to say it, and I just bursted out laughing. And then we were reacting to the Depp trial with a couple of our people, with our trial people, and it was during the day, and man, Depp roasted really hard of Musk and Amber Heard, and we're talking about the word Deke again, and it was really hilarious. So that was something I thought was so that's the origins of Deke. It's the D-I-C-K word, but it's disguised as Deke for YouTube friendly. So it wasn't invented by me. It was invented by one of the spaceship crew people. So that's how all that works. Hey, Grace, I had to tell you about that story. You are new here, and it was hilarious. Okay. Now back to Timu Ezra.
Philosophy called nihilism?
Yes.
Section relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, that was a topic all three of us had discussed together all the time.
And when discussing nihilism, what did Alex Woodworth say that it meant to him?
What Alex Woodworth expressed to me about nihilism is that it's a kind of take all. It's going against the norms of society, and it's in a lot of ways, it's kind of a pessimistic nihilism. It's a very different view of life than I had at the time.
What about John? Did he express similar things to you?
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance.
I'm going to sustain that. Again, it's what's in Ms. McCandless, it's in her mind. So sustained on that.
Now, when Jason went out of town, John Hanson and you, had you done some drawings, paintings, or anything like that?
Yes, we had been hanging out quite a bit, doing art together.
When Jason went out of town, did something happen with you and John Hanson?
Yes.
What happened?
What happened between me and John is that he bought some wine for us, and I had gone over to his house to talk about what's going on between me and Jason and Alex and what's really going on. And I hadn't really eaten anything that day, and I started to drink a lot of wine. And I had ultimately become severely drunk to the point of throwing up and blacking out a few times.
Did you, so is it fair for me to say when you say blacking out a few times, do you mean that you were in and out of consciousness?
Yes.
Does it also mean that you have a hard time recovering some of what happened that evening?
Yes.
Is there something specific sexually, though, that you do recall about that evening?
Yes.
What is that?
Specifically, I remember it being dark and waking up, and I could clearly feel that I was in a sexual act, that someone was having sex with me.
Did you know who that person was?
Yes, it was John.
The next day, did John, so let me ask you this sexual act, did you resist him at all?
No, I just let it happen.
The next day, in the morning, what happened?
In the morning, he told me to go to his son's room and wait until he got up so that his roommate wouldn't suspect that I was in his bed. And
did you eventually go back home?
Yes, he drove me back to my apartment.
When he drove you back to your apartment, did he come in?
Yes, he did.
And what happened once you were inside the apartment?
Once we were inside the apartment, he had said that he had to go to the bathroom. So I went upstairs to change out of my clothes from the night before, and he came into my room with me, and this is hard. He just started undoing his belt and said that I looked great, and proceeded to ask me and lead me to perform sexual acts with him.
And again, did you resist him at all?
No.
Did you tell him, no, I don't want to do this?
I didn't say much of anything, so no, I did not.
Now, after that incident with John Hanson, was it shortly after that you left Jason's apartment and broke up with Jason?
Yes.
Where did you move when you left his apartment?
I moved to my mother's.
Who helped you move?
Alex helped me move.
Had you previously introduced Alex to your family, or at least to your mother?
A few times he met my family, yes, at Lacy's.
And had Alex also come over to the office that your mom worked in one time?
Yes, I invited him to come help peel some wallpaper from the office.
When Alex came over to your families, even after helping you move back home, was he invited back another occasion?
Yes.
And who did he spend time with on that occasion?
On that occasion, he spent time with me and my mother.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
My sister and my stepdad.
And what's your stepdad's name?
James Gunnelson.
Okay. After you moved out, were you still seeing Jason at all? Well, first of all, when you moved out, was Jason in town or out of town?
He was out of town.
And were you still seeing him at all? Was he still your boyfriend?
He wasn't my boyfriend, no, but we were still texting. Things were confusing between us.
During this period, how did Jason come to know about John Hanson? Or did he come to know is, I guess, what I should say?
He did, yes.
Do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He had wanted to spend some time with me in Eau Claire, so he rented a hotel room for us. And after a night together, I woke up to him going through my phone. And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone, was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
Okay. And in fact, there was a phone found in your car on after March 22nd when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid the bill. I got it for just a little while for work, and then I just stopped using it altogether. So it ran out of minutes, of course, so no, it was not functional.
Okay, let me get back to this whole issue about Jason going through your iPod. What happened when he went through your iPod?
When he had gone through my iPod, there was a few text messages that were flirtatious between me and John that I had not deleted. Jason woke me up and he had screenshotted my text messages. He was pretty angry and he even broke my iPod in this anger.
And when he broke your iPod during this anger, did he do anything else to you?
Yes, during this conversation we were having, little argument, he threw my iPod to the floor after reading these text messages to me. He pushed me down on the bed and told me I couldn't leave until this was resolved.
Did Jason place a phone call to anyone?
Yes, he had called John.
During this conversation,
All right, so in this situation, the EZRA was in a love rectangle, and she had many people, she had all these different guys, and he was trying to have this relationship with her secretly, and she wanted to try to get rid of him to preserve the other relationship. So her story of the events is that he tried to delete her. And then he carved boy into her arm. That she was trying to save herself from sexual assault. According to her testimony, she did not mean to get her car stuck in the muddy road. She claimed that after the vehicle became stuck, she felt overwhelmed and stepped out to compose herself. She testified that Woodworth approached her from behind, hugged her, and suggested they go into the back seat of the car to lie down. Once she was inside, she claimed Alex had got up on top of her, became aggressive, and attempted to rape her. So I wouldn't put it past him to do something like this, but the evidence seems to point that she's the one that lured him there to take him out to preserve her other relationships. I could change my view, but it seems to point in the other direction because of the various different types of evidences that are there. Now, she would have had to have carved boy into her own arm. And she somehow was able to do that. But, yeah, it seems that both of them were twisted, were into these twisted things, and she seems like she was trying to save these other relationships from failing that she was in. And they found her guilty. So Ezra claimed that Alex was the one who originally brought out a knife and she testified that during the struggle, she kneed him in the groin, causing him to drop the weapon. She told the jury that she was in total panic and PTSD-induced dissociation. She testified, "I started stabbing him anywhere and everywhere I could. I didn't know what was happening. I just needed to get it away." Right. And this version of her story, he lured her there and he was going to do sexual assault to her. And then she took the knife and stabbed him out of self-defense. And she also said she lied about the arm carving. When asked, she initially told police that Alex carved the word boy into her arm, only later to admit she did it herself. EZRA claimed that she was in severe shock. She testified that she didn't know why she did it, and it was just chaotic, irrational reaction to the trauma of the night. Yeah, because she's similar to Jodi Arias, it's an Arias case. They say the exact same thing. Like, the other person was doing it, and she was trying to defend herself. Kind of like shifting the blame. Oh, here we go. Here's some interesting stuff right here. Even if we look at the case purely speculative lens, Alex Woodworth had already stopped pursuing EZRA and was effectively trying to move on with his life. So yes, it does seem like he was trying to move on with his life and go with someone else, or just go on with his life. So it's probably possible that she unalived him because he was trying to move on. Alex had cut off contact. Weeks before the murder, EZRA texted Alex telling him she never wanted to speak with him again. Alex completely respected those boundaries, according to the investigators, and he stopped calling and stopped texting, entirely walked away from her, and he was not chasing her or trying to force his way back to her life. So yeah, Grace, so basically the borderline person, you stay with them forever. And if you try to leave them, it's, pretty much over for the person that wants to try to leave. Yeah. He refused to help her lie. Prosecution's theory suggests that inside the car, EZRA put immense pressure on Alex. She desperately needed him to contact her main boyfriend, Jason Mengel, and tell Jason that their affair had been a mistake or accidental. Okay, they can leave you, but you can't leave them when they're done. Oh, okay. Alex did not initiate the meeting on March 2018. He only agreed to get into her car because EZRA sought him out, claiming she wanted to return his belongings and have a final closure conversation regarding their past relationship. But woe betide you if you leave them. Scared. Close a chapter of his life. He refused to help her lie. Prosecution theory suggests that inside the car, EZRA immense pressure on Alex She desperately needed him to contact her main boyfriend, Jason Mengel, and tell Jason that their affair had been a mistake or an accident. If Alex was trying to leave the situation, his refusal to comply with the demand made perfect sense. He refused to play a part in her dramatic cover-up when Jason back, which prosecutors believe triggered her violent outburst. In short, Alex didn't even need to leave EZRA because he was already gone. It was EZRA who refused to let him go quietly, dragging him back into environment because she needed to use his pawn to fix a relationship. So it seems like she was upset he was leaving her, so she deleted him, like what Jolee Arias did.
Were you able to hear the entire conversation?
I was right with him the entire time.
Were you asked to talk to John during this conversation?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Jason asked me to speak with John.
And did Jason say something to John about having sex with you?
Yes, he asked him if he had had sex with me, and John responded that he had not.
And do you know why Jason made you talk to John on the phone?
He made me speak with John on the phone so that he could listen to our conversation and see if he would change his story.
And during that conversation, did John acknowledge that he had had sex with you?
Yes.
And had you acknowledged that to Jason?
Yes.
When you talked to Jason about this,
yes,
John having sex with you,
yes,
did you express at all that you thought it was a rape, or did you ever use that word?
No.
Did you ever use the word?
Want me to have some water?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, why don't we just hang on just a second?
of course.
What's that? Okay, go ahead.
Did you use the word assault when you talked to Jason?
It was not a word I had used. No.
After he had talked to John on the phone, did he take you over to Josh Trankler's?
Yes, he did take me to Josh Trankler's after this.
Okay, who's Josh Trankler?
He's a friend of ours, a friend we share. Yes.
What happened? I just want to make sure everybody's okay. What happened when Jason took you over to Josh Trankler's?
Well, after I had told him roughly what had happened the night between me and John, Jason got just full of rage. He was pacing and he told me he was going to do something to John, that he was going to kill John, that we needed to go somewhere to talk to somebody with a level head. So he had taken me to Josh's house.
When he got to Josh's, was Jason acting like he had a level head?
No.
What was he doing?
Jason went upstairs with Josh and he would pace downstairs and he was just pacing all over the house. He was yelling at Josh essentially, and he was very hot-headed at that time. He was very angry.
When you were downstairs, could you hear him upstairs?
Yes.
And as a result of all of this screaming and yelling that Jason was doing, to your knowledge, how did you know that, or did you know how Josh Trankler responded?
Yes, I do. He called the police because he was concerned as what Jason might do to John.
When the police got there, did they ask to speak to you?
Yes, they did.
What did you tell them?
The police were directed to me by Jason and Josh to talk to them, and I didn't really want to talk in this place where everybody was angry and hot-headed, so they asked me if I would like to go back to the station to talk, and I said yes.
Now, you've been in court and you heard the tape of you talking to Officer Vang.
Yes.
Was everything you said on that tape true?
Yes.
You also heard testimony about you talking to Detective Prock.
Yes.
And essentially, in so many words, did you tell Detective Prock essentially the same things that you told Officer Vang about the sex with you and John?
Yes.
Did you ever use the word assault or rape when you were talking with Detective Vang or Detective Prock?
No.
Did somebody bring up the word assault or something similar to you?
Yes.
Who was that who brought that up and defined what you told them or informed you that this is an assault?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
I would like to approach.
All right. Objection is sustained.
Actually, Judge, I withdraw the question
Okay.
after hearing from Mr. DeFeo. So, did you inform Detective Prock when you were meeting with him that you had been flirting with John?
Yes, I told them about that.
Okay. And did Detective Prock and Officer Fang give you some literature after you met with them?
Yes. Well, after I met with Vang, there were some individuals that they provided me with a folder full of pamphlets to get help and counsel during a tough time like this.
Did you go to counseling?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, I'm going to move from talking about that to talking about the period of this happening. First of all, before this happened, where Jason was looking at your iPod.
Yes.
Did you break off with Alex before that occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember time-wise how recent it was before Jason looked at your iPod?
It was briefly before approximately.
Like a day or two, is that what you mean by briefly?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you some questions now about that period between
All right.
you moving back home, breaking off with Jason, then breaking off with Alex. First of all, why
Yes.
did you break off with Alex? Let me ask you that first.
I broke off with Alex because during this time there was so much going on, and he wanted my love and vulnerability, and at that time I wasn't ready for a relationship. I felt there was just so much going on. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to work on my previous relationship yet. I wasn't ready.
And during this period, what were you doing generally with your life? You said you were living with your mother, I believe,
Yes.
right? And living with your mother, were you working, or what
Yes,
was
I
going
was.
on with your life?
So I moved back home with my mom, and I applied to a school that I graduated from. And I started soon after working as a paraprofessional in the kindergarten through fourth grade special education room.
And besides working, were you talking much with your Jason during that time?
Yes, I was.
What were your feelings or your thoughts about Jason during this time in March?
During this time, lots of feelings of love from the love we had when we first started a relationship, memories from when we first started. Just being away from him made me miss him, and I was feeling again a lot of that love.
Were you texting about that?
All of the time, yes.
Was Jason reciprocating your texts?
Yes.
Did there, in the middle of March, did you go to Eau Claire and spend any time with Jason?
Yes.
Just tell us about that briefly.
I went and I spent some time with Jason. We had started sleeping with each other again and talking about possibly maybe getting counseling. thinking about all the things we had said to each other in the past, just seeing if maybe this really needed to work out because of how much we did love each other.
And when you said you started sleeping with him,
Yes.
where, did you spend some time, a couple of nights with him or anything in Eau Claire?
Yes, I spent a couple of nights with him. We got a few hotel rooms. We didn't really want to be at the apartment.
Okay. After spending a couple of nights with Jason, do you recall what time that was? Was it like the date? Do you have any memory of what the exact dates were?
I have no memory of the exact dates, no.
Okay. Did you return after spending a couple of nights to Jason's to your mother's house?
I did, yes.
And what happened when you got back to your mom's?
Well, my mom wasn't supportive of me continuing or exploring the idea of rekindling the relationship I had with Jason. And me being her child, and she was my mom, we got into an argument. Of course, I knew what I wanted, and she disagreed, so I moved out after that.
Okay. Let me ask you then about going, so did your mom feel the same way about Alex that she felt about Jason in terms of what she expressed to you?
She had some mixed feelings about Alex as well.
And when you broke up with Alex, how did you break up with him?
I regretfully broke up with him through text.
Why did you do it through text?
I did it through text because I did it in a rushed way. I just wanted to just be done with all of this drama.
Okay. We'll come back to talking about you and Alex later, but I'm going to ask you, after your mother was upset with you because you were
Yes.
seeing Jason and asked you to leave, where did you go?
I went to my dad's.
And is that your father, Joe Shane Carlin, who we saw in court?
Yes.
All right. What is your father's main employment?
He's a correctional officer.
And besides his correctional officer primary,
yes,
does he have a do-it-yourself or secondary business that he owns?
He has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you work with him at that tree cutting business?
All of the time, yes.
And when you worked with him, did you use knives at all?
It was a part of every day.
When he, in addition to knives and the tree cutting service, did your father, I'm going to call him your father, he's your adoptive father.
Yes, he's my father. He's my dad.
Did he give you or let you have other knives in your car?
Yes, he seemed to always give me one or want me to have one in different places.
There's been discussion here about the knife that you used, or the knife that was in your car that the police found by the side of the road, the knife that was involved in the knife fight with you and Alex. And
Yes.
was that, and how did you get that knife?
Objection, Your Honor, to
Mr. Stain,
characterization.
argumentative.
Okay, the knife we're talking about, how did you get that knife?
That knife was a knife that my dad had given me. He always likes to make sure I'm prepared for every situation. So various EMT knives he would give to me to break glass. It has seatbelt cutters. He just wants me to be prepared. It had been in and out of the house. He has a few of them, yes.
And that particular knife, did you put it in your car on the morning of March 22nd?
No.
Do you know when you put it in your car?
No, it was in and out always.
Okay. What would your dad, specifically with the use of knives, what would your father tell you about that?
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Stain.
Judge, it goes to her say to mine, not the truth of the matter asserted. Let me rephrase the question, maybe it'll be more clear. Did your father ever say anything to you about having a knife in your car specifically for defending yourself?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, it's not offered for the truth.
No.
The matter is sort of just for what is in her state of mind, so
Correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, what did he tell you, or what do you recall him telling you?
What I recall my dad telling me, he told me many times, and he would always tell me when you're in a situation with an individual or if someone's attacking you, that you need to do anything and everything you can to get away, to defend yourself. And he would tell me about, you can use knives, you can scratch, you can kick, you can fight.
Were you aware that there were firearms in his house?
Well aware.
Did you know where they were located?
Always, yes, he made me aware of this.
Were you able to have access to them?
Yes.
Did you learn how to use firearms when you were young?
Of course, he made sure of that.
Did you go hunting with your father?
I never hunted, but I've gone hunting many times.
Now, did you take a firearm with you when you left your father's house on the morning of March 22nd?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
All I was doing that day was going for some errands. There was no need for a weapon or a firearm or anything of that sense.
Was one of those errands that you were going to do on March 22nd, in your mind, was one of the things you wanted to do to talk to Alex?
Yes.
And so did you want to bring a gun with you to talk to Alex?
Absolutely not.
Were you afraid of Alex?
No.
All right. I'm going to ask you some specific communication that you had received on the evening of March 21st. Were you sent a picture on Instagram by Jason?
Yes, I was.
And that's a picture we've seen. That's an evidence of the bathroom wall.
Yes, it is.
After you received that picture, what did you do?
Well, I wasn't happy about it.
Did you have then a voice conversation with Jason?
Yes, I did call him.
In addition to texting?
Yep.
And when you saw that picture, did you have some thoughts in your mind about who had written your phone number and, F me on the bathroom wall?
I had some ideas. I thought it was either a barista or maybe some of the kitchen boys, as they're called.
What do you mean by kitchen boys?
Kitchen boys, well, that's what they call the workers who work in the kitchen side of Racy Dale Lanes, which is called the nucleus. Just a bunch of guys.
Like cooks, chefs?
Cooks, chefs.
Did you, in your mind, did you think Alex had written it?
No.
Your Honor, then I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning as not being relevant.
Well, the state brought this in for some reason. I think her state of mind about it.
I'm going to write.
Thank you. Were you planning to mention it to Alex?
Yes, I was.
What was your intent with telling Alex about this?
My intent with telling Alex about this was just to ask him, like, how do you think they got my number? It kind of sucks that this is going on. There's a lot of drama. Do you know who might be doing it? So I could ask them that this isn't right. Can you stop, please?
All right. Before, in the period of time where you were at home.
Yes.
In March, were you writing any journals?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 365.
Yes.
And what's the title of that journal?
This journal is EZRA McCandless, Silence Broken.
I'm also showing you what's been marked as 366. Is there a title on that journal?
There's no title, but it's called Journal 2.
Over what period of time were you writing these two journals?
It was a period of a couple weeks. I had been visiting someone for counseling, and they told me maybe to write down.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Why were you writing the journals?
To express how I felt about everything.
And were you doing it specifically because you were trying to have this be part of the therapeutic process for you?
Yes.
All right. So there's been some testimony about these journals being edited on March 21st.
Yes.
Did you open the journals on March 21st?
Yes. Over the period of weeks, I had finished it a couple weeks before, but as a writer, you always open it to correct misspellings, alignment of paragraphs. Every time I open it, it adds that it's been seen or edited.
Was this journal in a format called Google Docs?
Yes.
And in Google Docs, every time you open a document, does it update the date?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did you, you've reviewed these journals, right?
Of course, yes.
And were you going to send them to a friend named Julia Post?
Yes, I had sent them to her already.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The reason why I spent time with a few weeks before and why I had sent them to her is she's great with grammar and she's great with words, so she was helping me out. She was kind of my consult for cleaning it up.
Okay, I'm going to put this now on the Elmo. We're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to ask you in this journal what you're talking about and why, just in summary form.
All right.
So just to summarize, this part of the journal, when you're talking about moving back, it was the past summer and you had moved, where had you been before the summer you moved back with your parents?
The summer before I moved back with my parents was spent in Marinette, Wisconsin, and that's where I was starting my first year of secondary school.
Okay, so after your first year of, so secondary school for you, does that mean, are you referring to college?
Yes.
Okay, just, some people call secondary school high school, so I just
That's
wanted
true.
to clarify
College.
that. Okay, and so after your first year of college, are you telling us you had gone back home?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, when you went back home, did you then write in your journal about your relationship with Jason Mangle?
Yes, I did.
You used this sentence, "Months have passed between us and love had grown. It's an ancient love so powerful, it often scared both of us. I became sick and had the suspicion of what it could be." So what do you mean when you're writing in those passages?
What I mean by, as I said in there, an ancient love so powerful. Many times between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, we talk about past loves, being old spirit. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. So,
Is that expression people use sometimes, oh, he or she's an old soul?
yeah, all the time, all the time. He would describe me as his old soul. So, as saying that this love, this passion, this love, it was just, we felt so much love and so much in common with each other right away that's just how I express that.
In the essay, did you go on to talk about your abortion?
Yes, I had.
And did you express how the abortion impacted your relationship with Jason Mangle?
I expressed how it impacted us greatly, yes.
Okay. And did you then write in this journal about after, you said in this journal that you became, I think the word is, a husk of a woman.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is after the operation and after everything that had happened, I felt like a part of myself had been taken away. I felt hollow inside.
You then start talking about two individuals invading your empty mind,
Yes.
dragging you down a rabbit hole, told what ideas to follow, masks you should wear. Can you explain what you meant when you wrote about that?
Yes. So during this incredible, vulnerable time when I had terminated my pregnancy, the two dominant voices I'm speaking of here were friends, Alex and John Hansen. I was talking about in this how during my vulnerable state, I was being told kind of how to feel, how to get over things, what to do, just kind of I describe it as a mask, just kind of how to move past this in ways they thought might help or what I should do, they thought.
So this is your feelings then, but as you were going through this, you talked about developing feelings of love for Alex.
Yes.
So in here you're expressing it completely differently.
Yes.
Why the difference?
The difference is coming out of the relationship.
I don't want you to look at this, I just want you to talk about how you feel.
All right, so coming out of the relationship, in that relationship, I felt all of this love and this warmth and listening to him and him telling me what I should do and what I should think, essentially. In that moment, all I felt was that love. That's all I could notice. And then being completely removed from a relationship, and from that relationship, I noticed all of the red flags or things that really didn't fit right with me, and that it's opposite now because I'm expressing what I had ignored because of love.
Let me ask you this. Okay?
Yes.
In this,
Yes.
without putting on the screen, you wrote, "I was an object even called a fetish." And that it horrified you to be described as a fetish. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What I meant by that in this essay, or journal as you can call it, was that the person I had loved at that time were, instead of just being me and wanting to be seen as me, they started to express how I was a fetish to them, how I identified, how I looked, what they wanted from me, instead of what happened between me and John.
And you said that when you turned to Alex, you said, "Guilt towards our friendship only to once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy he wanted." What did you mean by that?
When what had happened between me and John had happened, I quickly, shortly after, I went to go talk to Alex. I told him my fears about what had happened, the confusion, the kind of the betrayal aspect of it. And during that time, when I went over to his house to see him, he just kind of told me, "Well, I can make you forget it. You can sleep with me. We can spend some time together. Let me make you forget."
What you wrote in your journal after that was, quote, "It was painful and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't," and then you wrote bit, but I think you mean but he would then
Yes.
change the position and proceed to say, "I'm fine and just too sensitive." Earlier you talked about what you're referring to in this journal?
Yes, and I was referring to, yes, the sensitive, feeling bruised. I was referring to.
And, quote, "It was painful and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't," often said stop.
Yes.
"I can't," and then you wrote bit, but I think you mean but he would then
Yes.
change the position and